Yo, Atlas speaking and welcome to part 2 of What If I Was Reborn into the Pokemon world and became a legendary Pokemon adventurer. Let the tale begin. Chapter 11, Psionics and Aura 2. Mikhail woke up at what he assumed was morning. The first thing he did was to test if he managed to keep his diapers clean, which he did. Feeling satisfied with himself for this monumental achievement, he checked if he had an urge to relieve himself or if he needed something to eat. He didn't, at least for now. With those things out of the way, he thought back on yesterday and the things he learned as well as the meeting with some of his parents' Pokemon. Stopping himself from fanboying, he decided to start with his training in Aura and Psionic Energy. Seeing real Pokemon yesterday was great, but I need to focus and start my training now. Let's see, since I decided to train two paths simultaneously, I will have to plan how I am going to divide my free time between them. Because sensing Aura or Psionic Energy is the first step in an Aura user or Psychic's path, I will try to split my time equally between them until I manage to sense one of them. I will focus on that path until I reach the top grade apprentice tier in it. Afterward, I will bring the other path to the same grade. While trying to break through to tier 1, I will split my time between both paths once more. How to proceed further can be determined when I reach that point. Since it is easier to sense internal energy, be that psionic or aura, this is what is generally done first. I shall do the same. Let's start with aura. Aura is a type of life energy that exists in all living beings. It naturally runs through our bodies, but since the aura scape is in the heart area, the concentration there is normally higher. Now comes the staple of the fantasy genre, meditation. I have to meditate, focus on myself, and try to feel my aura. Once I manage to reliably sense my aura every time, I can start trying to sense the aura outside my body. There is not only aura in the bodies of others but the atmosphere as well. The aura in the atmosphere comes from the aura/life energy of all living beings. When the current maximum the body can hold is reached, aura does not stop being produced, so the surplus is released outside. Mikhail changes his lying body into an even more relaxing position. Now that I am in a relaxing position, I can start meditating. I am going to try using guiding sentences like they do in hypnosis. Hopefully, it will help. Try to feel the aura. It is there, running through my body. I just need to feel it. A stream of life energy flowing through me. Mikhail repeated those sentences as if he was reciting a sutra. He fell into a semi-trance and about 2 hours pass. An hour into his mediation session, Arya entered the room to check on Mikhail because he would normally be awake by now. Seeing nothing wrong, she left, leaving him to wake up on his own. I think I feel something. Just a bit more. I have to try harder. PFFRRRRRRRTTTT. Mikhail's face turned red. He placed his hands on his face as if he was trying to hide his embarrassment. That was not what I thought I felt. Anyway, I am going to act as if that never happened. I did not expect to immediately succeed anyway. I can't meditate constantly without appearing suspicious, and I don't think I can cut my sleep to meditate instead, at least for now. My body needs that huge amount of sleep. I think I will try to sense aura and psionic energy, each, for about 2 hours daily. If I transfer the duration it takes others to sense something for the first time, taken from my requested knowledge to my situation, then it should take me about 4 to 5 days to catch my first glimpse of energy. How long I take afterward to make that constant depends on the time invested. That's something I will see then. For now, I have to focus on managing the first step. Feeling the need for waste disposal and hunger, Mikhail decides to call his mother. Mommy, mommy. I go toilet. I hungry. Mommy. Arya, hearing Mikhail call out to her through the baby phone, went to his room. Good morning, my boy. I hope you slept well. Hearing his mother's greeting, Mikhail replied to her. Morning. Unsleep good. Mommy, I toilet. I hungry. His mother, hearing him, decides to change his diapers, thinking he needed a change. Mikhail interrupted her. No, me dry. Go toilet. Arya, being pleasantly surprised by her baby, brought him to the bathroom. She had bought a child seat for the toilet since she planned to start his potty training next month. That he kept himself clean and asked to be brought to the toilet was unexpected but nice. After taking off and checking his diapers, just to make sure, she set him on the toilet seat. Once Mikhail was finished, she cleaned him up and put a new diaper on him. No matter how nice it was that he managed to keep clean and ask for a bathroom trip today, she had to be sure that he always managed to keep clean before they stopped using diapers. How humiliating this is. At least it's just until I can do it on my own soon. The maturing boost can't come fast enough. Thanks, Mommy. I hungry. Arya, after washing their hands and his face, brought Mikhail to the table and asked him which flavor he wanted to eat just like yesterday. Mikhail decided to try a different taste today. Want banana? Arya, who already had her breakfast, brought her son his banana and orange-berry porridge, as well as some moo milk. After eating, he was brought to his play area and his mother went back to do her house chores. Now that I have an hour or two mostly to myself, I can use the time and toys to prepare my body for training in the future. When my mother glances over to check up on me, it will look as if I was playing around, which is exactly what I want it to look like. Mikhail could be seen moving his arms and legs around. He seemed to sometimes lean forward or backward. He would occasionally turn his body left or right. Now and then he would try to tap his feet or spread his legs. He did all this while making sure not to challenge his body's limits. The plan was to get his body used to these movements to increase his flexibility. He used his toys to inconspicuously train his dexterity and aim. He would occasionally lie on his back and just relax, recover. Mikhail was using this time to prepare his body for the future when he can train his body without negatively affecting it. He was, definitely, not simply playing around. No, he was not just playing with that ball. This was a practice method that prepared him for pokeballs. Anyway, Mikhail kept doing those things for about the next 2 hours, after which his mother joined him. They played together for another 30 minutes before Arya gave him his food and milk again. This time he wanted apple flavor again. After his meal, his mother checked his diapers despite his insistence that they were clean and dry. Once that was done, she brought him to his room for his nap. Mikhail decides that he would to take advantage of, the nap now, and pretend to be sleepy an hour or two after dinner. He planned to use the time for a meditation session for his psionic energy sensing. Once his session was over, he would go to sleep and switch the meditation sessions around on the next day. Psionic sensing in the morning and aura sensing in the evening. He would keep switching them until he succeeded in one. Sweet dreams, my baby boy, Arya said to Mikhail before leaving his room. 2 to 3 hours later, his father came home from work, and Mikhail was roused from his nap. After asking to be brought to the bathroom and finishing his business, Mikhail was brought to the table and they had their dinner. His parents talked during dinner and he focused on the shredded Toro's meat and his berry slices. His moo milk was peach-flavored this time. After dinner, he played with his parents for a little less than 2 hours before he acted tired. Unfortunately, there were no Pokemon involved, but he still had fun. Being able to spend time with loving family members was great as well. Edward helped him through his new bathroom routine after he asked and brought him to his room. His parents made sure everything was as it should be before wishing him sweet dreams and leaving the room. "Night, Mommy, Daddy," was Mikhail's reply to his parents. After he found a relaxing position, Mikhail began his meditation session, this time trying to sense psionic energy. He focused more on the head area this time around because that was where the mindscape was located. Try to feel the psionic energy. It is there, running through my body. I just need to feel it. A stream of psionic energy starting from my head and flowing through me. About 90 minutes later, he finished his meditation session. As he had expected, he once again did not succeed. Since he was done with his task, he went to sleep for real. For the next 2 days, nothing new happened. He woke up, meditated on his energy, called his mother, did his business, and ate breakfast. Then he would train/play in his corner, first alone and then a bit with his mother. Afterward, he came to his nap until his father returned from work and they would eat dinner. Once dinner was finished, they spent a few hours together before he would act sleepy and his parents brought him to his room. He would do another meditation session on the other energy type and then go to sleep. But the third day, which was the 5th day since he awoke, was different. Another morning, another meditation session. Let's do this. I am the source of my aura. Aura is my life, aura is my sword. Meditated countless times, yet I have not sensed anything. Limitless aura works. Mikhail had to smile at his joke but composed himself fairly quickly. Okay, enough playing around. Try to feel the aura. It is there, running through my body. I just need to feel it. A stream of life energy flowing through me. After about 2 hours he ended the session. Today is Kai-Day, which makes this the first weekend of my new life. Father doesn't have to work today, so he is home for the whole day. I wonder if I could get my parents to go outside with me? We could go to a park or a playground. On a side note, there are 7 days a week on Terra 2, that much I knew from the universe binder. But I should have expected the days to have different names, which they do by the way. The first day of the week is called Arc Day, after Arceus. The second day of the week is called Mu Day, after Mu. The third day of the week is called Girata Day, after Giratina. The fourth day of the week is called Palkia Day, after Palkia. The fifth day of the week is called Dial Day, after Dialga. The sixth day of the week is called Kai Day, after Kyogre. The seventh day of the week is called Groudon Day, after Groudon. I, as someone that has used another set of names to call the days, find this set a little funny. I am sure I will get used to it, but for now, it seems odd to me. Back to my plan. I am going to ask them after breakfast. My best hope is to use my ultimate combo again. It made it possible for me to see my parents' Pokemon, and hopefully, it will persuade my parents to bring me to the park. If I am lucky, my parents will take their Pokemon with them and I can interact with them, or I get to see new Pokemon at the park or playground. Mikhail smiled as he called out his parents to begin his day. Chapter 12, First Day Out. Arya came to Mikhail's room after hearing him shout through the baby phone. She went through the new morning ritual of bringing him to the bathroom, checking if he kept his diapers clean, changing to a new one after he was done, cleaning him up, and bringing him to the table. Here the routine was broken. His father was already there waiting for them. Arya left Mikhail on his high chair, asked him what he wanted to eat, and both parents started setting the table and bringing over breakfast. During breakfast, his parents chatted with each other. When they were talked about what to do today, Mikhail inconspicuously inserted himself into their conversation. Out. Go park. His parents, who were surprised by Mikhail's sudden shout, turned towards him. Does my little boy want to go to the park? Arya asked her son. Mikhail replied immediately while nodding his head, his eyes sparkling. His parents started discussing where they could go. The playground is out for now, maybe in the future. We could go to the Hope Park, it's a 15-minute drive and it should be relatively calm there till noon. Began his father, and his mother continued. That's a great idea. If we go right after getting ready, we can spend 2 to 3 hours there, and if we pack something to eat for later we can also have a picnic. We should be back for Mikhail's nap if we do it like that. They changed their clothes, packed everything needed for a picnic, and once they were ready drove to Hope Park. Like Mikhail had hoped, his parents took some of their Pokemon with them. Growlithe, the Butterfreeze, and Poliwhirl. His parents found them a nice place to stay and laid out their blankets once they arrived at the park. They set Mikhail down on a cushion and called out their Pokemon. Mikhail instantly focused on Growlithe. He wanted to ride on Agni, but he did not think his father would allow it. Me Agni ride, he said, turning towards his father. Maybe once you're a little older. Edward declined. Let's walk around the park for a bit. Cyan and Emerald can keep an eye on our stuff from the tree across our blanket, Arya said, seeing Mikhail's disappointed face. Hoping it would lift his mood. Edward agreed, and they started strolling around the park. You can walk in front of us for a little bit, but Agni has to walk by your side. He will make sure you don't get too far ahead or behind of us and keep you safe. Mikhail took the opportunity while he was outside to analyze some of the things they came across. He also wanted to place some of them into his pocket space. Mikhail had once tried to, secretly, place one of the oranberry slices he got for dinner into his space in hopes that it would be analyzed so that his subdimension could produce them on its own. Unfortunately, the message that a whole oranberry was needed came back, so that plan failed because he was unable to get unsupervised access to a whole berry at home for now. Constant vigilance, like a certain man, kept saying. The first thing Mikhail analyzed was a clump of grass he tore out of the ground while acting as if he was playing around. Hopefully, the grass here is better than the one in our garden. That one was useless. If it is not bad, I plan to use it for the lawn of my garden. The garden area in my dimension is currently empty and it looks bad, man. Name, wild grass. Type, plant. Quality, none. Faults, none. Uses, contains a bit of plant energy. Can be eaten by herbivore animals as food or used by starving and weak herbivore Pokemon to alleviate their hunger depending on the amount eaten. Well, it is not useless, so I am going to take it. My pocket space can improve the wild grass a bit after examining it. I am not expecting any miracles, so I won't be disappointed. At least my garden will stop looking dead. Mikhail acted as if he threw away the grass in his hand and absorbed it into his space. The space analyzed and improved it right away. Analyzing, wild grass analyzed. Start improving, wild grass improved. Storing seeds in the subspace flora. Planting grass on the lawn area. Process finished. Mikhail would have never thought he would ever be this happy to see green. But here we are, he was happy seeing his garden's lawn full of green grass. He used his observe function on the improved wild grass to see how it had changed. Name, improved wild grass. Type, plant. Quality, lowest/poor. Faults, none. Uses, contains a small amount of plant energy. Can be eaten by herbivore animals and Pokemon as food. At least it fulfills the condition for a quality rating now. Now Pokemon that can eat grass won't starve if I put them in my space. It might seem useless, but this is the first step towards forming an ecosystem. Hopefully I can find some berries that I can take to my space without being noticed soon. Mikhail shrugged. Before he could continue, he heard his mother. Don't take anything you find in your mouth, okay, honey? We don't want you to get sick. Arya warned him after she saw him throwing the lump of grass away. Agni, warn us if he tries to put something in his mouth. Edward added. No eat. Mikhail assured his parents and resumed walking. He kept observing things he found along the way, hoping to get lucky and finding something useful. Name, stone. Type, rock. Quality, none. Faults, none. Uses. It's a piece of stone. You can throw it at something, just try to avoid hitting a Spiro. He couldn't control himself and started laughing when he read that for the first time. His parents found it slightly weird that he randomly started laughing but chose to ignore it. They simply felt happy that their son was having fun. It is nice to see him having this much fun. We should bring him here more often. What do you think, Edward? You're right, Arya, but because of my work and Mikhail's sleep schedule, we can, for now, only go out like this on the weekends. Besides, it could get boring if we kept coming every week. So, maybe 2 or 3 times a month. He could hear his parents talking. That's true. How about we go to the berry farm next time? I heard they allow others to enter the farm to eat and collect berries once a month. His mother proposed to his father. Yeah, that is a great idea. I know about that one. They do this at the end of every month, so we could go there next week. From what I heard, you simply have to pay for what you want to bring home. I will find out more about the open day, but we can do that next. He heard his father agreeing to his mother's suggestion. Throwing away another pebble he checked out because he thought it seemed different, he resumed his stroll. During their walk, he saw a multitude of wild Pokemon, but unfortunately, his walking partner, Agni, kept them away on orders from his father. Agni was walking by his side, in case he walked ahead of his parents even if the distance never crossed 3 to 4 meters when he did, and Poliwhirl was walking beside his parents. He had seen 4 Pidgey, 1 Spearow, 8 Caterpie, 2 Weedle, 5 Rattata until now. He was really happy seeing all these Pokemon, but he sadly couldn't observe any of them. Every time one of them came near him, Agni would release a warning growl and the Pokemon would retreat, at least most did. The Spearow ignored Growlithe's warning and tried to come over anyway, but it still had to flee after Agni released an Ember move. His mother had immediately tried to make sure he was not frightened by the experience. She hugged him and asked, "Are you okay, sweetheart? Did the Spearow scare you? Do you want mommy or daddy to carry you for a bit?" "I okay. Not scared. Agni protect. I walk." Mikhail shook his head in denial and showed that he wanted to keep walking. That was the first Pokemon fight I saw in my new life, if that underwhelming exchange can be called a fight. But what's the saying, beggars can't be choosers. He was nervous about Spearow coming back for revenge with a flock, but he heard his father telling his mother that the Spearow numbers were reduced last week to prevent them from becoming a danger to the park goers. I also observed a few flowers I thought looked interesting, but all of them turned out to be duds. Name, flower. Type, plant. Quality, none. Faults, none. Uses, it's a flower, it looks nice. You can give one to your mother, it will make her happy. It contains a bit of plant energy, a similar energy amount to wild grass. I decided to follow the sound advice and gave one to my mother. She hugged me while showering my face with kisses. I also added 4 different types of flowers to my space to add a variety to my garden. The improvement was the same as with the wild grass. So, nothing special, just an increase in quality to the lowest level. We were already strolling for nearly 30 minutes and it was time to make our way back to our picnic area. Our walk back was unmolested, and even though I kept observing things, I still found nothing of interest. When we reached our picnic spot after another 30 minutes, Cyan and Emerald were waiting for us. There were 3 sleeping Rattata beside our blanket that probably tried to eat our lunch while we were walking around. I would have tried to touch them to check their status if not for the sleeping powder on their bodies. Poliwhirl woke them by washing the Rattata with a low-powered water gun and drove them away. Once that was done, we sat on our blanket and relaxed for a bit before playing around for some time. We, mostly my father, played catch with Growlithe, which was awesome, and popping Poliwhirl's bubbles was fun as well. An hour later we ate our lunch and my parents started packing up. After making sure the area we used was clean, we left. I asked to be brought to the bathroom once we got home. With my business done and having been cleaned by my mother, I was ready for my nap. I think I slept for about 3 hours, but once I woke up and finished the bathroom protocol, I played with my father for an hour at my play area in the living room. My mother prepared dinner and we ate once everything was set on the dinner table. Well, more like they ate and I was fed. After dinner, I played with my parents for another hour before they started telling me stories from the Kingdom of Rhoda. The stories were on adventures of Aura Guardians. I learned from those stories that there is a group of the Lucario line living in Rhoda if it was not added as an embellishment. It could be true because my father told me that the Kingdom of Rhoda steadily produces Aura Guardians, but he doesn't know if they have Lucario partners or not. My father also confirmed the existence of the Aura Guardian Order. I already knew that, but it was good to know that their existence was public knowledge. After story time, I had another bathroom visit before being laid on my bed to sleep. Mikhail began meditating on his aura once they left him alone. He didn't expect to feel his aura yet, but about 30 minutes into his session he felt his aura for the first time. Mikhail could be seen practically vibrating from joy. It looked a little bit like someone being shocked by a weak current. He was lucky his parents did not see that from the baby phone or they would have rushed over to check on him. But they didn't, so it was all right. At least he managed to keep quiet instead of screaming out his joy for everyone to hear. That would not have been missed. I felt it for a short period before losing it again, but I still feel awesome. I did it, I managed to find my aura. Since I did it once, all subsequent tries should be easier, at least I hope so. My aura felt like a lively little current flowing through my body. For now, my aura is pretty thin, but it will grow with training and time. That I managed to feel aura means that I will focus on the aura path, for now, shelving my psychic training until I unlock my aura escape and become a top-grade apprentice aura user. Having finished his quiet celebration, Mikhail tried to sense his aura again for about 20 minutes more but did not succeed. He did not let that lower his happiness and decided to try again at his meditation session tomorrow before he let sleep take him. Chapter 13, Aura Training and Second Trip. Mikhail woke up still feeling giddy from his success yesterday. He immediately started meditating, attempting to sense his aura once again. To his great satisfaction, he managed to sense his aura within the first 10 minutes of meditation and even succeeded in perceiving it for around a minute before losing it once more. He kept trying to sense his aura and even accomplished it a few times, but the duration he could keep feeling his aura never exceeded a minute. Nearly 2 hours passed like this, and it was time to finish this rather successful session. Mikhail acted as if he was waking up and called out to his parents to start the day. While being fed his breakfast, he thought about his training plan. Now that he could somewhat feel his aura during meditation, the next step was to increase the success rate to 100% and to sense his aura outside of meditation. The first part had to be done during the morning and evening meditation sessions, but he could do the second part nearly whenever he wanted. There was no need to achieve immediate success, and he did not expect to succeed instantly anyway. He was in no hurry but still expected to finish in 2 to 3 days. Supreme affinity and all that. After that, would be sensing the aura outside his body. First during and then outside of meditation. Anyway, he did not think that he would be able to train today outside of his evening session. Today was Gru Day, which meant that his father was home because it was still part of the weekend. That meant no alone time for little old him. After breakfast was over, his father kept him company as predicted, while his mother did her household chores. They played a little in his area before his father turned the TV on to watch the news. He heard from the news that a tide had attacked Pewter City and that it was repelled. They were giving out warnings that remnants of the tide could be in the area around Pewter City. As soon as his father heard this, he took out something that looked like a smartphone and checked it. Afterward, he called his mother over. "Honey, could you please come here?" Once his mother came over, he continued. "Arya, there has been a tide at Pewter City and a warning has been issued for the areas around Pewter, on the news as well as the Pokecom. I will gather all our Pokemon in our garden to increase our safety just to be sure. Keep an eye on Mikhail while I'm gone, please." Arya nodded, showing her understanding. "Of course. A few stragglers should be no problem for you, but make sure to stay safe either way." Edward left and Mikhail was left alone in his play area. His mother kept an eye on him while she did her work, but there was no one to distract him from trying to sense aura, so he did exactly that. Until the return of his father, Mikhail kept trying to sense aura outside of meditation, but he did not succeed. He seemingly caught a glimpse multiple times but ultimately failed. Once Edward came back, he instructed the Pokemon to be alert and to not leave the perimeter of the house. The rest of the day they spent playing together with his father, occasionally checking his Pokecom. He spent his evening session focusing on reaching a 100% success rate and came close before he decided to sleep. The next day his father went to work like normal because it was Arc Day, the first day of the new week. He spent the day as he did before and managed to reach a 100% success rate during his evening session. For the next 2 days, he fully focused on sensing his aura outside of meditation. He even substituted his morning and evening sessions with the new exercise. His perseverance allowed him to succeed a few times, but he still had to get a lot better. On Girata Day, the third day of the week, his father gave them the news that the warning was withdrawn and that he had asked about the situation of the berry farm. He was told that there were no problems on their side and that the open day would happen as previously scheduled. This meant that they were going to the berry farm on Kai-Day morning. This news excited Mikhail, who had thought their trip would have to be postponed until the next open day at the end of next month because of the whole remnant warning. He planned to grab as many types of berries as he could without anyone else noticing something. Hopefully, he would have a good harvest. He spent the rest of the days before Kaide increasing his success rate, sensing his aura outside of meditation. He nearly succeeded as well. By the evening of Dial Day, he managed to feel his aura nearly every time, and he was sure that by the end of his morning exercise tomorrow he would achieve a 100% success rate. He went to sleep feeling giddy about their outing to the berry farm and his impending success. He was proven right. The next morning, when he managed to sense his aura every time by the end of his exercise despite being excited about their trip. After breakfast they all changed to appropriate clothes, and his mother packed sandwiches, his porridge, and their drinks for them. According to his father, tools to gather and store the berries would be provided by the farm. An area with tables and benches was available as well. After making sure that they had everything, Pokemon included, and that nothing that should be off was left on, they left for the farm. The ride took about 30 minutes, and Mikhail was shocked by the sheer size of the plantation. They had to pay a deposit for the tools that were provided at the entrance. The tools included a berry bag to store the berries, 2 berry scissors to separate the berry from the tree, and an armband that signaled their security units that they were allowed entry. Here, bird Pokemon were mainly used for security. They kept an eye on people and stopped wild Pokemon, mainly Caterpie and Rattata, from overeating the berries. Yes, they stopped them from overeating and not eating. The farm had a daily quota of berries that could be consumed by wild Pokemon, and only after that quota is filled did they stop the wild Pokemon from eating more. The wild Pokemon seemed to have gotten used to it, and they were generally docile unless provoked. Mikhail's parents released their Butterfrees and Growlithe after getting permission to bring them along. Then began their walk through the plantation. Mikhail was mentally drooling from all the berries he saw and secretly checked if he had drool coming out for real as well. He might have thought that he was being sneaky, but his parents saw him and merely chuckled. They decided to gather orange berries first. The plantation was gigantic and only a part was open to the public. The visitors had access to 10 kinds of berries. They decided to go to the Lum, Lepa, and Citrus berry area at the end because visitors could only gather a limited amount of them. Once they reached the orangeberry area, Mikhail started searching for a berry he could take into his space without anyone noticing. His parents started plucking orange berries from the tree while Mikhail kept looking at the berries on the ground. During his search, he saw a few Caterpie that were eating the berries that fell. He went toward one of the Caterpie while his parents were busy. He planned to scan a few of them while he tried to get berries without being discovered. The Caterpie was docile and did not react aggressively towards his touch. That was normal because Cyan had followed him, he just didn't notice, and was now flying behind him staring at the poor Caterpie that was simply trying to eat. Species, Caterpie. Gender, male. Type, bug. Potential, deep red. Stage, low, iron stage. Genetic variation? Abilities? Talents? Affinities? Low, iron stage with deep red potential, huh? A little stronger than I had expected, but still not good enough. Let's see if I can find a Caterpie that is worth the risk of discovery to take it in my space. Mikhail withdrew his hand after stroking the Caterpie a few times. It felt like touching a rubber ball and not disgusting at all. He kept walking around trying to find a berry in a position where he could take it undetected by anyone, his tail that he finally noticed included. Mikhail found one a few minutes later. The berry was lying beside the trunk of the tree it fell from, partially covered by the vegetation on the ground. He adjusted his walking path to the berry's place and kept checking on the Caterpies on the way. Sadly, nearly all of them except for one had red potential, that one had light orange potential. He wondered if he was going to find one that had good potential. When he finally arrived, it felt longer than it took. At the trunk he aimed for, he leaned down near it, positioning the orange berry between them. Once he was sure the view was obstructed, he touched it and took it into his space. He grabbed a pebble on the ground before he straightened and acted as if he was checking it out. He pretended to lose interest. Through the stone he still had observed anyway away, and returned to his parents' side. His parents had just finished gathering orange berries and were waiting for him. They had kept an eye on him during their plucking and made sure one of their Butterfrees followed him. He looked into his space once he was by his parents' side and saw that the analysis process was already over. Analyzing, Oranberry analyzed. Start improving, Oranberry improved. Storing samples in the subspace flora. Process finished. He directly checked the status of the improved berry. Name, improved Oranberry. Type, plant. Quality, low. Faults, none. Uses, contains nutrition and plant energy. Can be eaten as food and helps mildly with physical recovery. Satisfied with the result, he focused back outside. They continued going from berry area to area for the next 3 hours. His parents would start plucking berries and he would try to find one he could take unnoticed while observing as many as he could. They met nothing other than caterpies, but he assumed that was because other species did not want to come near his parents' butterflies. He had to have scanned a few hundred of them by the end, but the best potential he found was a young caterpie with light yellow potential. Certainly not bad, but not good enough to take any risks. Species, caterpie. Gender, female. Type, bug. Potential, light yellow. Stage, stageless. Genetic variation? Abilities? Talents? Affinities? During this time he also found out that he was weaker than a stageless caterpie because he couldn't see the last 4 portions of even one of them. By the end of the 3 hours, they went to the sitting area to eat before leaving. They had visited all areas and gathered quite some berries. Mikhail now also had improved sherry, chesto, pecha, rost, aspir, persim, lum, lepa, and citrus berries. They mostly had the same effects from the games, just reduced. So a single sherry berry did not instantly cure paralysis, but it helped alleviate it. The lepa and citrus berries were adjusted to a real-life setting. Name, improved lepa berry. Type, plant. Quality, low. Faults, none. Uses, contains nutrition and plant energy. Can be eaten as food and helps mildly with energy recovery. Name, improved citrus berry. Type, plant. Quality, low. Faults, none. Uses, contains nutrition and plant energy. Can be eaten as food and helps mildly with the recovery of wounds. They were no longer all cure remedies, but still undoubtedly useful. Maybe once my Pokemon and I are way stronger, the space will improve them to be that, but for now, they were not. His parents talked while they ate and decided to lounge around for a bit to rest. Once they had rested for about half an hour, they went to the exit of the farm. There they paid for the berries, returned the tools, took back the deposit, and made their way back home. At home, Mikhail was cleaned and took his nap. After the nap, he played with his parents until dinner. Once they had eaten, his parents decided to watch a movie together, after which he went to bed. His toddler body was spent, so he decided to sleep without doing his evening meditation session. Chapter 14, Advanced Apprentice, and Lucky Find. It has been 2 weeks since our trip to the berry farm. During this time some great and disappointing things happened. The day after our trip, I checked up on my space, specifically the subspace for flora. I found out that the subspace could only support 10 low-grade berry trees at the current size, energy capacity, and energy purity. I was greatly disappointed when I was informed of this, even though I should have expected it, and I kinda did. I just had hoped against logic that it would be more irrational, I know. I blame hormones, I mean my toddler body. If I wanted more berry trees, I needed to increase the size of my space, and for higher quality berries I needed a higher energy capacity or purity, preferably both. At least, the trees produce 4 to 8 berries every 2 to 4 days depending on the berry type. I let the subspace plant 2 oranberry, 2 sherry berry, 2 pecha berry, 1 chesto berry, 1 lum berry, 1 lepa berry, and 1 citrus berry tree to stock up on berries for the future. I focused on status conditions that can happen in the area while making my choice. The days, outside of training, were spent like normal. Wake up, bathroom visit, eat, play, snack, take a nap, wake up, another bathroom visit, play for a bit, dinner, play again and or listen to stories or watch TV and go to sleep. When it comes to training, I tried to sense the aura outside my body since I completed the internal sensing step. It took me 4 days, until the first day of the new month, to achieve a 100% success rate in sensing outside aura during meditation. It took me another 3 days and the morning of the 4th to do the same outside of meditation, but at literally the end of the first week, since it was a good day, I was ready to progress to the next. We didn't go out that weekend, so I was at home for the whole week. The next day, which was the first day of the second week, I managed to move my internal aura for the first time and became an advanced grade apprentice aura user. It took me another 2 days to reliably move my internal aura and to move the external aura for the first time. By dial day, which was another 2 days later, I could reliably move both internal and external aura and only needed to unlock my aurascape to reach the top apprentice grade. I tried the whole day yesterday but didn't manage to unlock my aurascape. This brings us to today. Today, after breakfast, we are going to Hope Park again. I am currently trying and failing to unlock my aurascape. It seems I will have to wait until we return to try again. Time to call my parents to officially start my day. After breakfast, my parents, like they did the last time, changed clothes, packed everything needed for a picnic and called Growlithe, the Butterfreeze, and Poliwhirl over. Once they were recalled, we drove to Hope Park. There were more people there this time since it was Crew Day and the people had seemingly decided to spend the last day of the week at the park. His parents went to the same place they stayed the last time, but there already were people there. While there still was enough space for them, his parents decided that it was too crowded and went further into the park to find another less crowded area. They called out their Pokemon before walking deeper into the park. Mikhail's eyes sparkled with delight, like they always did when he saw Growlithe. His parents chuckled when they saw his expression. They saw that he seemed to adore all Pokemon he saw, but his response towards Growlithe was the biggest. They did not know why he was so obsessed with Agni, but found his reactions to Agni simply adorable. During their search for the ideal resting area, Mikhail kept looking out for Pokemon and anything that seemed special or different so that he could identify them. He was not sure if his parents would allow him to touch the wild Pokemon here like they did with the Caterpie and the berry farm 2 weeks ago, but he certainly hoped so. He went to the first Caterpie he saw on the way, that he could reach, to stroke it, so that he could observe it, and to his joy, his parents didn't stop him. They simply told one of the Butterfree to follow him and make sure he was alright. While he was a bit disappointed that the potential of the Caterpie was red, he was already used to that after checking hundreds of them in the berry farm. He was still happy that he could keep checking all the Pokemon they saw during their stay in the park. At least thought so until he tried to touch a Rattata he saw and was stopped by Butterfree. He heard his mother saying, "Caterpies are alright, honey, because they cannot accidentally hurt you. They also won't try anything aggressive with Emerald following you, but anything else except maybe a Metapod is not allowed for now." He could only accept what his mother said, even if he felt a bit reluctant. Variety was a spice of life, damn it. Always having to look at status screens showing red potential Caterpies got a bit boring, but it is what it is. He had to make do with what he had. At least it was always a little exciting when something other than red potential came out. Who knew, maybe he could find a treasure that he could try to take into his space. He could risk taking in a Pokemon at the park where only his parents and their Pokemon kept an eye on him, compared to the berry farm where there was also the security to worry about. If not for that, he would have tried to take in the light yellow Caterpie, but a Pokemon disappearing and a berry disappearing were not the same. Especially when Cyan, his father's Butterfree, was looking over his shoulder every time he made contact with a Caterpie, so he didn't risk it. This time around he could try to create a scene where he distracted his parents and their Pokemon long enough for him to nab a Pokemon, since he had to only worry about them and no one else. But it had to be worthy of forcing him to do his performance. 15 minutes later they had found a place his parents took a liking to, so they laid out their blankets and set down their stuff. During those 15 minutes Mikhail had checked on another 10 Caterpie without any luck. His parents set Mikhail down on a cushion and gave him something to drink. While drinking his juice, Mikhail thought about his body. I am lucky that I only look like 2 years old and that my body is surprisingly strong for its size, or I would have been simply incapable of walking all that distance at the berry farm 2 weeks ago, or even these 15 minutes right now. No matter how small and weak a being here looks, I can't forget that we are living on a planet with 6 times the gravity of the Earth, and that this planet has energy floating around that all beings here subconsciously absorb when needed. Being stronger and having more stamina is to be expected. Wait a minute, if I can make use of the fact our bodies unconsciously absorb some energy, then I should be able to use that fact to break through to Tier 1 once my aurascape is open. Hopefully, that happens soon. There's no reason it shouldn't, for I have fulfilled all requirements. The throne shall be mine. Back to the topic. I seem to have found a fast track to Tier 1, which is great. After they had all drunk something and his parents took out an inflatable kid's swimming pool for Polyworld, they told him to look after their belongings and started a trek around the park. They didn't leave behind the Butterfrees this time around so that Mikhail could keep touching Caterpies if he wanted to. 1 hour into their walk he had seen quite a few different kinds of Pokemon, even if he could only check up on the Caterpie. There had been no one with higher than deep orange potential. Pidgey, Spearow, Rattata, Scentred, Oddish, Hoppip, and not to forget Caterpie were some of the species he saw. There were also more Pokemon around than the last time. Curious as to why, he asked his father, even if he had an inkling of the reason. "Daddy, why more Pokemon? Before less." His parents smiled at him, happy at his observation and curiosity. "The last time we came here, we walked around the outer parts of the park. This time we are trekking a bit further inside. There is also Agni. Agni can release an intimidating aura. During our last visit, Agni released a small bit of that intimidating air to keep most Pokemon away. Those Pokemon you saw were the ones who could ignore the slight atmosphere he was releasing. This time Agni is using his ability to simply warn the stronger and aggressive Pokemon to stay away," was his father's answer. "Whoa! Agni strong," said Mikhail while thinking. "What the hell?" It seems Agni has, if not complete, nearly complete control of his Intimidate ability. He actually can decide how much of his presence he wants to release and even who he wants to target. Just how strong is this Growlithe? Grow, came from Agni, who seemed to say, "Leave it to me." They continued their stroll for another 30 minutes when one of the pebbles Mikhail checked showed a surprising status screen. Name, Hardstone. Type, Rock. Quality, Low. Faults, None. Uses, it's a small boulder that has been compressed until it became a pebble. Contains some compressed rock-type energy, increasing its purity. Can be used as a supplement to help rock and ground-type Pokemon. As soon as Mikhail saw that, he was over the moon. Who would have thought that one of the stones he kept checking would truly be something useful? He simply did it because he could not check other things, and it took no effort. He started dancing to express his joy, and his parents laughed while saying he was cute. No one noticed the pebble in his hand disappear, since they were distracted by his dance. After his dance, they decided to walk back to their picnic area. Mikhail focused on his space during their walk. Analyzing, Hardstone analyzed. Start improving, currently cannot be improved. Storing Hardstone in the subspace minerals and material. Hardstone can be replicated in the subspace. Process finished. He was happy to see the message. He had already guessed that it could not be improved right now. Since it was a mineral, it could only be improved by using more or purer energy, which he currently did not have. Still, he was satisfied. At that moment he felt a stirring of his aura in his heart area. Using this chance, he moved his aura everywhere in that area. When his aura moved to the middle of his heart, he felt his aurascape unlock, which was awesome. While this was great, it was also strange because he had moved his aura there before. It seems his happiness triggered some condition that was needed to unlock his aurascape. He inspected his aurascape while trying to act normal and not start another dance. He was a top-grade apprentice aura user now. His aurascape was empty, which was to be expected since it just opened. He did not want to get distracted right now, so he decided to carefully look over his horoscope once they were home. During their walk back, Mikhail just kept walking at the side of his parents. His parents, who were surprised by his behavior, asked if he was exhausted, which he denied. Once they reached their picnic area, Mikhail sat on his cushion and his parents sat down on the blanket as well, and they all started resting. Chapter 15, Psionic Training. Once they were well rested, they began to eat. After they had eaten and all their belongings were packed up, they left after making sure the area was clean. The way back to their car took 20 minutes that Mikhail used to check Caterpies once more. Of the 12 Caterpie, he checked only 2 had better potential than red. Those 2 had light and standard orange potential. Sigh, I must have used up my luck for today. I could not even find a Caterpie with yellow potential. Mikhail looked over at Emerald. Did Mom's Butterfree have light green potential as a Caterpie, or did she manage to increase Emerald's potential during one of its evolutions? If it's the first, then how lucky did she have to be to meet a Caterpie with such good potential? If it's the second, then how lucky did she have to be to find items that could boost potential? Both cases indicate high luck, which is also supported by the potential of her Poliwhirl. Could I get some of that luck by rubbing against her? They drove home, where Mikhail was immediately cleaned up and laid down on his bed for his nap. After his nap, Mikhail finally focused on his horoscope. He could sense trickles of his internal aura automatically entering and exiting his horoscope, leaving it in an empty state. He already had an idea on how to advance to Tier 1, but he had decided beforehand to focus on his psychic path once he reached the top Apprentice Aura user grade. Geo remembers. Got jokes aside, it took him a little less than a month of training in Aura to reach the top of Tier 0, and he achieved this despite not training all the time. So assuming the same for his psionic training was not unreasonable. It would probably take even less since he had experience from his Aura training to draw on, which would help speed up his progress. The training method was the same. The first step was to sense internal psionic energy during meditation. The second step was to sense internal psionic energy outside of meditation. The third step was to sense psionic energy in the environment during meditation. The fourth step was to sense psionic energy in the environment outside of meditation. The fifth step was to move internal psionic energy during meditation. The sixth step was to move internal psionic energy outside of meditation. The seventh step was to move psionic energy in the environment during meditation. The eighth step was to move psionic energy in the environment outside of meditation. The ninth step was to unlock the mindscape. He called it 9 Simple Steps to the Peak of Tier 0. I will start with the first step right now, and hopefully, I will be finished with this step by tomorrow night at the latest. Mikhail adjusted his position on the bed to a more relaxing one and started meditating. He tried to sense the psionic energy inside his body and managed to do so a few times. His experience with Aura truly helped him, as he simply had to sense for another type of energy that focused on his head area. He now had to learn to separate the two and to focus solely on psionic energy. He had to do so until he managed to sense only psionic energy every time. Being able to sense only what you were trying to sense was important and had to be ensured. By the time he decided to finish his session, he had achieved a success rate of about 50%. After he ended the training session, he called out to his parents. Once he was brought to the living room, and yes, he was still being carried down the steps because he apparently could go on 3-hour treks in the park, but climbing down the stairs on his own was too dangerous. He was not complaining, not really. In truth, he felt grateful towards his parents and their care for him. Anyway, back to business. He played/trained a bit in his play area doing his stretching moves, while his parents brought dinner to the table. After their dinner, his parents decide to watch a children-friendly movie by a famous director called Spielberg. The title was Finding Theo. Mikhail had to laugh when he heard the director's name and the title of the movie. The plot resembled another one he knew, with 2 Magikarps and a Finneon being the main cast instead. It was a funny movie, even if it felt a bit weird to him. After the movie, they played memory with pictures of Pokemon from the Kanto region. He naturally won. They did not simply let him win. He earned that victory. After a short celebration on his part, during which his parents simply smiled, he had to sleep. The next morning, once he woke up, Mikhail altered his position on the bed to a more relaxing one and started meditating. He once more tried to sense only the psionic energy inside his body and to increase his success rate. By the end of the session, he had managed to complete the first step. He felt like he was on the highway speeding down the road, with how fast he was progressing. He would now start the second step, which he could do during his daily routine. Sensing psionic energy outside of meditation while harder could be trained nearly anywhere and anytime. Once he was left in his playing area, after his morning routine, he started his stretches before beginning the training of the second step. He started throwing his plush pokeball to train his aim and kept trying to sense his internal psionic energy while doing so. This not only helped his aim and ensured he could sense his psionic energy while he was distracted, but also helped him improve his ability to multitask. Once his mother joined him after pausing her housework to spend time with him, they played memory or had fake fights with his Pokemon dolls. For the next 3 days, he trained in sensing his internal energy whenever he could, in all kinds of situations. He even increased the difficulty compared to his previous aura training, but by the evening of the third day, he had deemed himself to have a 100% success rate. He managed to sense his internal psionic energy even when focusing on the TV and laughing. After his accomplishment, he decided to start with the third step the next day, foregoing any more training for that night. The next day, which was Dial Day by the way, he started trying to sense psionic energy in the environment during meditation. By the end of his morning meditation session, he had managed to sense the energy a few times, and by the end of his meditation session the morning after, he had finished with the third step. Since it was the weekend, once more his father had no work. After breakfast, his father said to his mother that he is going to take Groliath and hold a training session to go over his techniques. "I come too. See Agni train." Mikhail wanted to join his father because he wanted to see how they trained, but he was shot down by his father. "Sorry, little guy. Agni's training is going to be too dangerous for you to be around. We would not want you to get hurt by a flying splinter or something else by accident." Seeing Mikhail's disappointment, he added, "But I'm going to go through Cyan's moves tomorrow and you could join that one if you want to." Mikhail practically glowed because of his happiness. I watched Cyan. The rest of the day went like always except for him trying to sense psionic energy outside of meditation. The fourth step was harder, and by the time he joined his father in Cyan's training the next morning, he had only managed to sense psionic energy a few times. It should be his giddiness that increased the difficulty of his training. He took it in strides. He already was progressing fast. He had more than enough time, so a little delay, if it could even be called that, was no problem. Mikhail saw that the three of them were walking, Cyan was flying, away from their house, and was curious where they were going. "Where we go? There is a clearing to the west, a 5 minutes walk away from our house that your mother and I use to refresh our training routines once in a while." Mikhail was mildly shocked at his father's answer. He had not expected that. He probably should have, but he didn't. "When? Why I not notice?" His father laughed at his shocked expression and took a quick photo with his Pokecom to show to his mother when they came home before he started his explanation. "One of us would go while you were either sleeping at night or napping. The other would stay at home to keep an eye on you, so we did it mostly during your night's sleep. The only time we used your napping time is on the weekends. The only reason I went earlier yesterday was that I wanted to do some extra training with Agni. So the only reason I found out is due to that." "I understand." Mikhail nodded. A few minutes later they reached the clearing. It was not too wide but still big. What he wondered was why he saw no wild Pokemon on the way here, except for the Pidgey and Spearow in the sky. There should have been way more. "Why no Pokemon? We walk. I no see Pokemon." His father answered him with a smile. "Most wild Pokemon on the route to the clearing and area know about your mother and me. We have their acknowledgement. So seeing you together with me, they decided to keep their distance to avoid provoking me. Not to mention Cyan flying around us." "Oh, I understand." His father got a stern look on his face. Mikhail, while we are doing science training, you are not allowed to leave my side. Walking around on your own is strictly forbidden. We don't want anything to happen to you, so just watch from beside me. Do you understand? I understand. Good. Turning to Cyan, Edward said, We're going through all your main attacks, the others will be left for next time. Let's start with your status moves. Poison powder. My father called a move, Butterfree would execute that move. They started going through 12 of Cyan's moves. Those being Poison Powder, Sleep Powder, Stun Spore, String Shot, and Whirlwind to hamper the enemy. Mega Drain to weaken the opponent while healing himself. Iron Defense, Tailwind, and Quiver Dance to boost himself. Finally, Air Cutter, Confusion, and Psybeam for attacking the opponent. From these moves, Mikhail could see that Butterfree was trained as a pure ranged fighter. It was awesome to see real Pokemon training in moves, but when his father said, Okay, good job Cyan. Now let's move on to our combo moves. Mikhail's excitement dialed up to 11. We will start with Post. His father ordered, and Butterfree used Poison Powder and Stun Spore simultaneously. Good, now use Coma. Butterfree released Stun Spore and Sleep Powder together. Alright, Deadly Sleep next. A combination of Sleep Powder and Poison Powder was released. Sleep +2. When Butterfree heard that, he visibly concentrated compared to the previous times. Cyan released all 3 powder moves jointly. That was okay, but it still takes too much of your focus, which makes you easier to hit. So focus on that and train the moves some more later. Free. Cyan nodded, showing his agreement. Alright, use Draining Sleep next. A combination of Sleep Powder and Mega Drain was performed. It was hard to tell without a real opponent. The grass he drained released really small amounts of energy, making it hard to see the move being performed. Now only Tornado and Quivering Tail are left. Tornado was a combo of Air Cutter and Whirlwind that would suck something into itself and cut it. Quivering Tail was the combination of Quiver Dance and Tailwind. It made Cyan even harder to hit while he was boosting himself because he danced in the wind. Going through all moves and combos once took about 30 minutes, because Cyan had to rest once in a while to recover some energy. Afterward, they stayed for another 2 hours to focus on the execution speed and/or the strength of the combinations. By the time they were finished, Butterfree was so tired that his father had to recall him before returning home. Mikhail was impressed by what he saw. He knew that fighting was not limited to straightforward move use, but seeing all the combo moves showed and confirmed that even moves could be used for much more. The people and Pokemon on Terra resembled the anime a bit in that aspect, like Ash with all his combo attacks. Anyway, Mikhail had a lot of fun, and he definitely would borrow some of those combos. He would have come up with them on his own anyway. Chapter 16, Psionic Training, 2. Once they were home, his father called out Butterfree and gave him some food that was prepared for after training. Butterfree took his food and went to his part of the garden. Mikhail and his parents snacked a bit and left him in his play area to do some things. They set up the baby phone to keep an eye on Mikhail and to listen in on him in case something happened or he called out to them. Once he was left alone, he focused on completing the 4th step of his psychic training plan. Sensing psionic energy in the environment outside of meditation was not easy, especially when he aimed to accomplish this while being distracted so that he could do it in almost all situations if he had to. He had already managed to sense the psionic energy a few times this morning, so he just had to build on that. It took him 3 days to be able to sense psionic energy in the environment regardless of how distracted he got. He naturally could not test this while putting himself in danger, but he had managed to do it while eating, talking, playing, watching TV, and even during his bathroom break. So by the end of the 3rd day, which was a Girata day, he deemed the 4th step as completed. It took 10 days, but he reached the 5th step of his training plan, moving internal psionic energy during meditation. Once he managed to do that for the first time, he would become an advanced grade apprentice psychic. On Pocket Day, he started training in the 5th step. He first sensed his internal psionic energy while meditating, which was the first step, and once he had done so, he tried to move his psionic energy. Well, at least he tried to move just his psionic energy, but like with the sensing part before, his aura got involved again. Just as he had learned to focus on just one energy type for sensing, he had to learn to move just one of them for this part of his training. Nonetheless, he had moved his psionic energy, so he officially became an advanced grade apprentice psychic. He trained until the evening of the next day and managed to move his energy every time during meditation. After that, he directly started the 6th step, moving psionic energy outside of meditation. On Kaide, he managed to move his psionic energy outside of meditation as long as he was not distracted. He still lost focus while distracted, so he had to train some more, but he was still happy with what he had achieved. Since they did not go out last weekend, even if he still had an awesome time seeing his father train with Cyan on Gruday, they decided on Kaide during breakfast to make a trip to Lake Hope on Gruday. They decided to go to Lake Hope because they didn't want to go to Hope Park every trip. Man, the guys in charge of this town sure love to add Hope before or after everything. Hope Park, Hope Berry Farm, Lake Hope. What am I going to hear next? Hope Hill. They packed everything needed for their trip, including a portable grill and a fishing rod. There were many Magikarp in Lake Hope, like in nearly every body of water, and his parents were planning to catch a few to grill them. Magikarps were seemingly the main source of aquatic Pokemon meat on Terra. After recalling Growlithe, Poliwhirl, and Stereo to bring them along as well, they drove off. Cedra didn't want to join them. The drive to Lake Hope took nearly 30 minutes, and the first impression Mikhail got of Lake Hope was that it looked great. The surroundings were clean and it looked like a green canvas with a sparkling blue circle in it. There were some trees in the area, but it was mostly grass. They found a place to set up everything and called out their Pokemon. Arya lay down on the blanket and Growlithe lay down near her. Poliwhirl and Stereo jumped into the water before Mikhail had the chance to touch Stereo. Edward took a chair for himself and the kids' chair for Mikhail and set them up by the water. After that, he set up an inflatable pool and called Poliwhirl over to fill it. He said it was for the catches. Then he put a small chilled metal container with soft drinks and another with bait beside them and took his fishing pole and its holder. Edward set up the rod holder, cast the line, put the rod into the holder, he put on a hat to block out the sun on both our heads, and after that we sat down on our chairs. Mikhail wondered about one thing. Why rod? Rivers catch? He asked while tilting his head. Ha ha ha. Mikhail, my boy. Fishing is more about the process, the result comes second. I'm sure rivers could catch way more Magikarp in 10 minutes than we could with a fishing pole in a day. But like I said, fishing is about the act of fishing. How many Magikarp you catch or how fast is secondary. You cast your line, relax on your chair enjoying the sun and environment, or you could read a book if you want. Occasionally sipping a cold drink while relaxing, that is how you enjoy fishing. And once your rod moves, you jump out of your chair and go into fisher mode, trying to reel in whatever got caught. Mikhail looked a little perplexed but nodded anyway. I understand. Wow, it seems Dad is quite enthusiastic about fishing. I did not expect that. Just 5 minutes later the rod moved. His father managed to reel in his catch in and it turned out to be a Magikarp. In the games and anime, Magikarp were shown as the most useless Pokemon in existence, but on Terra, they were not. A Magikarp, if it was trained correctly or survived long enough in the wild while training by itself, could become strong as well. At least it was like that according to what his parents said, and in the stories they told. His stored knowledge had a tidbit or two that supported their claim. So while the average Magikarp was weak, they were not useless. Back to his father's catch. Mikhail didn't know what the average size of Magikarp is on Terra, but in the games, it is 0.9 m and weighs 10 kilograms. The Magikarp his father caught was by his estimation about 1.0 meters long and seemed pretty heavy. His father observed the Magikarp a bit. You managed to become quite big for a Magikarp as young as you are. Good job, and try to not get caught again. Seeing his father about to release the Magikarp into the lake again, Mikhail reached out to touch it to observe it. It felt like fish skin, just a bit harder. Species, Magikarp. Gender, male. Type, water. Potential, light yellow. Stage, stageless. Genetic variation? Abilities? Talents? Affinities? Not bad, its potential is good. His father released it into the lake again. Why release? Mikhail was curious. That Magikarp was relatively young but already quite big. That means it was giving its best to grow. We don't need too many Magikarp, especially big ones. Our goal is 5 or 6 smaller, old Magikarps. His father explained. How to know age? Mikhail showed his understanding before asking another question. The age of a Magikarp can be seen by its scales. The brighter the orange, the younger, and the darker the orange, the older it is. The size of a Magikarp is a good sign of its strength. Being bigger does not always mean the Magikarp is stronger, but most of the time it does. After that enlightening talk, they continued their fishing. During the times they waited for a Magikarp to get caught, he tried to accomplish the 6th step of moving his internal psionic energy outside of meditation. During the next 30 minutes they caught 7 Magikarp and he observed all of them. 6 of them had red potential and 1 had a light orange potential. Of the 7 Magikarp, his father released 6 of them. The one he kept was 0.7 m long and had a burnt orange color. They spent the next 2 hours fishing and put another 4 Magikarp into the pool. Mikhail had scanned about 35 Magikarp during that time, and the best Magikarp he saw had orange potential while 2 others had light orange potential. Every other Magikarp had red potential, showing how rare, even, the light yellow potential Magikarp his father had first caught was. From all the Magikarp he scanned, he managed to temporarily confirm his father's explanation about their size. He even managed to find a Magikarp that was weak enough for him to get his first full observation. Species, Magikarp. Gender, female. Type, water. Potential, light orange. Stage, stageless. Genetic variation, none. Abilities, swift swim. Talents, none. Affinities, water. She is small and young, maybe 2 to 3 weeks old according to my father. They naturally released her again, but it was nice seeing a full status screen for the first time. Another 10 minutes and 2 Magikarp later they put the 6th one into the pool. His father called his mother over so that she could take Mikhail to the blanket and look after him while he gutted and cleaned the 6 Magikarp they kept. During all this time Mikhail tried to occasionally move his psionic energy. His success rate had increased during all his tries, which made him happy. He stayed and played memory with his mother for 20 minutes before his father came to their side with the ready Magikarp fillets. His father prepared the grill, while his mother seasoned the fillets. 10 minutes later the fire in the grill was optimal and the grill was ready to be used. While his father was grilling the Magikarp fillets, Growlithe came to his side and was slightly drooling while waiting for his share. Even Poliwhirl came over once the grill got going, but he thought Poliwhirl came over after seeing the smoke and not because of the smell. Mikhail's mother had taken out a small table and a few chairs from what he assumes to be a Sylph company bag because there is no other way it could have fit in there otherwise. She set up the table while his father was grilling, and once the fillets were done, she put them on the platters after giving Growlithe and Poliwhirl their portions. She cut his share really small for him, and all he had to say was that the taste was awesome. After our meal, his parents cleaned up everything and his mother used the leftover fillets to make sandwiches for later. Mikhail used that time for his psychic training as well. Then they put all things they had taken out away except for the blanket and a parasol. He held his nap under that parasol. He didn't know for how long he slept, but after he woke up they spent another 2 hours just sitting around enjoying the sun and the air outside. They played memory or told, in his case listened, to stories, and ate sandwiches. Shortly before evening his parents put everything not already packed away and made sure they left the place as clean as they found it. Then they drove home where everyone got cleaned up. After a bathroom break, they watched a movie and he went to bed once the movie was over. Before sleeping he mulled over his tries to move his psionic energy outside of meditation during the whole day. The whole trip had ample distractions, but he still managed to increase his success rate, so he deemed the whole day a success. Mikhail was sure he could finish the 6th step tomorrow. With that happy thought, he fell asleep. Chapter 17, Psionic Training, 3. When Mikhail woke up the next day, he wanted to finish the 6th step as soon as he could. Since he had to train while distracted, he decided to call his mother right now instead of meditating for 2 hours like he usually does. He looked at the clock in his room. He did not want to wake up his mother too early and saw that it was 8:30 a.m. She should be up by now, methinks. He called out to her and began his training. He used the bathroom break, his breakfast, the time he stretched and played, as well as the time he played with his mother as distractions while he tried to move his psionic energy. By the time his nap time had arrived, he was pretty sure he had succeeded in completing the 6th step. He decided to use the rest of the day to make sure and begin the 7th step the next day. Before going to sleep that day, Mikhail felt satisfied with his progress. His tests had shown that he could now move his psionic energy anytime he wanted to. He had managed it while playing with both of his parents and while watching TV. All in all, he thought it was a great start to the new week. He spent the next 2 days moving the psionic energy in the environment during his meditation sessions. By the evening session of the 2nd day, he felt that he was done with this step. He thought that he had completed the 7th step relatively fast and decided to reward himself with a free day. The 8th step was to move the psionic energy in the environment outside of meditation. He would begin with this at the beginning of the next month, since tomorrow was the last day of this one. He spent the next day doing no form of training whatsoever. He simply relaxed and spent his day doing what a child his age normally does. Just eating, playing, and sleeping, but without all that screaming they normally do. This was the first day since he awoke 45 days ago that he simply relaxed without doing any form of training. On the first day of the new month, which was the 4th, he began doing the 8th step feeling refreshed. He managed to always move the psionic energy in the environment outside of meditation, while not being distracted, by the end of the day, and hoped to finish the 8th step by the end of the week, which was 2 days away, since today was dial day and the first day of the weekend was tomorrow. After he woke up on Kai-Day, he did not call out to his parents right away, after seeing that it was 9 a.m., and simply did his stretching moves on his bed. He did not want to wake up his parents in case they were still sleeping because it was the weekend. After he finished his stretching exercises, he went over all previous psychic and aura training steps a few times, and once the clock struck 10 a.m. he started shouting for his parents. They had their breakfast and his parents decided that they were all going to the Hope Mall today. Another Hope something, it looks like the Hope Club is growing. I know Hope Hill is somewhere out there. After they were ready, they drove to Hope Mall, which was apparently near the center of Hope Town. It took them 15 minutes to arrive there and another 15 to find a parking lot. Mikhail was excited because this was his chance to scan quite the wide range of materials. He might not be able to take them into his space, but he would find out information on them and see their value. The mall itself looked a little larger than he was used to. There was an area designated for Pokemon fights on the right side of the entrance, which was something he saw for the first time. The mall had 7 floors and every floor had stores in them. On the first floor were a Poke Center, a Pokemart Plus, a supermarket, a cafe, and a sitting area. The second floor only had a Silph Company, Devon, and 3 Pokemon League-owned stores. The third and fourth floors had cloth and accessory stores. The fifth floor had all kinds of home and outdoor equipment stores. The sixth floor had entertainment venues, like a bowling hall and a movie theater. On the seventh floor were the restaurants. Mikhail was told that they had 4 places they were planning to visit. The supermarket. The Pokemart Plus, which was a Pokemart just bigger and with a wider variety of products. One of the League-owned stores, specifically the one for Pokemon materials, and lastly a restaurant. They first went to the supermarket, where Mikhail managed to learn of the purchasing power of the local money. He had heard that the money on Terra was called Poke just like in the games, but he had no idea how much 1 Poke was worth. Now he knew. From what he saw in the supermarket, a piece of bread or a 2-liter bottle of water cost 1 Poke. This was roughly equal to the dollar or euro from his previous life. His parents bought food ingredients, snacks, and drinks at the supermarket. All purchases were put in a bag of holding, sorry I meant a silk company bag. Surprising for him, but now that he thought about it, not so surprising, was that the supermarket only had animal meat. They also sold no berries. Those he saw at the Pokemart plus they went to. He was surprised at the prices he saw, but he probably shouldn't have been. He organized the prices he saw in his mind. A single Pokeball costs 100 poke. A Great Ball costs 500 poke. An Ultra Ball costs 2000 poke. The price of a Pokeball and Great Ball is cheaper than in the games, but the increase between balls is higher, which leads to an expensive Ultra Ball. A potion costs 200 poke. A Super Potion costs 800 poke. A Hyper Potion costs 3000 poke. Like with the Pokeball, the price of potions is cheaper or equal to the games depending on the game. The increase between models is high as well, leading to such high prices. They also don't sell any max potions or full recoveries, at least I haven't seen any. At least these work on humans as well. An antidote costs 200 poke. A paralyze heal costs 200 poke. An awakening costs 250 poke. A burn heal costs 350 poke. An ice heal costs 350 poke. A full heal costs 1000 poke. Except for the full heal, the status condition healers somewhat fit the games, even if burn and ice heal are a bit more expensive. Full heal is much more expensive, but it seems to heal multiple afflictions, so that kinda evens it out. A revive cost 15.000 poke. When I saw that one I was shocked. Here the revive does not revive your knocked out Pokemon, and it certainly did not revive dead ones. But it was used on Pokemon in critical conditions. On Terra, revive seemed to seal wounds and stabilize the Pokemon till it could be treated. It was used to prevent Pokemon from bleeding out, dying due to internal bleeding, or organ failure. Those were the most important ready-made products he saw. I, naturally, used observe on what I could, and I found out something interesting thanks to this. Name, potion. Type, none. Quality, low. Faults, none. Uses, contains nutrition and mixed energy. Can be sprayed as well as ingested, and helps mildly with physical wounds and recovery. It is recommended to spray the potion at the afflicted area for wounds. And name, Super Potion. Type, none. Quality, low. Faults, none. Uses, contains nutrition and mixed energy. Can be sprayed as well as ingested, and helps moderately with physical wounds and recovery. It is recommended to spray the Super Potion at the afflicted area for wounds. The important part is that both potions possess a quality, the same quality. This means there have to be potions of higher quality. The conversation I had with my father confirmed that. He explained that stronger Pokemon needed better potions. Daddy can heal Agni? That is what I asked while pointing at the potions. My father shook his head. No, those don't work on Agni anymore. Potions of this quality work only for low, silver stage Pokemon and below. You don't know what that is yet, but let's just say these work only for Pokemon weaker than Agni. My eyes shined when I heard his explanation. Agni strong. This not only confirmed the existence of higher quality potions, but also showed that Agni was above the low, silver stage at least. Back to what I saw here. There were also selling berries, vegetables, and Pokemon meat. The vegetables they sold were of the energy-rich variety. The berries available have a price range from 25 to 250 poke per piece. The Oran berry costing 25 poke and the Lepa berry costing 250 pokes. I could not decide if that was expensive or not, knowing their effects. But what I knew was that I had a money printing machine called Subspace Flora. Pokemon meat was sold by the kilogram, kg. The price was divided by the Pokemon species and its stage as well. Stageless Pidgey meat cost 80 poke per kg. Iron Stage Pidgey meat costs 200 to 400 poke per kg. These two were always available. Bronze stage Pidgey meat costs 1,000 to 3,000 poke per kg. This was limited by supply. The general rule for Pokemon species that were abundant was: stageless ones have a 2-digit price. Iron stage has a 3-digit price and bronze stage has a 4-digit price. The rarer species were naturally more expensive. The same counted for limited supplies. His parents bought some medicine, moo milk, moo cheese, and meat at the Pokemart Plus. By the time they left the mart, Mikhail, who had done his training in the 8th step the whole time since they left their home, was feeling happy. He had ample distractions until now, especially in the Pokemart, but towards the end, he still had managed to move the psionic energy in the environment without fail. If he could keep that up until they returned home, he would deem the 8th step complete. That would be one day earlier than he had assumed he would finish, which was a pleasant surprise. He kept going at his training while they went to their next stop. At the Ligon store, his father commissioned a saddle and harness made from Tauros leather that fit on Agni for Mikhail. This way you can ride on Agni as you wanted once you're 2. Mikhail couldn't control himself and ran to his father and hugged him. "Daddy, thanks. Love you." His mother kept shooting photos and cooing. Mikhail finally let go after a minute while feeling doubly happy. 1. Because of the saddle. And 2. Because he was trying to move the psionic energy outside during that moment and still succeeded. If that had not prevented him from doing the 8th step, then nothing else he could do without putting himself in danger could. He could say the training was complete and only unlocking his mindscape was left. After they left the shop, they went to a restaurant his parents chose called Pidgey's Roost, which you would never guess served Pidgey in all forms. His parents ate Pidgey burgers with fries, and he had a toddler menu with small, thin Pidgey stripes and mashed potatoes. Leaving the restaurant, they went to the sitting area to relax a bit before returning home. Once they were home, Mikhail had his nap and afterward played a bit with his parent before they had dinner. They watched another movie by Spielberg called Arcanine King. You could never guess what the movie was about. Mikhail was extremely amused by this. Would Disney try to sue them across realities if they knew about it? I'm not too sure. Could be. Mikhail was brought to his bed and slept after deciding that he was officially finished with the 8th step and hoping he could unlock his mindscape tomorrow so that he could start the next week trying to reach Tier 1. Chapter 18, Tier 1 Human. As soon as Mikhail woke up, he started trying to unlock his mindscape. From his experience with the Aurascape, he assumed that his mindscape was located either in the center area of his brain or head. He now had to circle his psionic energy in those places and hope that he unlocked his mindscape. As far as the trigger he needed to unlock it was concerned, Mikhail hoped that he had already fulfilled it. After 5 minutes of circulation, it became apparent that he did not. He had covered every spot in the center of his head and brain, as well as every other spot in his head area just in case his assumption on his mindscape's location was wrong, but nothing. After another 30 minutes, he was getting a bit frustrated by his failing attempts. After another hour, he was more than a bit frustrated and decided to stop for now and officially began his day. During the rest of the day, he would occasionally try to unlock his mindscape and fail. It all accumulated until he finally snapped near the end of his evening session. Mew, damn it. Just unlock already, for FK's sake. I don't want to waste another day trying to unlock my mindscape. I still have to absorb energy into my scapes to advance to Tier 1 and train the abilities I will gain after advancing. I need to get stronger so that I can keep myself safe while going out once my body matures to its 4 to 5 years old look, and that is going to take a while. The more time I waste, the more I delay my first adventure, excursion. I have to be able to at least run away and hide if I need to, even if I only plan to visit the outskirts of Viridian Forest bordering Hope Town and other less dangerous areas. Which I can't do if I don't reach Tier 1, and I can't do that if I don't absorb energy into my scape. Which I can't do if I don't unlock my FKING mindscape. Because even now I can't bring myself to just use my Aurascape and Aura to advance to Tier 1. I still want to maintain my plan of advancing after unlocking both. This increases my frustration even more because I am doing this to myself. I don't even really have to hurry because I have more than enough time, but my eagerness to go out as soon as possible, to start my adventure, to take my first step to the top is pushing me. Mikhail, who was ranting, noticed a disturbance in the force. Ahem, he meant in his psionic energy. It felt like the time he unlocked his aurascape. He immediately focused on his head and sensed that it came from the center area of his brain. He guided his psionic energy to that place and subsequently unlocked his mindscape. Phew! Who would have thought that ranting would help me unlock my mindscape? Who knows why it worked? I don't. For my aurascape it was happiness, but during my rant, I went through a multitude of emotions from frustration, anger, eagerness to ambition. I'd like to think that it was my ambition, but I can't be sure. It could have been a blend that was needed for all I know. But now that I have unlocked my mindscape, I will have to split my training time between aura and psionic energy again to see which one advances first. Once the first path advances, I can advance the other as well, before I start to train in the first one. It's time I slept. I need to be well rested for my training tomorrow. Mikhail went to sleep feeling happy that he became a top-grade apprentice psychic, and eager to reach Tier 1 and gain superpowers, I mean the abilities of his training paths. Once he woke up the next morning, on Arc Day, he started trying to absorb aura into his aurascape. He had decided to use the time before his nap to train with his aura and the time after his nap to train with his psionic energy. He had the idea to make use of the subconscious act of absorbing energy from the environment, which all living beings, including him, seemed to perform. So, that's what he did. He sensed the movement of the aura around him. He also sensed how his aura moved inside his body and how it would be released into the environment. Mikhail observed how aura would be absorbed into his body and moved to his aurascape, where it would be assimilated before joining his natural aura circulation. He kept trying to emulate that process whenever he could until his nap time, after which he did the same with psionic energy and his mindscape. He did this for the next 2 days without success. He was not frustrated by this, because he could see himself improve. During his evening training session on Jarata Day, which was the 3rd day since he started, he finally succeeded. He managed to absorb psionic energy into his mindscape and became a Tier 1 psychic. He, first, moved the psionic aura in the environment to his body. Because it was harder to absorb the psionic energy into his body on its own, he used the release method he observed from his body to release some of his psionic energy outside and help the outside energy into his body. Once that was accomplished, he escorted the outside energy to his mindscape with the help of his own. Achieving all this took him 3 days, and he still had to fine-tune and perfect this process. But he nevertheless succeeded and became a qualified psychic. He could feel the difference immediately. His mind was clearer and his thoughts flowed faster, due to the minor computing boost he gained right upon entering Tier 1. He also directly gained the ability to feel minds as well as mind intrusions, but he could not test them yet. For now his sensing range was too short to feel the minds of others not directly beside him, and there was no one trying to enter his mind, at least he hoped so, because he could not feel anyone trying to enter. He would gain access to minor telepathy, minor telekinesis, and minor psionic energy manipulation once he accumulated enough psionic energy in his mindscape. Mikhail could not control himself and began his patented duckling dance out of happiness. His parents, who noticed the commotion coming from his room through the baby phone, came to his room. His mother immediately started recording him dancing in his Grow Life-themed pajamas to preserve the moment, definitely not for blackmail, and before long they could not control their laughter anymore. Mikhail, who heard his parents laughing, instantly stopped, coming out of his world. He was a little mortified that his mother had another piece of blackmail, an embarrassing memory for the future when he saw the camera, but he was used to that by now. His parents left after he told them he felt like dancing, and Mikhail went to sleep. The next day, he used the same method with his aura, and by the end of the day after that he succeeded, after numerous tries, in absorbing external aura into his aurascape, thus becoming a Tier 1 aura user. Like with his psychic advancement on the previous day, he instantly noticed the difference between before and after his breakthrough. He felt overall better, as if he was stronger and faster. This was because of the minor passive body boost. He also felt less tired compared to before, which was thanks to the minor passive regeneration he gained. Besides those two, he also gained a minor emotion sense that he could not use because his sensing range was too small, like with his ability to feel minds. Just as with his other psychic abilities, he would gain access to a minor passive aura sense, a minor aura speech, and minor internal aura manipulation once he accumulated enough aura in his aurascape. Since he had become a Tier 1 psychic first, he would focus on becoming a first-class qualified psychic first before training in his aura. Tomorrow was Kaiday, which meant it was the weekend once more, and since he had achieved his goal of reaching Tier 1 in both his paths nearly 2 weeks ahead of his estimations, he decided to reward himself by doing nothing that was not fun for the whole weekend. The next morning during breakfast, his parents were discussing if they should go out or stay at home. They saw Mikhail's hopeful look when going outside was mentioned and decided to do so. Next, they discussed where to go. We went to the mall last week, and the week before that we went to Lake Hope. We could go to Hope Park again. It's been a month since we went there the last time. Came from Mikhail's mother. That's an option. Another one would be the Hope Petting Zoo. His father replied to her. Another one. The members list of the Hope Club is increasing. When is it going to end? Mikhail thought as soon as he heard his father's words. Are you sure we can go to the Hope Petting Zoo? From what I remember, the minimum entry age is 2 years. Arya asked her husband. You're not wrong. The entry age condition is 2 years, but that's for the Pokemon section. They also have an animal section with small-sized animals like chickens, ducks, sheep, deer, and goats. So we could still go there. Edward answered Arya's question. Let's let Mikhail decide where he wants to go. Do you want to go to Hope Park or do you want to go to the petting zoo? Arya looked at Mikhail and asked. Hope Park. Came from Mikhail, who simply thought. No way am I going to a petting zoo without Pokemon. Let's just go to Hope Park, at least I can see Pokemon there and get to touch them. Moreover, checking the potential of Pokemon has become more of a hobby than a task, and I can do that there, which I can't with normal animals. Well, I could, but it wouldn't be worth it. Well, okay, that's that. The little man wants to go to Hope Park, so we will go there. Let's get ready and go right now. We can have lunch there and return before dinner. His father accepted Mikhail's choice. His parents got ready once the choice was made and Mikhail's clothes were changed to a more fitting set. After they had packed everything they needed, they called Agni, Cyan, Emerald, and Rivers over. Once they came and were recalled, the family went on their way to the park. They came to the same place they stayed the last time, a bit further into the park, and set up their blanket and parasol. They set up Rivers' inflatable pool and told him to look after their things. After receiving Rivers' confirmation, the family of 3 started strolling around without going deeper into the park. Mikhail was really happy because his parents told him that he could, in addition to the Caterpie, Stroke, and touch any Sentret, Hoppip, and Sunkern they saw as long as he got the Pokemon's permission. 5 minutes into their stroll, Mikhail had already stroked and checked 2 Caterpie, which had red potential. Species, Caterpie. Gender, male. Type, bug. Potential, deep red. Stage, stageless. Genetic variation, none. Abilities, shield dust. Talents, none. Affinities, bug. He instantly noticed that he could see the full status screen of the 2 stageless Caterpie. That's when he noticed his first Sentret, which he promptly tried to touch. At first, it seemed like he would be unable to stroke it because the Sentret seemed hesitant in allowing him to come near it, but he somehow managed to do so. Probably because it deemed him as non-threatening. Species, Sentret. Gender, female. Type, normal/neutral. Potential, orange. Stage, low, iron stage. Genetic variation? Abilities? Talents? Affinities? This told Mikhail one important thing: just because he broke through to Tier 1 did not mean that he was instantly super strong. The fact that he could not see the last 4 lines of the low, iron stage Sentret proved that. Which was kind of understandable. He just broke through and had not trained any further. And let's not forget his bodies, age combined with the fact that he had not trained his strength in any way. Simply put, just because he reached Tier 1 did not mean he became strong immediately. He certainly had that potential, since his knowledge told him that a Tier 1 human at her peak could rival a Silver Stage Pokemon, but that had nothing to do with him for now. He kept stroking and scanning any Sentret and Caterpie he could for about 45 minutes before he found the first Hoppip that would allow him to pet it, which were 5 Sentret and 8 Caterpie. Species, Hoppip. Gender, male. Type, grass/flora, flying/air. Potential, deep red. Stage, low, iron stage. Genetic variation? Abilities? Talents? Affinities? What he learned from all the status screens he saw during this time was that he could, with his current strength, see 90% of the time the full status screen of stageless Pokemon, which was not bad. He was excited to scan more Pokemon and hoped to at least check one Sunkern during this trip, since he had the permission of his parents to pet one. He felt like he had to make use of it. Mikhail kept looking out for any Pokemon he could touch and scan while continuing their stroll with his parents. Chapter 19, First Pokemon Variant. Mikhail and his parents walked around for another 30 minutes before they came to a clearing with a small pond in it. There was a multitude of Pokemon drinking water or relaxing in and around the clearing. He could see some Poliwag playing by the pond, which was great. He hadn't seen any on their trip to Lake Hope. His father had told him that there were members of the Poliwag line in there, but none had come around their picnic space. They had caught nothing other than Magikarp while fishing, but that had been deliberately done by his father. He had used bait that was really attractive to Magikarp and less attractive to anything else to make sure they got only Magikarp. With how long it still took to catch the 6 that fulfilled his father's requirement, he could agree with his decision. Back to right now. Unfortunately, they had left Rivers at their picnic spot, and he did not think that his parents would allow him to go up to them without Rivers to keep them in line. His guess was proven true when he tried to go near them. Agni stopped him and his father said, "We will bring Rivers with us the next time, then you can go up to the Poliwags, but for now you can't." He saw Caterpie, Sentret, Rattata, Pidgey, Spearow, Hoppip, and finally Sunkern on and around the clearing and the trees. Beside the Poliwag he could see some Magikarp and Goldeen in the pond. Anyway, he focused on the Pokemon he was allowed to touch and went towards them with his ever-present tail. His first target was the group of Sunkern that were soaking in the sunlight. Once he got permission to touch them, he got to work. There were 13 Sunkern in the group, and the one with the best potential was also the strongest one. Species, Sunkern. Gender, female. Type, grass/flora. Potential, deep orange. Stage, mid, iron stage. Genetic variation? Abilities? Talents? Affinities? Not bad for a Sunkern, was Mikhail's thought before he continued to make his rounds. He checked on about 20 Caterpie before he made the Hoppips his next goal. Amongst the Caterpie, the best potential he found had surprisingly light yellow potential. When he started contemplating if he should abduct, sorry I meant to invite the Caterpie into his space, he felt Emerald stare on him and decided otherwise. "I will be back," were his thoughts before he checked out the Hoppip. He had to jump a bit to touch some of them, as they seemed to think that it was funny to see him jump about to reach them, which his laughing parents seemed to agree on. His mother had her trusted camera out and was filming him while laughing. The Hoppip with the best potential turned out to be a youngling of whom he managed to get a full status screen. This was also the best potential on a Hoppip he had seen until now. Species, Hoppip. Gender, male. Type, grass/flora, flying/air. Potential, orange. Stage, stageless. Genetic variation, none. Abilities, chlorophyll. Talents, none. Affinities, grass/flora, air. After he was done jumping around, he focused on the last group he was allowed to come in contact with, the Sentret. He had pet around 6 Sentret when he noticed a group of 3 Sentret near the pond. It looked like a couple with their youngling. The special thing about them was that even from his location, he could tell that one of the scent rat was the biggest one he had seen until now. While he came near them, he estimated that it was 1.2 meters big compared to the average 0.8 meters. Le gasp. And that was not even the biggest surprise. The youngling had a different color and a slightly different look compared to its parent. Mikhail could not believe his luck. He had found his first type variant if he was not wrong. He assumed the bigger one of the parents had managed to consume some water-type material from the pond that not only increased its strength but also influenced its offspring. The brown color of its fur changed to blue and its fur also became smoother and better fit for water entry. He speculated that it gained its second type, the water type, this way. The reason he did not believe the young scent rat to be a pure water type was that he assumed that there would have been bigger changes to its body in such a case. Once he was in front of them, the parent scent rat stood in front of their offspring and indicated to him to keep his distance. Mikhail's parents, who noticed the situation, came over as well. "Whoa!" exclaimed both his parents before his father said. "Who would have thought that we would find a variant in the park?" Variants are quite rare in Kanto. It is quite normal that the couple is even more protective of their child than usual. Variants are in general particularly well protected by their family members. Mikhail was surprised by the information from his father. Who would have thought that Pokemon on Terra do the exact opposite to outliers compared to what is to be expected of animals on Earth or fans assumed happen to shiny Pokemon? I like it, even if it is probably because of their future use in most cases. Want pet scent rat? Police. Mikhail faced his parents and took out his biggest guns. His head was tilted, his eyes watery, his lips upturned, and his look hopeful. It worked once more, his weapon of mass cuteness landing super effective strikes and critical hits on his parents. His mother, who identified the bigger scent rat as female, began negotiating with her. "We guarantee that nothing will happen to you or your child. We won't hurt any of you, and we won't try to catch any of you. Say, Senator Resent. Say, Sent. Ret. My son just wants to pet your son a little and stroke all of you for a bit. If you allow that to happen, I will give you 10 orange berries. My mother was discussing the price we needed to pay for me to touch them. Senator Sent. Ret. Well, how about 5 orange berries and 5 cherry berries and 5 pecha berries? Sent. Ret. You're driving a hard bargain. My last offer, I will add this azure kelp to my previous offer. This is a good material for water-type Pokemon that will help your child get stronger. Rent. The last bit seemed to convince the scent rat mother and she nodded. She indicated with her paws to pass the azure kelp over, after which she allowed me to approach them. I first went towards the mother scent rat and stroked her a bit while checking her status. Species, scent rat. Gender, female. Type, normal/neutral. Potential, light yellow. Stage, low, bronze stage. Genetic variation? Abilities? Talents? Affinities? Not bad, really not bad. The mother was the strongest wild Pokemon he had observed until now, and her potential was relatively good as well. I went to the father next, but he was weaker than the mother. He was at the mid-iron stage and had orange potential. While this was much better than nearly all other scent rat he had checked before this, it was a bit worse than its partners. At last, I approached the child while feeling excited. I left the best for last, and when I pet it, its fur felt denser than that of other scent rat, most likely to better repel water. When I checked its status screen, I felt it was worth it. Species, scent rat. Gender, male. Type, normal/neutral, water. Potential, deep yellow. Stage, stageless. Genetic variation, type variant, blessed by water. Abilities, swift swim. Talents, none. Affinities, normal/neutral, water. Mikhail's first thought was to immediately kidnap the scent rat, but his rationality stopped him from doing something so stupid. He naturally could not do something like that, especially when not only his parents but also Sentret's parents were watching him. Moreover, his mother gave her word that they would do nothing, so he naturally respected that. Pfft, I am. The set red had a deep yellow potential with light green lines going through it, which meant he was bordering light green potential. The child had an additional water type like Mikhail had suspected, which not only showed up at the type line but also in the genetic variation line. His observed function took the species type from his old world as the original and everything else as a genetic variation/mutation. There was also blessed by water in the genetic variation line. This was, according to his knowledge, one of the elemental blessings Pokemon could get. Pokemon that were the first of their family line to be born with a type mutation/variation could receive this, as well as those that mutated during a breakthrough or evolution. The elemental blessing added a plus 25% modifier towards the Pokemon overall strength. That was not all that was different compared to the normal Sentret. The child had the swift swim ability instead of the runaway or keen eye abilities the others of his species normally had. In short, it was a super lucky find, and he would definitely return to try to take it into his space when he managed to go out on his own. After a few minutes, the Sentret mother, who did not like the gleam in the human child's eyes, decided that it was enough. She gave the order, and the family took the azure kelp and the berries his mother had put down as part of the deal and retreated to wherever they lived. Mikhail had to watch them leave but thought secretly, "I will find you and I will abduct you. So mark my words, I will be back." His parents decided that they had stayed at the clearing long enough, and they returned to their picnic area. Once they were there, Poliwhirl confirmed that everything went all right on his part, and his mother took out all their lunch. Mikhail held his nap there, right under the parasol. After he woke from his nap, he saw his parents as they lay under the sun just relaxing. He joined them for a bit and they played for a few hours around their picnic area. Before evening they returned home, where they had dinner. Mikhail, who was worn out, went to sleep right after. The next morning after Mikhail woke up, he thought about his next steps. He had reached Tier 1 in both his aura and psychic path, but had decided to focus on his psychic training until he became a first-class qualified psychic. From what he knew, the next part of his training was to accumulate enough psionic energy inside his mindscape to unlock his psychic abilities. Once he had done so, he would unlock the abilities one by one, starting with telekinesis during his time as a third-class qualified psychic. He would unlock his minor telepathy sometime during his time as second class, and his minor psionic manipulation during his time as first-class qualified psychic. So what he had to do now was to streamline his absorption of psionic energy and amass enough psionic energy to unlock his telekinesis. Once he had access to telekinesis, he would train in that until it was not useless anymore, since it started at grams and had to be trained to increase its carry load. After that, he would start to accumulate psionic energy again for the next part. Since that was all he had to do for now, and he did not know how long it would take to unlock his telekinesis, he would spend the rest of the time he normally devoted to training, doing his stretch exercises, and training his aim. He could naturally not neglect his parents and his relaxing time. He had to relax, play, and spend time with his parents so that he does not become bored with his training, as that would only slow down his progress, or he could also burn out. No matter what it is, too much of anything is not good. Now that he had determined his next steps, Mikhail decided to spend the rest of Gruday leisurely with his parents and to implement his plan starting tomorrow, fresh at the beginning of the new week. Mikhail and his parent played a bit after breakfast, and then Mikhail watched TV with his father while his mother did the housework. They ate some snacks for lunch and Mikhail had his nap. Afterward, they played memory and completed some Pokemon-themed puzzles. Once they got bored of that, his parents read to him some stories instead of telling him some from their memory, and after that, they just watched some TV before Mikhail went to sleep. Chapter 20, Training His Telekinesis. It was April 23rd, 2172 according to the calendar. It had been nearly 3 weeks since the day he spent relaxing with his parents, and they had just returned from the Hopeberry farm. Mikhail had checked the Caterpie there again and was generally happy during that trip. Seeing all the berries there simply made him think about his own better berries, which brought him some happiness. These berries alone guaranteed that he would have enough money at the start of his journey, let alone all the materials his space will replicate. He couldn't be sure about the subsequent situation, since from what he saw the price increase between stages seemed to be steep, but at least the beginning of his journey should, hopefully, go smoothly. It had been exactly 8 weeks since the day he had gotten his improved berries, and he had amassed many berries, which were all stored inside a berry cabinet inside his house. The cabinet seemed to work on the same principles as the trainer bags did, meaning the berries stayed fresh, and the space inside was massive. Not only was there a cabinet for berries and flora, but there was also one for every other subspace. He, or rather the subspace, had gathered 336 oran-, 288 sherry-, 224 pecha-, 90 chesto-, 56 lum-, 56 lepa-, and 84 citrus berries. He should be able to sell everything for about 65k poke if he wanted to, which was not bad, and it would only increase from there. Because he thought that there were enough of some of the berries, he decided to change the arrangement of the planted berry trees. He let the subspace change the trees to 2 lum berry, 2 lepa berry, 2 citrus berry, 1 pecha berry, 1 chesto berry, 1 aspir berry, and 1 raspberry tree. The subspace for material had also produced 1 hard stone every week, which meant that there were 7 hard stones, including the original, stored in the corresponding cabinet until now, since he found the hard stone about 6 weeks ago. Unfortunately, he did not know the worth of the hard stone yet, but he maintained its production since it cost him nothing. During these 3 weeks, nothing out of the ordinary happened. He kept accumulating psychic energy inside his mindscape, expanding his capacity bit by bit, for around 5 hours per day, and he felt he had reached a critical point. He thought that he should be able to unlock his telekinesis this evening, and he was excited to be able to move things with his mind. His consequent disappointment was immeasurable. He had succeeded in unlocking his telekinesis 30 minutes into his evening session, but the starting point was too low. He knew it would start at the gram range, but he had hoped, that it would be 100 grams or so, but no, it was 10 grams. The heaviest thing he could levitate was a pencil. His range was a measly 10 centimeters, with his body as the center. Not only that, he couldn't even do that for more than 10 seconds. He simply wasted too much energy due to his low mastery and control, but that would change with training. He had to think positive, at least he could John Wick people if he had to. Mikhail had quite a few ideas on how to train his telekinesis, but for now, he had to increase his weight capacity and the duration he could levitate objects. He would fill his mindscape to the brim with psionic energy and bottom it out while training his telekinesis, which would increase his capacity faster than simple energy accumulation could, after which would fill his mindscape once more. He did this for the next 3 months until he managed to levitate 1 kilogram for around 3 minutes and increased his range to nearly 2 meters, which at first did not sound like much until one takes into account that this was a 100-fold increase in weight, an 18-fold increase in time, and a nearly 20-fold increase in range, in which the duration could be increased by decreasing the weight. He used stones, which he stored in his space for this specific reason, of varying weights for his training. 4 important events happened during this time span. The first event came to pass 4 weeks in. His father fished out some azure kelp during a trip to Lake Hope. This was the same material his mother used during the negotiations with the Sentret. He had failed to observe it at that time, but this time he did. He also took enough of it into his space to analyze and replicate it. Name: azure kelp. Type: water. Quality: low. Faults: none. Uses: it's a piece of kelp that has absorbed water energy until it mutated. Contains a bit of grass/floral energy, as well as concentrated water-type energy, increasing its purity. Can be used as a supplement to help water-type Pokemon. Analyzing: azure kelp analyzed. Start improving: currently cannot be improved. Storing azure kelp in the subspace marine. Azure kelp can be replicated in the subspace. Process finished. It was grown in the marine subspace instead of the flora one, but that made sense since it was a type of seaweed. The second one happened, about 5 weeks in. They picked up the saddle and harness they had ordered from the League shop at the Hope Mall. Now he only had to wait for his 2nd birthday and he could ride on Growlive. Oh, he could hardly wait. The third one took place 8 weeks in. He changed the arrangement of the berry trees once more. He let the subspace plant one of every berry tree. The last event happened yesterday. He noticed that his main space grew from 400 square meters to 600 square meters. Once he managed to hold up 1 kilogram for 3 minutes, levitating it in the space nearly 2 meters around himself. The subspaces automatically grew from 40 square meters to 60 square meters as well. This meant that he could plant 5 more berry trees in his subspace flora. He added another citrus dash, lum dash, lepa dash, aspir dash, and raspberry tree. Except for these events, the rest of the 3 months outside his psionic training went relatively the same as before. He would eat, play with his parents, hold his nap, play once more, and sometimes they would watch TV or stories would be told. Mikhail naturally kept doing his stretching and aim exercises as well. They would occasionally go out during the weekends, where he would keep checking out any Pokemon he could and see if he could find anything interesting. For the next 6 months afterward, Mikhail focused on improving the mastery of his telekinesis. To do this, he first concentrated on moving the stone he was using in patterns. He increased the complexity of the patterns he did until he was satisfied with the result, after which he would add another stone and do this while controlling 2 stones simultaneously. Once he could control the stones simultaneously, he would move them in different patterns. If he managed to do so, he would raise the number of stones by 1 and repeat the process. Training like this also improved the energy capacity of his mindscape, his weight capacity, levitating duration, and range. His plan for future training was to swap the stones he used for sand once he managed to levitate 30 stones simultaneously. He was going to make the sand take the shape of various forms and increase the number of sand piles with his raising mastery. After he managed to do that, he was going to increase the weight of the individual sand piles, and once he reached 10 kilograms per pile of sand, he would color the sand and form pictures or shapes. But this was simply his plan for the future. For now, he was far from reaching that level. By the end of the 6 months, he had only managed to do the exercise with 5 stones concurrently. Mikhail was not disappointed with this because he knew it took highly talented people 4 to 5 years to do the same, which was 144 to 180 months. Even top talented individuals needed 1 to 2 years to achieve this, which was 36 to 72 months. Because he knew this, he was overall happy with his progress during these 6 months and the 9 months he spent altogether. Quite a few things happened during these 6 months. The first event came to pass 2 weeks in. They stumbled upon a relatively fresh battleground during a trip to Hope Park. Mikhail found an intact Pidgeotto crest feather in it, which he observed. Boy, was he surprised when it turned out to be a beneficial material. Name: Pidgeotto crest feather. Type: Flying/Air. Quality: lowest. Faults: none. Uses: it's one of the crest feathers of a Pidgeotto. These feathers, along with its tail feathers, have been thoroughly steeped in Pidgeotto's energy. Contains a bit of air energy. Can be used as a supplement to help Flying/Air type Pokemon. Analyzing: Pidgeotto crest feather analyzed. Start improving: improved. Storing crest feather in the cabinet for materials. Pidgeotto crest feather can be replicated. Process finished. Its quality was raised to low grade and the space could produce one every week. He felt really happy when he gained another supplement out of nowhere, even when he found it a bit startling that the space could replicate biological parts as well. He wondered if it could replicate organs like a heart or blood as well, or if it was only things like feathers, scales, nails, and teeth. What about bones? Well, he would have to find out in the future. The second event happened, about 6 weeks in, during another visit to Hope Park. They went to the clearing with the pond and saw the family with the variant scent red again. The child had nearly reached the low iron stage when he checked it, which took only some berries this time around. This confirmed that the family kept coming there and that his plan to cordially invite the child into his space in the future could definitely happen. The third one took place, 9 weeks in. His parents decided to visit a new place during their next trip outside. They went to, and you're not going to believe it, Mount Hope. He simply knew that there had to be a Mount Hope. They went up the mound, had a picnic there, enjoyed the sun, played a bit, and left again. The only new things he found during that trip were some Sandshrew and Vulpix, but he was not allowed to go near them. Alas, the members' list of Pokemon unable to check in things with hope in them both kept increasing. The next notable event happened. At the beginning of the 18th week of the 6 months of training, his parents brought him to a doctor to do a routine checkup. There he noticed that he had subconsciously overlooked his growing body. It had been about 9 months since he woke up on Terra, which he did on February 15, 2172. He remembered seeing that date on the calendar in the living room during his first day. Currently, it was November 19, 2172, and during these 9 months, his body grew from its 2-year-old look to that of a 4-year-old one. The doctor declared him healthy and said everything was going as it should. He still had a little less than 8 months until his second birthday, so he would probably continue to mature until he looked like a 5 to 6-year-old child before he stopped growing for quite some time. This was nice to know since he planned to start doing some bodyweight exercises after that, just push-ups, sit-ups, and the like. He did not plan to add any additional weight, but normal training was no problem according to his knowledge. Anyway, after the visit to the doctor, he was finally allowed to go down the dangerous stairs at their home on his own. While this may have been a small step for mankind, it was a large step towards his future freedom. His father's birthday, on December 15, 2172, was the next important event. A few of his parents' friends visited, and he saw people coming to their home for the first time. They held a small celebration and he had no idea what his parents did after he went to sleep. The last significant event happened near the end of the 6th month. Once he managed to do his telekinesis exercise with 5 stones, his main space grew from 600 square meters to 1,000 square meters. The subspaces automatically grew from 60 square meters to 100 square meters as well. This meant that he could plant 10 more berry trees in his subspace flora, which he did. In the end, he had a total of 25 berry trees. 2 Oran, Sherry, Pecha, Chesto, and Persim berry trees, as well as 3 Lum, Lepa, Citrus, Aspire, and Rost berry trees each. He had collected quite the amount of berries during this time and saw no need to plant any berry trees on the main space for the moment. Maybe once he had Pokemon living there, he would plant some for them to eat, but for now the trees and subspace flora were enough. With the increase in size, the production of the 3 materials he possessed, the Heartstone, Azure Kelp, and Crest Feather, rose as well. From 1 per week to 2 per week. He was slowly building up a large amount of wealth. Except for these events, the rest of the 6 months outside his psionic training went relatively the same as before. Mikhail kept up his stretching and aim exercises while playing when he was left on his own inside his play area. He would eat breakfast, play with his mother during the week, and with both during the weekend, hold his nap, and play once more after waking up. Sometimes they would read/tell stories or they would just watch TV together. His family would occasionally go out during the weekends, where he would keep checking out any Pokemon he could and see if he could find anything interesting. Mikhail also used these 6 months to slowly but surely better his speaking ability in front of his parents. By the end of it, he expressed himself completely in short sentences and only, willingly, fumbled a bit on longer sentences. Chapter 21, First Specimen Species and Abduction. It had been 4 days since his space expanded once more and it was currently Kaede, which meant his father was home for breakfast. They were eating, when a thought suddenly struck Mikhail. It has been nearly 10.5 months since I woke up on Terra, but I never really tried to find out what my father's current job is. I mean, I know they were trainers previously. My father even became a senior class trainer by the time he was 18, which should be remarkable now that I think about it. Mikhail gave his father an appreciating look that puzzled Edward before he continued with his reflections. They later decided to quit their journey, got married and settled down, and a little more than 2 years later little old me was born. I assume the money for the house and everything was earned during their journey, but I honestly didn't hear, listen to anything about what my father does nowadays. Now I'm curious. I don't think he has a completely civilian job, since he still has to pay for the resources their Pokemon need, and I am not sure a civilian job, that is not of the highest station, could afford that. So, It has to be something for active or reserve trainers. Mikhail focused on his father. Daddy, what's your job? Edward, who was surprised by Mikhail's question, answered. Daddy is working at the Magikarp breeding farm and laboratory by Lake Hope. I am the supervisor in charge of security of the breeding farm. Edward mused to himself before continuing. How to describe that in simpler words? Daddy makes sure everything at the Magikarp farm is safe and nothing goes wrong. Mikhail was startled. That's a better vocation than I expected. Either senior class trainers are better regarded than I thought, or the position itself is not seen as high as I think, at least not in a Tier 2 town. Or maybe it's a bit of both. Great. Daddy makes sure everything right. We go to Lake Hope, but I not see your workplace. Mikhail questioned his father. Ha ha ha. Lake Hope is really big. The part we go fishing at is a small part of it. My workplace is further away, at a restricted portion of the lake. Special nets have been used to separate a part of the lake to establish the breeding center. Edward laughed a bit before replying to Mikhail, who was curious about what exactly they did at the Magikarp breeding farm. What do they do at farm? Mikhail, who wanted to satisfy his curiosity, inquired. There are a few things that are done at the farm, but the most important three are the following. 1. The farm sells Magikarp as a meat source to multiple customers. 2. The farm chooses standard Magikarp with good potential to sell to interested parties. 3. The laboratory studies Magikarp that differ from the standard. Mikhail showed an enthusiastic look, which was not hard since he was interested. The size of the place has to be massive if it supports so many different activities, since they need separate facilities for those procedures. I noticed how my father said that he is responsible for the security of the farm, leaving out the laboratory. I am curious as to what the laboratory researches exactly. Magikarp evolves to Gyarados, and that's one of the strongest non-legendary Pokemon species out there. So any research that has to do with Magikarp has the potential to be great. What does the labor study? Hearing his question, Arya, who had been simply listening to the conversation between her boys, interjected. Now that my boy mentioned this, I feel curious about their research as well. Magikarp may be a lot of work, but Gyarados is worth every effort if one can control it. Edward pondered on how to answer his wife and son. I am only responsible for the security of the breeding farm, so I don't know much about the laboratory. From what I heard, the laboratory studies and observes the various changes Magikarps go through while mutating/changing, and the results of the mutation process, as well as how or why this happens. The differences in the evolved Gyarados is a research subject as well. I have heard, and I can confirm it because I have seen it for myself as well, that Magikarp has one of the most obvious mutation processes among all Pokemon species. They change the color of their scales during the mutation process. The further the progress, the more of their scales change their color. For example, if a Magikarp has absorbed a source of ice energy, then a few of their orange scales change to a light blue. The more ice energy it absorbs, the more of its scales turn light blue. Arya, who was listening earnestly to her husband's explanation, summarized what she heard in a way she thought Mikhail would understand. So they study colorful Magikarp to find out how and why they change their color. Mikhail nodded seriously, which made his parents chuckle, and supported his mother's summary. Wow, that's what I call a simplification of the highest degree. But, I believe I can top that. That's right. They look at colored Magikarp. Mikhail's parents started laughing when they heard Mikhail's seemingly serious answer. Ha ha ha. While his parents were laughing, Mikhail was thinking about what he had learned. This has stirred my curiosity. I have decided to make Magikarp the specimen species of my first round of experiments. I'm going to study the influence of different energy types on them, as well as their changes during the progress, visual or otherwise. The resulting difference in abilities, type variations, as well as their evolution, are naturally research topics as well. The fact that I will most likely end up with an army of Gyarados and its variants as a result of the experiments is simply a happy coincidence. He had decided on the experiment direction, now he had to plan its implementation. I can find Magikarp in nearly every body of water, so finding a few with good potential to breed them should not be that hard. Once I have enough breeding pairs in my space, I will after some time have a constant supply of good Magikarp to experiment on. Using the bad ones for their meat, and the good ones for experiments means no waste. As for the energy resources used in my experiments, for that, I will have to find supplement materials like azure kelp and hardstone for every element. This way my space can analyze and replicate it, supplying me with a constant stream of resources for my experiments. It would be best to have multiple different materials for every type. The food and nutrition of the Magikarp can be covered by my berries and the bad Magikarp. Mikhail, who had already decided on his future experiments and the necessary steps for their execution, was roused out of his musing by his parents. All that talk about Magikarp has made me want to fish. How about we go to Lake Hope today? Came from Edward. Yeah, I agree. Let's go there. I am sure Mikhail wants to see some Magikarp, right honey? Arya replied to her husband while asking her son. Yes. I want to see Magikarp. Mikhail agreed wholeheartedly. This would be helpful towards his plans. Ever since his visit to the doctor, his parents had relaxed their safety measures somewhat, giving him more leeway. I can analyze all Magikarp we catch and find a way to shift the ones with deep yellow or better potential to my space. No more wasted chances. It's going to take a while to complete breeding pairs with good potential even without wasting chances. Moreover, I will have to wait until enough good Magikarp hatch to support my experiments, which is going to take time as well. The ones that hatch with bad potential are thrown into the marine subspace or directly used as food. Cold, I know, but that's life. At least the ones in the subspace are never going to turn sentient thanks to my wish, so I will never have to feel bad about eating them. No matter how smart, as long as it's not sentient, I won't feel bad. As for eating or using sentient Pokemon in the future, that's life, and to the winner goes the spoils. I am not sure how I will react when the time comes, but I accept that such a time will come. A consequence of the struggle for survival. So the earlier I start, the better. This definitely will help me in the future. Mikhail's parents prepared everything and they set out to Lake Hope. They arrived at their usual spot and set up their stuff. Once everything was set up, Mikhail and his father started fishing while Arya was relaxing and sunbathing on their blanket. It took them 8 tries to find a Magikarp bad enough to fit his father's requirements as food material. He released the others into the lake again. Mikhail, who had checked all of them, let them go as well since their potential was not good enough. They kept fishing for the next hour, but the best potential he saw was a deep orange, which while not bad was nowhere near good enough to meet his requirement. At least he could confirm that he was stronger than the average, low, Iron Stage Magikarp because he could see the full status screen of all of them until now. By the 50th Magikarp, his father had 5 that he kept inside the inflatable pool for later. He only had to catch one more Magikarp that fulfilled his condition before he would stop. Meanwhile, Mikhail was getting frustrated by his bad luck. Not a single one of the Magikarp they had caught so far had even light yellow potential, not to mention the deep yellow one he set as a minimum requirement. The 53rd Magikarp was a pleasant surprise. While it did not have the potential he wanted, it at least had yellow potential. Species: Magikarp. Gender: male. Type: water. Potential: yellow. Stage: low, Iron Stage. Genetic variation: none. Abilities: swift swim. Talents: none. Affinities: water. While you don't meet my initial requirement, I don't think we are going to catch anything better today, so I am going to invite you inside my space. Better than nothing, at least it's nearly there. Mikhail took the Magikarp from his father. While its weight was about 12 kilograms, he had no problem carrying it. His father showed no surprise at this, so he went to the water and lowered the Magikarp to the water. Mikhail then acted as if he was releasing it, while secretly poke-napping it into his space. He released a sigh of relief when no one reacted to the vanishing of the Magikarp, not having noticed his actions. Happy with his success, he returns to his father's side. He decides to check up on the situation inside his space once he is alone in his bedroom. Just as he had suspected, they catch no other Magikarp with good potential until his father gets his sixth one and stops fishing. Edward prepares the Magikarp and grills them afterward. After all of them had eaten, Pokemon included, they played around for a bit before relaxing. Mikhail took his nap there and they played around once more after he woke up. They returned home shortly before evening, put their things aside, cleaned themselves, and had dinner. After dinner, they watched a movie together and Mikhail went to bed afterward. Once he was sure that he was alone and would not be bothered, he focused on his space. The first thing he saw was the analysis report of his main space. Analyzing, Magikarp analyzed. Start improving potential, potential successfully improved. Start optimizing genes, genetic optimization failed. Unlocking extra abilities succeeded. Unlocking talents failed. Checking energy storage can support activity. Generating tailored habitat, absorbing additional energy from outside, habitat successfully generated. Add habitat to main space successfully expanded. Relocate Magikarp to habitat, relocation successful. Energy storage emptied. Process finished. Wooha! That's way more than what happens with materials. Awesome, not only was its potential increased but another ability was unlocked as well. The failure to unlock genetic traits or talents is acceptable. You cannot always win. I have to be content that I got this much already. I hope the absorption of outside energy did not cause a commotion. Wait, it seems to happen subtly, so it should have gone unnoticed. Nice to know that there is some information on my space in my knowledge package that I can examine if necessary. Let's see how my expanded main space looks now and what Magikarp's new and improved status screen is like. Chapter 22, Magikarp and 6 months. Let's see, the house still looks the same, so no changes there. The garden area has not changed as well, but there is a new addition to it. On the western side of the garden, a big pond was added. When I said big, I meant the pond is bigger than my own area. What gives? From the introduction provided by my space, it is 1,600 square meters in size and has a 15 meters depth at its deepest point. Thanks to the increase in size, my subspaces grew by 160 square meters as well. I can see 2 to 3 azure kelp inside the water and the Magikarp happily swimming around while munching on one. I can check out whoever/whatever I want inside my space, so that's what I did. Species, Magikarp. Gender, male. Type, water. Potential, light green. Stage, low, iron stage. Genetic variation, none. Abilities, swift swim, rattled. Talents, none. Affinities, water. Wow, its potential rose by 2 grades. Now, I am a little sad that I can't exploit the upgrade function by increasing the potential of its descendants. Well, I could do it, but Pokemon born by already optimized Pokemon gain diminished results from the process. So no optimization chain for me, but it still is an awesome process. I just have to find Pokemon with high starting potential to boost them even higher, and once I am stronger the boost will increase as well. I don't believe that breeding pairs with boosted high potential won't hit the jackpot at least once with their children. So it is just a question of when I will get an apex example of the Pokemon species, not if, and I can afford to wait. The fact that I see the status screen of a wild Pokemon when scanning the Magikarp does not surprise me. My space does not turn them subservient to me, just friendly, and I did not catch them with a Pokeball or bond with it on my own, so it does not officially count as my Pokemon yet. Even if I consider him mine already, seeing that he is in my space. For that to happen, I need a bond link with the Magikarp. Now I am going to stray from the topic a bit to focus on Pokeballs, but they fascinated me quite a bit. I am definitely going to use my knowledge to learn how to make my own. Mikhail goes over some of the knowledge he has available on Pokeballs. Standard Pokeballs on Terra have 2 main functions. They create an artificial bond with the caught Pokemon and store them inside their pocket space. Pokeballs are registered to the individual using them after they touch the button on it through a DNA and energy sample. This also prevents anyone else from using them. They use those samples to forcefully create an artificial bond between the Pokemon and the trainer, which is why it is easier to catch a downed or willing opponent. There is less or no resistance by the Pokemon's energy in that state, so the process can happen unhindered. This is also what prevents the use of Pokeballs on already caught Pokemon. They are unable to form a new bond if there already is an active one. This does not mean that the caught Pokemon has to unconditionally obey its trainer. While the bond makes sure the Pokemon does not immediately leave or attack its new trainer and makes it more accepting of them, it does not force it to listen or like the trainer. It can still attack and defend itself, ignoring the bond if abused or mistreated. If the Pokemon tries long and hard enough or the strength difference is too big, the bond can be forcefully broken. The inside of all standard Pokeballs contains a small pocket space created through space folding technology where the Pokemon stays once it is caught/recalled. The red beam coming from the Pokeball makes use of this technology to shrink and absorb the Pokemon it catches or recalls. Any energy necessary to maintain this function is passively absorbed from the environment and the trainer. There are two modes for the space inside the ball. First is the normal mode, where the Pokemon just stays inside the ball but has to be taken out to be provided with sustenance. The second is the hibernation mode, where the Pokemon is put in artificial hibernation. While this reduces energy consumption and slows down any deterioration in case of injuries, it does not stop them. The process is just delayed, so feeding or treatment is still necessary. Humans do not necessarily have to use a Pokeball to create a bond. It is possible to use their energy to bond with Pokemon on their own, if they can use said energy. Not only that, trainers form a natural bond with their Pokemon after reaching a certain stage in closeness, if both parties are willing. Since the bond still exists even without a Pokeball, they still can't be caught by others. What has to be mentioned is that nearly everyone still uses Pokeballs simply because of their carry and hibernation function. Not to mention the fact that specialized Pokeballs support training and have a great environment in their space for certain types/species. Bringing a Steelix inside a city would be a disaster otherwise, and handling injuries is much easier this way. Mikhail nodded to himself, satisfied. He had gotten used to his inner monologues by now and gave himself a good rating for his summary. Anyways, back to Magikarp. I will have to bond with it or catch it later. For now, it can just stay inside my space. I will try to keep adding others as well, so they can start breeding while I do other things outside. I have been informed that the addition of Magikarp may have increased the intake of energy, but the productivity has not increased because it only covers the additional expenditure of energy because of Magikarp. If I want higher productivity, I will have to get stronger myself or train Magikarp, because just adding more of them won't change much. Mikhail, who had ascertained the current situation inside his space, went to sleep. It had been 6 months and 3 weeks since the day he had checked up on the Magikarp in his space. In 3 days at Muday 2172.19.10, he was finally going to turn 2 years old. These 6+ months had been quite fruitful for Mikhail. He had managed to find 4 more useful materials during this time. A crimson flower with some fire energy, an aquatic stone with some water energy, a poisonous mushroom with some poison energy, and a piece of fragrant wood with some floral energy. He discovered the crimson flower and the poisonous mushroom during trips to Hope Park. The aquatic stone was found while he was walking by the water at Lake Hope. He stumbled upon the fragrant wood on the way to his parents' training area west of their home, while he followed his mother to see her train with Rivers. All materials were of the lowest quality when he found them and were upgraded to low quality by his space. Mikhail thought about the status of the crimson flower. Name: crimson flower. Type: fire. Quality: low. Faults: none. Uses: it's a flower that has absorbed the heat from the sun as well as the fire energy in the environment until it mutated. Contains a bit of grass/floral energy, as well as concentrated fire-type energy, increasing its purity. Can be used as a supplement to help fire-type Pokemon. It's good that I removed the improved from the name line. I know from the quality of the material that it has been improved and it looks better this way. With the addition of these materials, I have supplements from 5 types. 13 more to go. 2 months in, Mikhail had been satisfied with his overall berry stock and decided to only grow lum, lepa, and citrus berries for a while. Because his subspace flora had increased in size by 160 meters since Magikarp's addition, he was able to grow 40 more berry trees, which had more than doubled his yield. 5 months in, he added another 25 berry trees, because his subspace increased by another 100 square meters, bringing his total to 90 berry trees. The increase in space came from his psychic training. Mikhail naturally did not neglect his training during these 6+ months, and he had made some progress with his telekinesis. When he managed to perform his telekinesis exercise with 10 stones for 10 minutes and a 10 meters radius with him at the center about 5 months in, his main space increased once more. This time the space increased by 1,000 square meters. Overcoming this difficulty increased the material production rate from 2 per week to 3 per week. He naturally kept up his training afterward as well. Besides his psychic training, he kept doing his stretching and aim exercises during all this time too. Mikhail felt like he was not far from unlocking his telepathy ability and becoming a second-class Tier 1 psychic. He naturally kept checking out all the Pokemon he could, on their trips, and especially focused on the Magikarp when they were at Lake Hope. During these 6+ months, he had only managed to discover another 3 Magikarp, 2 females, and 1 male he was willing to invite into his van. He meant space. Even those 3 were not of the same standard as the first Magikarp. They had light yellow potential when he observed them, and after being pokenapped, only their potential was increased by his space. The other improvement attempts failed. The potential of 1 female and the male Magikarp were raised by 2 grades to deep yellow, while the other female Magikarp only had her potential raised by 1 to yellow. Species: Magikarp. Gender: female. Type: water. Potential: deep yellow. Stage: stageless. Genetic variation: none. Abilities: swift swim. Talents: none. Affinities: water. All 3 were deposited inside the existing pond. The size of the pond was deemed sufficient for all of them, so no further size increase happened because of their addition. No breeding activities happened yet, which Mikhail attributed to their relatively young age. All of them being a bright orange, a little on the lighter side. Another noteworthy thing that should be mentioned is that he seemed to have stopped growing exactly 6 months in. He stopped growing after obtaining the look of a 6-year-old rather than a 5-year-old, which was the norm. He checked his status screen once more after a long time to see what had changed now that he had the body of a 6-year-old. Except for his name, he wanted only the changes to be displayed, so his screen only showed those. Name: Mikhail Geo. Age: 2 years, 71 months 27 days. Occupation: Tier 1 3rd-class Psychic, Tier 1 3rd-class Aura user. Physique: Tier 0, Earthen Athletes. Mind: Tier 1, Iron Stage. Soul: Tier 1, Silver Stage. Masteries: Telekinesis, Beginner. It was not bad, and he felt satisfied when he saw it, especially when he saw that he reached the 2nd mastery grade in his telekinesis instead of the first one, which was Novice. Now he only had to wait for 3 more days for his birthday. His parents told him that he would, like all children on Terra, gain some more freedom afterward. He would be allowed to play in their garden on his own and around their house if he was accompanied by one of their Pokemon. He would also be able to play with or pet all Pokemon that allowed him to do so. His parents would also start his reading and writing lessons, since he can't exactly tell them that he already could do so thanks to all the knowledge from Terra he has in his mind. He could imagine how that would go. Scenario begins. Mommy, Daddy, I can read and write already. How could you already know how to read or write? Don't joke around, darling. We will try to make sure the lessons are not boring. But I really can. See. Mikhail proving his parents that he can do so. Arya, do you think he learned that on his own, or that a psychic type or psychic messed with our son? Could be. How else would he know how to do so? He had no access to anything that could have helped him learn it on his own. I don't think he could have learned it from his storybooks. Edward, we have to make sure that everything is alright with Mikhail and that if an intrusion to his mind happened, it was not messed up by whoever did this. You're right. We have to bring him to an expert and have him take a look into his mind to make sure everything is okay. Let's go to Pallet Town, they have the best experts available. Mikhail was looked over and his parents' surveillance increased even if he came out without any problems from the checkup thanks to his wishes. Scenario ends. Yeah, no thank you. I will simply act as if learning to read and write is easy. If they think I am a genius, that's okay as well. Chapter 23, Birthday. It was the day of his birthday and the day that signified the end of his first major maturity phase. It was the moment Mikhail turned from a delicate thing that could easily break into something much sturdier in the eye of the people of Terra. Due to the increased gravity and energy on the planet, the human body, including those of children after their first maturity, was much sturdier. Nearly nothing short of a Pokemon's attack or something equivalent would cause a serious injury to them. Due to this and the existence of potions, which even civilians could afford and keep at hand, humanity was much laxer with their children after their first maturity, allowing them to explore their relative surroundings to acclimate them to spending time outside, preparing them for the future. This meant Mikhail would be allowed all around more freedom after today. He could already see all the materials he would discover during his future explorations and all the Pokemon he would be pokenapping. He would finally have an easier time abducting, he meant collecting, wait, that didn't sound nice as well, inviting Pokemon. Yes, inviting Pokemon is what he wanted to say. Now he should alert his parents of his awakening. He was curious about what they had prepared for his birthday. What he did know was that he was going to ride the hell out of that Growlithe. Maybe he could finally check out the rest of his parents' Pokemon. He was curious if their potential was as good as that of those he already checked. In that case, he would try to get them to make some offsprings for him, purely voluntarily on their part, of course. Surprisingly, both of Mikhail's parents came to his room together and hugged him as soon as he was taken out from his toddler bed. As soon as they separated, his mother took of the bedding from his bed, and his father put away the bed in one of the Silph Company bags and took out another bed. This one was for young kids with short safety measures, which were long enough to prevent him from falling during his sleep and short enough to let him come down on his own. This is your first birthday gift. Now you can get out of your bed on your own and don't need one of us to let you out. Came from his mother, who was putting on Growlithe bedding on his new bed. The new Growlithe bedding is your second gift and the pictures on it are of Agni. Added his father. Daddy has no work? Asked Mikhail his father. Today was Mew Day, so he knew his father had a work day. Which was why he was surprised seeing them both coming into his room. Daddy took a day off. It's your second birthday, which is an important event. Getting permission was easy. Edward replied to Mikhail's question. They went down afterward and had breakfast. Now comes the next gift. Began his father, before his mother continued. Now that you are 2 years old, we can go to the Hope Pokemon Petting Zoo. We know how much you love Pokemon and that's why we decide to make our first trip there today. Yeah. Thank you. That is great. Mikhail shouted before he turned into a missile and hugged his parents. Great, I get to check out some Pokemon I haven't seen before. This will allow me to increase my personal checked out Pokemon list. They got ready and his mother helped Mikhail put on outdoor clothes. The petting zoo was near Hope Park and it took them about 10 minutes to get there. Once they arrived there, they entered after showing that Mikhail was old enough to enter. The personnel at the entrance congratulated him and gave them a birthday discount, which was nice. They took a map showing where the different Pokemon areas were. The petting zoo was surprisingly huge and the areas were named by seasons except for one. Spring area had Pidgey, Hoot Hoot, Natu, Taillow, and Wingull. Growth area had Caterpie, Butterfree, Hoppip, Skiploom, Sunkern, and Wurmple, and Beautifly. Summer area had Rattata, Pikachu, Sentret, Zigzagoon, Plusle, and Minun. Harvest area Vulpix, Growlithe, Ponyta, and Numel. Autumn area Jigglypuff, Meowth, Mareep, Miltank, Slakoth, and Skitty. Water area had Psyduck, Poliwag, Poliwhirl, Slowpoke, Marill, and Lotad. It was mentioned that the Pokemon here were generally amiable, but hitting them or pulling their pelt, limbs, etc. forcefully was forbidden, and may compel them to react badly. Parents were advised to make sure kids complied with that rule and that the petting zoo was not responsible for any injuries that happened in case the rule was broken. At least they are warning the parents. Besides, most if not all Pokemon should be used to children's behavior by now, so they should not overreact. The parents and personnel are there to make sure nothing excessive happens as well. But still, no wonder they set a minimum age. Thank Mew for rapid maturing, or the requirement would have been higher. Let's focus on the variety of Pokemon available. Even if it is the more common ones, they still have Pokemon from the 3 main regions of the northern continent here. I would have expected something like this from one of the main cities, but not from Hope Town, so this is a pleasant surprise. Thought Mikhail while they decided what area to visit first. Let's go to the spring area first. We will go to the harvest area second, then we will walk to the growth area, and after that, we will visit the autumn area. We can have lunch there and Mikhail can have his nap. He will probably need it to recover his energy. Arya suggested, which Edward promptly affirmed. Great idea. Once we have rested enough in the autumn area, we can go to the summer area and Mikhail can play there. After that, we can cool down in the water area and leave once we spend some time there. So they decided to follow that plan and walk towards the spring area. When they arrived, Mikhail was astonished. There was no giant grid or cage as he expected, and the area was completely open. I have to avoid mixing old standards into Terra and expecting them to fit here as well. It makes sense that there is no cage here because even most non-sentient Pokemon are smart enough to learn where they should stay, and that living there, being taken care of, is easier than surviving outside, alone. In short, they get trained before they are let out. The Pokemon are either fully or semi-domesticated. Mikhail saw the bird-like Pokemon flying around or resting on the grass and trees. Pidgey and Taillow were the most numerous, followed by Wingull and Hoot-Hoot. Finally, Nata numbered the lowest. While gazing at the Pokemon on the trees, Mikhail thought, for the Pokemon resting on the trees, I will have to use the increased range of my psionic abilities to check them out. Thanks to my telekinesis training, my activity range increased to 10 meters. This means within that range I can touch things with my psionic energy/abilities. Since I come in contact with them through this, I can check out any Pokemon that is within 10 meters of me. They might feel my energy brushing past them, but they should not know from where it came and hopefully attribute it to the wind. In case they don't, I will act ignorant, denying any connection to the incidents. They bought some Pokemon food that bird Pokemon preferred from personnel by the area to feed/bribe some Pokemon if necessary. With a glance at his parents, Mikhail approached a few Taillow resting on the grass. The Taillow focused its gaze on Mikhail but did not react otherwise. Once Mikhail came to its side, he bent down to stroke its feathers and checked its status screen. Species, Taillow. Gender, female. Type, normal, flying/air. Potential, light orange. Stage, stageless. Genetic variation, none. Abilities, keen eye, guts. Talents, none. Affinities, neutral, air. Nothing out of the ordinary, except for its abilities. In the games, Taillow doesn't have the keen eye ability, but this one has it. Still, this makes much more sense because it's a bird-like Pokemon, and all of them having this as their first/main ability seems logical because this is something they all should have, like breathing inside water for fish. Them not having the ability in real life would be weird, not the other way around. They seem to gain their standard ability from the games as a second one instead. This is the first time I see 2 abilities in that column from a Pokemon with worse than light green potential. I don't know for now if those that have it as an ability in the games display 2 abilities as well, or if it's just those that don't. We will know once I check out a Pidgey or a Wingull. Mikhail left the Taillow alone to check out his next target, a Wingull not far from his position. Before he could reach the Wingull, a Nata flew over and landed in front of him. It gazed at him with a puzzled look, seemingly unsure why it felt attracted to him. Mikhail was intrigued by why this Nana focused on him like this as well. He assumed it could be because of his psychic energy, but neither the other natives nor the Butterfrees of his parents, with their admittedly smaller psychic affinity, had detected anything until now. He liked to think it was because he kept his psionic energy from leaking any more than it did before he advanced. At least he tried to do so. He approached the Nana while making sure that it did not react aggressively, not sure if it would get triggered by anything he did. Thankfully it didn't. He leaned down, stroked its feathers. Just before he checked its status, he felt the Nana use its psychic powers to express its curiosity about him feeling different to him. It seemed to be still non-sentient because it used its feelings to communicate instead of words. Mikhail checked out its status before he replied to the native's inquiry. Species, Natu. Gender, male. Type, psychic, flying/air. Potential, yellow. Stage, low, iron stage. Genetic variation, none. Abilities, keen eye, synchronize. Talents, relatively increased energy sensitivity. Affinities, psionic, air. This one has, including keen eye, 2 abilities as well. The other one is synchronize and it has a talent. Wow, this is the first Pokemon with a talent from those that I have checked. I always thought that they need a higher potential to get one, seeing that the Magikarp with light green potential had none. It looks like I was wrong. Either way, I think it is this increased sensitivity combined with its synchronized ability that should be responsible for Nana's interest in me. The combination probably helps it somewhat, allowing it to sense my higher psionic energy pool. I have no clue either. Maybe we have a destiny together. That could be why you feel different about me. Normally, he would not use such sentences in the earshot of his parents, but in this case, he could make an exception. Edward, do you hear him? He is quoting the Arcanine King. My son is so smart. He managed to memorize the text despite his age. His mother could be heard saying to his father in the background. You're right, Arya. We watched that movie months ago. That he hasn't forgotten the sentences is impressive, and I am not saying this because he is my son. Unfortunately, catching or taking any Pokemon from the zoo is forbidden. So it doesn't matter if he manages to hoodwink, I mean to impress the Natu, so we can't bring it along. Came the reply from Edward. Tuning out the background noise, Mikhail focused back on the Natu that had heard his parents as well. Like you heard. You can't come with us. You are still a great Pokemon. Bye-bye. The Natu communicated its acceptance and took off. Mikhail, who considered the case closed, focused back on the Wingull he planned to check out before. He was surprised when the Natu landed on his head instead of flying away. Why? You cannot come with us. The Natu expressed its understanding, but it also transferred that it would accompany him for now. He probably wants to follow us around for now. Just let it stay there for now. Natu is really light, so you should have no problem with carrying him around while it is on your head. Mikhail heard his mother say. Only here 2 kilograms could be deemed light. Not to forget a child carrying around 2 kilograms being considered no problem as well. Okay. He acknowledged while deciding to not use his psionic abilities in front of the Natu. While the others may not detect their usage, the one on his head probably would. So accepting that he would not be able to check the Pokemon on the trees, Mikhail resumed his walk to the Wingull, which he promptly checked. Species, Wingull. Gender, male. Type, water, flying/air. Potential, deep red. Stage, stageless. Genetic variation, none. Abilities, keen eye. Talents, none. Affinities, water, air. Well, its potential is bad, but its ability tells me something more important. This Wingull has only the keen eye ability in its ability column. This, while not outright proving it, tells me that bird-like Pokemon with the keen eye ability in the games don't have the second ability in their column, which means that keen eye can be considered a racial ability for all bird-like Pokemon. Other Pokemon can also have this as an ability, but bird-like Pokemon always do. This should be the reason why they can have a second ability in the ability column despite not having light green or better potential. Satisfied with his reasoning, Mikhail continued petting and checking all Pokemon he could get his hands on, occasionally feeding the Pokemon the poke food they had bought. When they continued towards the next area 45 minutes later, he had checked more than 30 Pokemon, Pidgey and Hoot Hoot included, and they had used up all the Pokemon food. From what he saw, his theory fit, and until disproven he would assume that he was right. The Nata that had sat on his head the whole time they were at the spring area left as soon as they arrived at the harvest area, which was a large clearing with 1 or 2 mounds. They bought both food sorts provided at the beginning of the area. One was apparently liked by Vulpix and Growlithe, and the other one by Ponyta and Numel. Mikhail absolutely did not squeal when he saw all those Growlithes, and his parents most definitely were not laughing at his behavior. Whoever claimed otherwise was a dirty, dirty liar. He spent the next 90 minutes hugging all Growlithes he could get his hands on. Naturally, he pet and cares the other 3 Pokemon types as well, but he would be lying if he said that his focus was not on the Growlithes. Of course, he did not forget to check out their status. Let's go not off topic, but deviate a bit. What he learned demonstrated once more what his knowledge had told him about the potential distribution of different species. Here the base stat from the games once again showed its influence. Species whose final evolution had a higher BS possessed a better potential distribution. He had seen the distribution list the day he met his parents' Pokemon the first time, and all checks until now have confirmed it, even the Magikarp. He had seen 5 light yellow Magikarp until today, despite the terrifying number of Magikarp on the planet. Back to the Pokemon from the harvest area. There were about 30 Growlithe, 20 Vulpix, 15 Ponyta, and 4 Numel. Out of 30 Growlithe, 8 had red potential, 12 had light to deep orange potential, 5 had light yellow, 2 deep yellow potentials, and 1 even had light green potential. Species: Growlithe. Gender: male. Type: fire. Potential: light green. Stage: low, iron stage. Genetic variation: none. Abilities: flash fire, intimidate. Talents: none. Affinities: fire. My father said that this Growlithe was quite young, which explained its stage being low despite its potential. There was a high iron stage Growlithe as well. Species: Growlithe. Gender: female. Type: fire. Potential: yellow. Stage: high iron stage. Genetic variation. Abilities. Talents. Affinities. The others were okay as well. The best potential amongst the Vulpix was one with deep yellow potential. Species: Vulpix. Gender: female. Type: fire. Potential: deep yellow. Stage: mid iron stage. Genetic variation. Abilities. Talents. Affinities. The Ponyta had 1 yellow potential 1, and the best Numel had deep orange potential. The Pokemon only felt warm to his touch, even the Numel, even though he remembered Numel to have magma flowing through its body according to the games. He had no idea how it did, but his father confirmed it. When he asked why they only felt warm instead of hot, he said that they could control the heat they give up to a certain degree. 30 minutes and his father talked with one of the zoo personnel in the harvest area and released Agni. He took out the saddle and harness, strapping them on Agni. While his father was doing that, his mother turned to Mikhail and said, "This saddle and the harness are your 4th present. You already knew about them and now you can use them for the first time." His father, who finished making sure everything fastened firmly, helped him on the saddle and showed him how he had to position himself and what not to do. After which Mikhail rode around the area on Agni, sometimes alongside the other Growlithe, sometimes on his own. 30 minutes later he dismounted and his father released Agni from the equipment. "That was great. Thank you both, thank you, Agni." Mikhail, who was extremely happy, said to his parents and proceeded to hug them. After that, he continued to play around with the Pokemon. They went towards the growth area once his parents decided that they stayed for long enough, seeing that Mikhail was still going strong despite spending 90 minutes there and running out of Pokemon food during the first 50 minutes. The growth area was a field full of grass and flowers, with tree groupings here and there. They bought Pokemon food here as well and spent around 30 minutes watching / playing with the Pokemon there. Running after / alongside Pokemon that fluttered or floated in the air. Checking out the ones he couldn't reach with his psionic ability when they came in range. Mikhail could have sworn he saw a green blur occasionally in the periphery of his vision, but every time he tried to check if there was something there, it turned out empty, so he ignored it. Mikhail and his parents would occasionally stroke a Caterpie, Wurmple, or Sunkern. None of the family members had a problem with bug types, which could be seen by the Butterfrees his parents had. He also added Skiploom, Wurmple, and Beautifly to his checked-out Pokemon list. The most notable status from the Pokemon he checked in this area was from one of the Butterfree. Species: Butterfree. Gender: male. Type: bug, flying/air. Potential: green. Stage: mid, bronze stage. Genetic variation? Abilities? Talents? Affinities? He was surprised by how strong it was for a Pokemon at a petting zoo, but concluded that it probably acted as a form of security. Their last stop for the first part of their trip was the autumn area. Compared to the previous 3 areas, this one was more calm and peaceful. It was a clearing with Pokemon lazing about. They were mostly lying around, Slakoth and Meowth, grazing, Mareep and Miltank, or casually strolling, Jigglypuff and Skitty. They used the Pokemon food they bought while switching around sitting / lying locations, just cuddling / caressing different Pokemon. Mikhail naturally checked the status of the Pokemon here as well, adding them all to his checked out list. He found one surprise this time around. It was the absence of something in the status of all 3 Slakoth. None of them had an ability. Species: Slakoth. Gender: male. Type: normal/neutral. Potential: light orange. Stage: stageless. Genetic variation: none. Abilities: none. Talents: none. Affinities: neutral. It looks like my observe function does not consider truant as an ability. Which is great and makes sense in my opinion. An ability forcing Slakoth every moment to stop makes no sense. Here it's a simple case of extreme laziness imprinted on their kind as a whole, but I believe with the necessary patience and incentives it could be trained to at least actively participate in a fight or training. It can keep lazing around as much as it wants at any other time, but if it does seriously fight and train, the species would be worth the effort. The best potential he found here was a deep orange Miltank, which was also the strongest Pokemon one among them. Species: Miltank. Gender: female. Type: normal/neutral. Potential: deep orange. Stage: low, bronze stage. Genetic variation? Abilities? Talents? Affinities? He kept a lookout for a good Mareep, but they were all average. They spent 30 minutes just lazing around together with the Pokemon before his parents spread out a blanket, put up a parasol, they ate their lunch, and Mikhail took a nap courtesy of a Jigglypuff. He never fell asleep faster, and his sleep was quite refreshing. After his nap, Mikhail made sure he was left unbothered during / due to his sleep. They left the autumn towards the summer area once they had packed up their stuff. At the beginning of the summer area, they once more bought Pokemon food. One type is for Pikachu, Plusle, and Minun, and another type is for Rattata, Sentret, and Zigzagoon. Mikhail played tag with the Pokemon for a bit before playing catch with the Pokemon food. He would throw a pellet of Pokemon food into the air and one of the Pokemon would catch/eat it. Mikhail would still occasionally see the green blur, but he kept ignoring it. He had quite a bit of fun like this until the food ran out. After that, he played some more tag before he simply went up to the Pokemon to stroke their fur/pelt and or cuddle them. When he pet the Pikachu, Plusle, or Minun, he would occasionally be hit by weak static electricity. The first time he was quite stunned by this, as he had not expected it to happen. Which he should have, but he still didn't. Despite there being video footage of it, thanks to his parents who seemed to have expected this to happen and recorded the scene. Mikhail will keep denying having ever yelped in surprise. The current was weak enough that it simply tingled a bit, so apart from being surprised by it, nothing happened. This was simply because of their type in combination with their fur being stroked and had nothing to do with the static ability. Otherwise, his parents would have stopped him, at least he thought so. He added all Pokemon, except for Scentred, who was already in it, into his status checked list. He would have liked to say he saw a legendary Pikachu or something like that, but the best one he checked had light yellow potential, which while good was not stunning. No Ash Pikachu for him, unfortunately. Species, Pikachu. Gender, female. Type, electric. Potential, light yellow. Stage, mid, iron stage. Genetic variation? Abilities? Talents? Affinities? Around 2 hours later they left the area towards the water area. Mikhail was slightly exhausted by all that running and playing around, despite having taken a nap before. At the water area, Arya helped her son change into swimming shorts and Mikhail ran towards the water types to play with the Pokemon. His parents relaxed by the water, keeping watch of Mikhail and taking some photos or videos of him from time to time. The first thing he did was observe, literally in this case, a few Slowpoke to determine whether they really reacted as slowly as described in the games and anime. The result was a yes and no. From what he could see, they did have a delayed reaction, but it was not as exaggerated as in the media of his previous life. After that, he watched the Psyducks because of the same reason. While they did not seem to have a perpetual headache, their headaches did happen frequently. He did not forget to add them, the Poliwag, Marill, and Lotad, to his ever-growing list of status-check Pokemon. Apart from that, he simply played with the Pokemon and got drenched in the process. The potential here was average as well, with some deep oranges and 2 light yellows mixed in, those being a Marill and a Psyduck. Species, Psyduck. Gender, male. Type, water. Potential, light yellow. Stage, low, iron stage. Genetic variation, none. Abilities, damp. Talents, none. Affinities, water. And species, Marill. Gender, female. Type, water, fairy. Potential, light yellow. Stage, mid, iron stage. Genetic variation? Abilities? Talents? Affinities? An observation he made once he saw a real-life one was that the variant Scentred he had seen in Hope Park had a slight resemblance to Marill. While the resemblance was minor, it did exist, which he, personally, attributed to a common ancestor a long time ago. They waited for Mikhail to dry, and about 1 hour after they came to the water area they left, this time towards the exit of the petting zoo. They drove home, where they had dinner. "And how was it? Did you have fun?" asked his mother after their meal. "Yes. It was great. Today was the best day ever." Mikhail expressed his agreement. "That's good. We are happy that you had fun. We thought it was a great day too," said his father. "We have one last part/gift for your birthday." Arya went to the kitchen while Edward and Mikhail go over to the couch. His mother returned with, you would have never guessed, a grow-live cake. They took photos and his mother recorded a video. Mikhail made a wish before blowing out the candles. He cut into the cake together with his mother and they all ate a slice. They spent another 30 minutes just talking, in his case mostly listening to his parents talk, before he slept. His mother helped him take a short bath and he put on his pajamas. After he laid down on his bed, his parents promised to show him Air Full Team at the weekend. With that little promise, Mikhail went to sleep feeling happy after finally having ridden on Growlithe and having an overall great day. Chapter 24 Frowny Face, First Time Outside Alone, 1. The next morning after waking up, Mikhail felt a weight on his midsection. When he checked out why, he found Anata sitting on his belly. He was quite surprised by that and also felt relieved that his parents had stopped setting up the baby phone after his birthday. Otherwise, they would have already noticed the Natu and stormed into his room. "Are you the Nata that sat on my head yesterday?" Mikhail asked. "Natu," the Nata said and sent a wave of acknowledgement towards him. "Were you the green blur I kept seeing at the other areas? Why did you follow me then, and why did you follow us home?" "Nah, Nat, too, nah, Natu." Nata sent another admission and expressed his ongoing curiosity. Nata conveyed that it was intrigued by him and decided to follow and observe him. "I understand, but we are not allowed to take Pokemon from the petting zoo to our home. While you technically came to us instead of us taking you along, my parents will most likely still return you to the zoo. While I don't know if the personnel would allow you to stay with us if you insist, I doubt it. I have a way to hide you from others and to let you stay with me if you want, but you will have to stay there while I am not alone." Mikhail, who understood Nata's explanation, tried to lure it with candy, tried to convince it to voluntarily enter his space. Otherwise, he would be unable to let it out without knowing if it would try to escape. He already knew that while his space turned them friendly, this did not equal obedience or guarantee that they would like to stay there. Pokemon that he beat would most likely accept his space as much as they would a Pokeball, if not more because of the friendly function. They would most likely see it as another capture method. Voluntary entrees were still preferred if possible. Magikarp were no problem because the new environment was much better for them and they did capture them beforehand. The Nata seemed to ponder on what he said and came to a decision. It nodded its head and sent feelings of acceptance towards Mikhail. "Awesome. You are not going to regret it. I am going to transfer you to another place because my parents could enter any time, so don't resist, okay?" After receiving a nod from Natu, Mikhail put Natu inside his space while thinking. "It's been so long since I was able to speak without having to limit my sentence, I honestly missed it. You never know what you had until you lose it. Even the smallest thing becomes precious. Unfortunately, I can't do it with other people around yet." Mikhail looked into his space to see the situation inside. Analyzing, Natu analyzed. Start improving potential, potential successfully improved. Start optimizing genes, genetic optimization failed. Unlocking extra abilities succeeded. Unlocking talents failed. Detected existing talent, attempting to improve talent successfully improved. Checking energy storage can support activity. Generating tailored habitat, absorbing additional psionic energy from owner, habitat successfully generated. Add habitat to main space successfully expanded. Relocate Nata to habitat, relocation successful. Energy storage at 5%. Process finished. It used my psionic energy in the process because Natu is a psychic type. This should increase the probability of forming a bond because it will live in a habitat permeated by my psionic energy on top of living inside my space. Nicely done. The area itself is 900 square meters, smaller than the one produced for Magikarp. The reason for that is most likely that Nata can leave his habitat to enter my garden area if it wants to, and that Magikarp can't leave the water. Hence the bigger movement/living area. The size increase to the rest followed like always. Nata's area is a clearing with some trees that has a higher concentration of psychic and air energy. I can see Nata looking around and wonder at its new location. I decide to use the ability to send my voice anywhere inside my space to talk to Natu. "How do you like my place? If it's alright with you, you will have to spend some time there until I can find some alone time to let you out. The place you are currently in is your area." Tuesday, Natu. Nata transmits something along the line of "it's fine, no hurry," and makes himself comfortable. "That's great. If you want something to eat, just convey it to me and I will give you berries or some Magikarp stripes. Please leave the Magikarp inside the pond alone, they are mine and not to be used as food." Mikhail gave Nata some instructions while thinking. Should I plant some berry trees in the main space for Natu, or should I just, daily, throw in some of the berries from the subspace flora as I do for the Magikarp? Let's wait until the reserves are full again before deciding. It takes some energy to grow berries and I don't want to waste energy until I have some surplus. Let's check Nada's new status before I forget to do it. Species, Natu. Gender, male. Type, psychic, flying/air. Potential, light green. Stage, low, iron stage. Genetic variation, none. Abilities, keen eye, synchronize, early bird. Talents, moderately increased energy sensitivity. Affinities, psionic, air. Wow, it has 3 abilities now. That's a first for me. Its potential increased by 2 grades, so that is like usual. Light green is good, that is talent increased is better. While Natu and Zatu are not something that I would add to my team, this one is worth training, at least for now. Nada will be helpful to my psychic training, and until I get some much better Pokemon I can use Natu in the wild as well. After that, he can just chill out inside my space or enter the reserve team. After Mikhail received Nada's acceptance, he was done with his surprise guest. He got down from his bed and changed out of his pajamas. Mikhail went down to the living room and saw his mother busy with her household chores. Arya stopped what she was doing as soon as she heard her son entering the living room and turned to him. "Good morning, honey. Just play in your area for 10 minutes and Mommy will prepare our breakfast." "Okay." Mikhail agreed to her request and started doing his stretching exercises while he waited. After breakfast, Mikhail addressed his mother. "Mommy, I am going out. I want to explore." His mother agreed, but not before advising him. "That's all right, honey. If you go outside our garden, one of our Pokemon will follow you to make sure nothing dangerous approaches you. They will also try to help or alert us in case an accident happens. Don't worry, they will keep their distance and try to not get in the way of your exploration. You should still not go too far out for now. I recommend learning about our immediate surroundings first." "Thank you, Mommy. I will do what you said," Mikhail assured her while leading the house towards their garden. "I haven't checked out our garden before this. Maybe I will find something that I can add to my list of materials/supplements. Even if I don't find anything, I can still check out the Nido pear and the Gloom I couldn't before this. No need to wait until the weekend if I can check them out on by myself right now, at least those available." He first went to Growlithe's area but found nothing. Growlithe itself was not there, but he already knew that. Next, he went to the Butterfree pear's area, greeted them, and started looking around. To his surprise, he did find something there. He found silver powder, and there was quite a bit of it. It was probably produced because 2 relatively strong bug types live here. Because of their long stay at this place, their bug-type energy somehow produced silver powder. At least that's the only logical explanation I could think of. Name, silver powder. Type, bug. Quality, low. Faults, none. Uses, it's a pile of silvery powder that has fallen from bug-type that contains bug-type energy. Can be used as a supplement to help bug-type Pokemon. He put enough of it for an analysis process into his space, and after making sure he hadn't overlooked anything, he went to the flower field next. There he greeted his mother's Gloom and checked it before looking around for anything useful. Species, Gloom. Gender, male. Type, grass/flora, poison. Potential, light yellow. Stage? Genetic variation? Abilities? Talents? Affinities? As he had expected, he could see nothing except for its potential, which while not bad was not good either. He felt a bit bad because he was relieved that it did not have too great of a potential. It was not that he did not want his parents to have Pokemon with awesome potential, because he did. But the more awesome their Pokemon were, the more their early retirement would seem suspicious to him. Besides, even luck has to have its limitations. Orphans having a lineup of light green and better potential Pokemon screams protagonist or at least side character bullshit. Anyway, he did find something in the flower field, 2 things to be precise. He found some flowers that counted as useful materials, a lily species, and a petunia species. Name, purple lily. Type, poison. Quality, low. Faults, none. Uses, it's a lily that has absorbed the poison-type energy and/or poison from its surroundings. Contains concentrated poison-type energy. Can be used as a supplement to help poison-type Pokemon. And name, Vibrant Petunia. Type, grass/flora. Quality, low. Faults, none. Uses, it's a petunia that has absorbed ample grass-type energy from its surroundings. Contains concentrated grass-type energy. Can be used as a supplement to help grass-type Pokemon. This together with the previous case indicates to me that Pokemon, if strong enough, can influence an area they stay at for longer periods, like their living space. At least, I come to this conclusion, and like always until proven otherwise I will assume that I am correct. The reason Growlithe's area had nothing is probably that he does not stay at one place long enough for fire energy to concentrate, or it could be possible that fire energy needs more time in an environment like this to show an effect and it hasn't been enough time yet. He plucked a Petunia and Lily using his telekinesis and took them into his space while distracting Gloom with his farewell. Now I am anticipating what I will find in the living areas of the others. Mikhail walked towards the pond where his mother's Poliwhirl and Stereo lived and gave them a greeting. Poliwhirl came out to greet him back, but Stereo ignored him. Seeing that he would not get a chance to touch Stereo this time as well, because it kept evading him for some reason, Mikhail decided to walk closer, hoping to get Stereo into his psychic range. Once he managed that, he used his telekinesis to light slap it in the back, to check its status. Species, Stereo. Gender, neutral. Type, water. Potential, deep yellow. Stage, genetic variation. Abilities, talents, affinities. TCH, deep yellow, not bad at all. The behavior of this thing irked me, with its constant dodging. I tried checking it 4 times before this, but it always evaded me. I had hoped it wouldn't have good potential, but reality did not answer my hope. Petty, maybe, but I can be petty sometimes as well. The startled Stereo turned around, wondering what the hell just happened. Seeing nothing there, it acted confused before simply deciding to change its locations. Mikhail decided to check the pond for materials at another time since he did not want to get wet right now. He went to the Nido pair's den next. His father's Nidorino and his mother's Nidorino were both there. It seemed like his father had left behind his Nidorino to look after the safety of their home, because he knew that his father took Growlithe with him. He made sure the pair was okay with him being there and touching them. Their species being territorial and poisonous and all that. While they were herd Pokemon and he was part of that herd, he did not want to risk anything. Once he checked their status, was unable to hold back and exclaimed, "Whoa!" Species, Nidorino. Gender, male. Type, poison. Potential, light blue. Stage, genetic variation. Abilities, talents, affinities, and species, Nidorina. Gender, female. Type, poison. Potential, deep green. Stage, genetic variation. Abilities, talents, affinities. What the hell? This is absurd. How does this keep happening? Just how? Light blue potential and deep green potential. I could have somehow accepted it if they had both deep green potential, seeing how lucky my parents seem to be, but light blue, come on. The Nido pair looked at him in confusion after his exclamation, and Mikhail just fibbed. "You two are so cool, I couldn't control myself." They just nodded, deciding to simply ignore his strange behavior, attributing it to his age. Mikhail decided to just accept that his parents seemed to be liked by Mew, Jirachi, and everyone else responsible for luck, and started looking around to search for something he could take from here as well. He was not disappointed and did find something. It was a thorn that seemed to have fallen on Nidorino. Name, Nidorino's poisonous thorn. Type, poison. Quality, mid. Faults, none. Uses, it's a thorn that fell from a Nidorino's spine. Contains concentrated poison-type energy. Can be used as a supplement to help poison-type Pokemon. Jackpot. I hit the F-King jackpot. This is the first time I see material of mid-quality. My parents are my lucky stars. Not only are they obscenely lucky themselves, but they also bring luck to me. Let's hope my space can replicate it, even if I doubt it. It currently can't upgrade stuff to mid-quality, but maybe replicating it is easier. Please, let me be lucky once more. Mikhail took the poisonous thorn into his space and beat a hasty retreat after saying goodbye to the Nito pair. Now that he had gone over his family's property once, he decided to check up on the materials he had put into his space. He saw the same standard report for all low-quality materials. Analyzing, silver powder analyzed. Start improving, currently cannot be improved. Storing silver powder in the subspace material. Silver powder can be replicated in the subspace. Process finished. Like he had expected, the Nidorino's thorn was the exception. Analyzing, Nidorino's poisonous thorn analyzed. Start improving, currently cannot be improved. Storing Nidorino's poisonous thorn in the subspace material. Nidorino's poisonous thorn cannot be replicated in the subspace. Process finished. He had predicted that it would be unable to increase its quality, but had hoped it could be replicated. Well, it couldn't. For now, at least. Hopefully, that would change soon. Having done his checkup and estimating that he had spent about 1 hour combing over their property, Mikhail decided to check out the surroundings of their home for a bit and left their property. He noticed how the Butterfree both started to tail him but kept a distance of roughly 50 meters. Accepting that, he kept walking ahead. Chapter 25, First Time Outside Alone. Now that Mikhail had left their property, he had to choose where to start his exploration. He decided to focus on a 3 kilometers radius around their property for now and divide that into 8 areas. He couldn't explore such a huge area, a bit more than 28 square kilometers, in one day otherwise. Each area was about 3.5 square kilometers big, and they were divided according to the cardinal directions: north, northeast, east, southeast, south, southwest, west, and northwest. For this outing, he decided to focus on the northern area. The first 200 meters were easy to comb through. He found nothing special and only occasionally saw a ratata or pidgey. But afterward, the space he wanted to check kept getting wider. Seeing that carefully checking for materials was going to take way longer than he had estimated, he elected to simply go over the area as much as he could to familiarize himself with it, and then carefully go over it bit by bit over multiple days. He had underestimated the workload because he had thought that leisurely walking 3 kilometers normally took him about 30 minutes, so fully exploring 3.5 square kilometers shouldn't take longer than 3 to 4 hours. But he had neglected to consider that those 30 minutes were spent walking 3 kilometers in a straight line, not to mention that this was not flat terrain. He saw trees as far as he could see, at least in the northern area, which should have been obvious seeing that Hope Town bordered the outskirts of the Viridian Forest. As soon as he crossed the 200 meters mark, it was like he had crossed an invisible boundary and his surroundings abruptly came to life. He saw many more Pokemon going about their business. He watched a Caterpie leisurely eating a leaf when suddenly a Pidgey swooped down and attacked the poor Caterpie. He saw how the Pidgey landed on the Caterpie, restraining the surprised Pokemon with its claws. Pidgey's beak shined with what looked to be the move, pecked before it plunged its beak into Caterpie's head until its defense broke and it died. He stared as the Pidgey lifted the carcass of the Caterpie and flew back to the branch it came from and started eating. This was the first time he directly witnessed a Pokemon being killed, as his father always sent him away before killing and gutting the Magikarps they caught. Mikhail would be lying if he said he wasn't feeling bad. His face was slightly green, but he knew that this was happening all the time and that it was normal. This was his reality, and he willingly chose to come here. He calmed down relatively quickly and reinforced his resolve. This was just the first death he saw, and many more would follow in the future, some by his hand and some by others. He kept walking after steeling his resolve, accepting that his road to the top would probably be paved by many corpses. He kept walking while looking if anything stood out and occasionally checking the status of Pokemon using his psychic abilities. He didn't want to simply approach the Pokemon without any immediate backup. His tail did not count. Maybe he could later bribe some Pokemon using his berry reserve, for now safely exploring the area was his priority. As he went deeper into the forest, he saw different Pokemon he had not seen before besides the ones he had already seen. There were Ekans, Oddish, Weedle, Paras, and Spinarak. Surprisingly or unsurprisingly, none of the Pokemon he checked had any light green or better potential. He didn't even find one with yellow or deep yellow potential. The best one he saw was an Oddish with light yellow potential. He watched how the Pokemon went about their lives and sometimes saw how one would be eaten by another. The fights he witnessed only happening in such cases. The attacks were mostly surprise strikes unless the target noticed the ambush. Proper fights were rare, and unless a clear winner became apparent, the Pokemon would retreat. In case a winner was determined, the loser would be killed and eaten, or simply killed as retaliation in case the target won and didn't want to eat the opponent. The most interesting fight he saw was one from an Ekans. The Ekans used what seemed to be Poison Fang from behind and bit a Rattata before using Wrap to make it immobile. The Rattata tried to retaliate but couldn't, and Ekans kept using Poison Fang to pump in some more poison. This was curious because as far as he knew, Ekans couldn't learn Poison Fang naturally, at least not in the games. They could inherit it from a parent or through being taught, but not through leveling, which he assumed to be some kind of genetic inheritance on Terra. The question was if this Ekans got the move from its parents or if it learned the move on its own. It would make sense that they could learn moves like this on their own by simply trying to combine the move Bite with their poison energy from acid, for example. Anyway, back to the fight. The Rattata kept getting weaker until it couldn't move anymore and died. Now seeing this, you would think Rattatas were weak, but its screams seemed to have attracted one of the braver Rattata, which would convince you otherwise. As soon as it saw the Ekans that was about to swallow the carcass of a fellow member of its species, it went on the offensive. The Ekans got in a defensive position as soon as it noticed the newcomer and immediately prepared what could have been acid or poison sting. The moment the Rattata ran toward the Ekans, it fired a poison sting towards the Rattata. By dodging left and right while running towards the Ekans, the Rattata made aiming at it much harder and managed to evade most of the attack. It remained unscathed except for a few stings that successfully hit it but did not manage to poison it, and finally arrived in front of its target. It looked like it used a quick attack to boost its jump, aiming it just below the Ekan's head with its mouth shining with what was most likely bite. The Ekan, sensing the danger, tried to dodge by moving its upper body back but just managed to tilt it enough that Rattata's teeth scraped its skin, causing it to slightly bleed. Incensed by its injury, Ekans used an anger-fueled glare, causing the Rattata to momentarily freeze, which Ekans utilized to use a poison jab. The Rattata used the momentum of the hit to back away. Seeing that it was at a disadvantage and concluding that it was unlikely to win, the Rattata gave the Ekans a hateful stare before running away. The Ekan, seeing that it couldn't prevent it from escaping, focused back on its previous bounty and started to swallow it before throwing a look his way and slinking away. He froze in fright when it looked over but felt relieved when it simply proceeded to ignore him. He had not dared to check their status during their fight because he was afraid of attracting their attention, and he didn't want to influence the outcome of the battle by accidentally distracting one of them. He had guessed from their strength and behavior that they both had high potential, but now he was happy that he had held back his curiosity. That could have ended badly for him. As for the reason why the Pokémon seemed to avoid him, he concluded that the scent from the Pokémon at their home lingered on him and deterred the wild Pokémon from attacking him. He assumed that unless he provoked them or they were desperate, he wouldn't be attacked. Or it could be the presence of the Butterfree following him, he wasn't sure. What he did know was that, currently, he was very thankful for their presence. After having witnessed that fight, he continued walking through the northern area, roughly looking around for anything worthwhile. At the center of the 3 kilometers border he had set for himself, he found a huge windfall. He found apricorns, the things that can be used to make special Pokeballs. To be specific, he found green and blue apricorns. In the games, those could be used to make friend balls and lure balls respectively, but here there were more possibilities. There existed more Pokeball variations than in the games, and the apricorns could be used to produce many different ball types. Thanks to the knowledge he had on Pokeball smithing, he could, through practice, produce his own Pokeballs. While he was sure it would not be easy, because knowledge did not directly translate to proficiency, he could afford the time and materials to get good at it. As long as he could get his hand on the various apricorns, his space could replicate them, meaning ample practice material. He checked if the surroundings of the trees were clear and instantly picked up one of each kind as soon as he confirmed that it was safe. He noticed that the earth near the blue apricorn trees seemed to be damper than its surroundings and wondered how. He checked them before putting them inside his space. Name: green apricorn. Type: plant. Quality: lowest. Faults: none. Uses: contains nutrition and plant energy. Can be eaten as food and helps slightly with physical training. Can be used to produce various pokeballs. And name: blue apricorn. Type: plant. Quality: lowest. Faults: none. Uses: contains nutrition, some water, and plant energy. Can be eaten as food and helps slightly with physical training. Can be used to produce various pokeballs. Once they were inside his space, they were upgraded to the low quality. Analyzing: green apricorn analyzed. Start improving: green apricorn improved. Storing sample in the subspace flora. Process finished. Name: green apricorn. Type: plant. Quality: low. Faults: none. Uses: contains nutrition and plant energy. Can be eaten as food and helps mildly with physical training. Can be used to produce various pokeballs. He decided to think about how many trees to plant and which berry trees to replace once he was back at home. For now, he continued his exploration, hoping to come across some other apricorn types or other useful materials. He walked around for another 90 minutes, until he decided to start his trek back home. He had spent nearly 3 hours outside until now, 4 hours if you included the time he spent combing through their garden, and the time for lunch was approaching. It would take him about 40 minutes to reach their house, which was why he elected to return. He hadn't managed to find another apricorn type during these 90 minutes, just some more green and blue ones, as well as some berry trees he already possessed, but he managed to find something else that was useful. After he had roughly gone over a bit more than 60% of the northern area, he found an empty burrow. Once he made sure that it was really empty and that he wouldn't just walk into his death or an injury, he found the shed skin of an Ekans. It had to have been an Ekans that recently became strong enough to live deeper into the forest and left its burrow after shedding, because its shed skin still contained energy and counted as useful material, even if it was of the worst quality. Name: Ekans shed skin. Type: poison. Quality: lowest. Faults: none. Uses: it's the shed skin of an Ekans. Contains some poison-type energy. Can be used as a supplement to help poison-type Pokemon. The reason he said of the worst quality was that even after the space improved the skin, its quality remained at the lowest quality. Analyzing: Ekans shed skin analyzed. Start improving: successfully improved, quality retained. Storing Ekans shed skin in the subspace material. Ekans shed skin can be replicated in the subspace. Process finished. The only difference was that the concentration of poison energy inside the skin was improved. Name: Ekans shed skin. Type: poison. Quality: lowest. Faults: none. Uses: it's the shed skin of an Ekans. Contains poison-type energy. Can be used as a supplement to help poison-type Pokemon. This was still better than nothing. There was still 40% of the northern area he had not gone through yet that he planned to go over tomorrow, before he had to decide if would carefully comb through it or leave that for later and first roughly check the other areas as well. He did not encounter any danger or opportunity on his way back and successfully arrived at home, marking his first trip outside on his own a complete success. He thanked the Butterfree pair that made sure he was safe from a distance before entering the house. Once he was inside, he shouted, "Mommy, I'm back." His mother, who came towards him, directly started checking him to make sure everything was fine. Once she saw that he was completely fine, she started rapid-firing questions. "Welcome home, honey. How was your first trip outside? Did you have fun? Did anything dangerous happen? You were outdoors for nearly 5 hours and I was starting to feel nervous. Mikhail, who felt his mother's care for him, answered to reassure her. It was great. I had a lot of fun. I checked the garden first. Then I walked around near our house. Nothing dangerous happened. My belly reminded me of lunch. I came back after that. Cyan and Emerald followed me. I was safe. Arya, who listened to her son, laughed a little. I know that they followed you, but I still worry. It's the job of a mother to worry about her children. You came right on time for lunch. Your belly clock is quite accurate. Mommy will prepare something for lunch real fast and then you can tell me what you happened during your trip. Okay. Mikhail replied to his mother. They ate once his mother brought the food over and Mikhail told his mother a censored version of his excursion, leaving out the risky and bloody parts, talking about all the different Pokemon he saw and the plants he found. After his mother was satisfied, Mikhail went to his play area and did some stretching exercises before doing 5 sit-ups, push-ups, and squats each. He was planning to start small and increase the number at a later date. He fed the occupants of his space using his berries, which included the Nata that expressed that it was fine with berries for now before he took a short nap. He was a bit fatigued after the first part of his day. After his nap, his father came home and Mikhail had to narrate his trip once more. After they had their dinner, they spent the remaining period before his sleeping time just relaxing, playing some memory, and watching some TV. Once he was inside his room, he did his body training exercises once more before going to bed. Before he fell asleep, he noted that he had forgotten to do his psychic exercises due to the excitement he felt for his outing. He vowed to not neglect his psychic training again and fell asleep. Chapter 26, Specimen Mass Abduction. During the next 2 days, Mikhail spent 2 hours after waking up doing his psychic routine and then went downstairs to have breakfast. Afterward, he would do his stretching and body training exercises before continuing his exploration. He would return 4 to 5 hours later for lunch and spent the rest of the day with his parents. Before sleeping, he would do his stretches and body training exercises once more and allocate an hour for another session of psychic training. As for the time he spent with his parents, on the first day, he asked his father how to swim, which Edward demonstrated to Mikhail using their pond, and at the end of the second day, he surprised his father by being able to more or less swim/float without aid. His father called him a natural and his mother said no one would have believed them if she had not filmed the whole thing. They were happy that they could brag, they were happy their son learned how to swim so fast. As far as his exploration was concerned, by the end of the first day, he had superficially gone over the whole northern part, creating a rough mental map. He found no noteworthy Pokemon, but he did find black apricorns. He noted that the earth beneath the apricorn trees was slightly darker than that of its surroundings. Name: black apricorn. Type: plant. Quality: lowest. Faults: none. Uses: contains nutrition and a mix of energies. Can be eaten as food and helps slightly with physical training. Can be used to produce various Pokeballs. It was raised to low quality like the materials before, and other than that he found nothing new. Maybe he would discover things he had overlooked when he combed through it, but he decided to go over all areas first before carefully combing through them, which was why he went to the northwestern area on the second day. He managed to go over about 50% of the area. There was a stream going through the northwestern area, which hindered his exploration efforts a bit, but it still was a fruitful trip. He managed to find 2 new materials and a new berry type. All 3 materials were successfully upgraded to low quality. Name: aquamarine. Type: water. Quality: lowest. Faults: none. Uses: a piece of stone that contains water energy. Can be used as a supplement to help water-type Pokemon. This one was a lucky find by the stream. He was sure he could use it during future experiments on rock types as well. Name: rich earth. Type: ground. Quality: lowest. Faults: none. Uses: a batch of earth that is rich in ground-type energy. Can be used as a supplement to help ground-type Pokemon. This one he found in a place where the trees were especially vibrant. He was at first confused why they were so vibrant despite being nothing special, but quickly found out that the earth they grew on was the reason for their vibrancy. Name: Tomato berry. Type: plant. Quality: lowest. Faults: none. Uses: contains nutrition and plant energy. Can be eaten as food, causes slight feelings of closeness and lethargy. He found the berry tree of this one, all alone hidden between two big boulders. After seeing its status and noting the difference between the games and reality, he looked up more details on the berry. He found out that the reason for the feeling of slight closeness was a component that caused the body to release a bit of oxytocin, the so-called love hormone, and the lethargy was caused by something causing the release of endorphins, causing the body to feel like it had a short workout session. This information surprised him with how much sense it made, and he liked the real effects more than those of the games. Here the berries simply made the Pokemon wanting to rest for a slight increase in closeness, instead of weakening them like in the games. He was happy with what he had accomplished and found during these 2 days. Today was Kai-Day, meaning it was the weekend once more. After doing his morning routine, Mikhail went downstairs and they had breakfast. After breakfast, they talked about where they should head for their outing. Mikhail, who wanted more Magikarp so he could breed them for his specimen production line, couldn't think of something to make that sound nicer, wanted to go to Lake Hope. His parents acceded to his request, and once they were ready they drove there. Mikhail, who had not forgotten to ask his mother to bring along swimming trunks, changed into them and asked for permission to enter the water. After he received their consent, he ran into the lake. He saw how his mother's Poliwhirl Rivers followed him into the water but kept his distance. Mikhail had already gotten used to having a tail, and after what he witnessed during his solo trips he was thankful for the added security. So, ignoring his nearby guardian, Mikhail swam a bit further out. He planned to use his improved berries to lure in tons of Magikarp, which he would then check using his psychic skill. In case he found a worthy specimen, he would abduct it into his into his space, adding it to his pond. A single Magikarp going missing amongst so many others would not stand out much. Besides, he was not touching them, so no one would think he had anything to do with it, even if someone saw something, but he doubted anyone would notice what was happening. As for why Magikarp kept gathering near him, maybe they were attracted by his handsome face. He planned to repeat this multiple times at different locations, which would hopefully result in a bountiful harvest at the end of their trip. After he was 15 meters out, he heard his mother shouting, "Honey, don't go too far out and don't leave this section of the lake. Rivers is going to remind you if you swim too far. Don't forget to occasionally return to drink some water." "Okay, Mommy," Mikhail shouted back, before swimming further out until he was about 60 meters away from the shore. He stopped there and took out 3 citrus berries from his space and broke them into 2 to 3 parts, before throwing them into the water, hoping its juice or movement would manage to attract some Magikarp. He had waited for barely 1 minute before the first Magikarp swam over. Seeing his plan succeed, Mikhail proceeded to occasionally take out an orange berry or 2 amidst the growing swarm of Magikarp. As long as it was within his range, he could take things out, just like he took them in. After counting more than 10 Magikarp, he began checking them before focusing on the new arrivals. He stopped supplying new berries after about 12 minutes, and roughly 3 minutes later the swarm had dispersed. He had checked around 120 Magikarp during these 15 minutes, of which he was sure that some he had probably checked twice. Still, this was a pretty good number, even if he had not managed to find one he wanted to take in. He had seen 1 or 2 light yellow ones, but he was determined to only accept those with yellow potential or better this time around. This was just the first round, and he was optimistic about his chances. He had more than enough time and berries for his undertaking. He did not believe that he would be unable to lure out some good Magikarp. There had to be some good ones amongst the tens of thousands of Magikarp living in Lake Hope. Mikhail had used 3 citrus and 30 orange berries during the first attempt, which he could afford without any problems. He distanced himself from the first location by about 100 meters before repeating the process. 2 minutes into the second try he hit the jackpot. The Magikarp he just checked turned out to be a male with deep yellow potential. Mikhail instantly released 4 orange berries simultaneously, causing the Magikarp that had gathered to frantically surge forward. Using this he pokenapped the Magikarp he had kept his telekinetic touch on. Feeling a bit of pity towards his freshly abducted breeding fish, he tossed a citrus berry towards it after it was relocated into his pond, before focusing back on the swarm in front of him. Mikhail continued checking out the Magikarp for his next victim. 12 minutes after the start of the second round he stopped supplying berries once more. He managed to find the second lucky fish amongst the dispersing Magikarp, swimming away sadly. Don't ask him how he knew that it felt sad, he just did. The Magikarp was surprisingly expressive, you had to see it to believe it. Anyway, the second one was a treasure. He felt that it was his obligation to make sure the Magikarp did not stay sad, especially seeing the light color of its scales indicating its young age. So out of the goodness of his heart, he helped the poor Pokemon into his space. The fact that it had light green potential had nothing to do with it, he swears by Mew. Species, Magikarp. Gender, female. Type, water. Potential, light green. Stage, low, iron stage. Genetic variation, none. Abilities, swift swim, rattled. Talents, none. Affinities, water. He could not wait to see its upgraded potential, so he ignored the rest of the still dispersing Magikarp and looked into his space. The male one he had put in first had its potential increased to light green bordering green. The boost was, apparently, not enough for a 2-grade increase, which meant the Magikarp probably had barely qualified for deep yellow potential before. Still, this was now, except for the new female Magikarp, the Magikarp with the best potential he currently had. He looked at the info of his new treasure. Species, Magikarp. Gender, female. Type, water. Potential, deep green. Stage, low, iron stage. Genetic variation, none. Abilities, swift swim, rattled. Talents, none. Affinities, water. And what for a treasure it was. Not only had her potential increased to deep green, but there was a single thin light blue line going through it. While this did not mean her potential was bordering light blue, it showed that she had the tip of her fin in it. Just she alone had made this trip worth it, everything after this was just the cherry on top. It would naturally be awesome if he could find another one like this or better, but he did not think he had the luck his parents possessed. Still, he did not want to sound ungrateful, seeing that he had found a gem with such good potential, lest he provokes those responsible for luck. Happy with the result, he provided the female Magikarp with a citrus berry or two and threw some orange berries into the pond for the others. After that, he focused back on the outside. Mikhail saw that all Magikarps were gone and decided to change locations once again. The next 2 tries attracted no Magikarp that fulfilled his requirements, causing Mikhail to feel slightly disappointed. For his 5th try, he decided to return to the first location and swim in the opposite direction. After putting a bit of a distance between the first location and himself, he began the 5th round. He managed to find a total of 3 more Magikarp with yellow potential during the 5th, 6th, and 7th rounds. 1 male in the 5th round. 1 male and female during the 7th round. The 6th round came up empty. After checking their status, after the upgrade, he saw that one of the males only achieved deep yellow and the other 2 had light green potential. Once he was done with the checkup, Mikhail returned to his parents' side. He had spent nearly 2 hours for these 7 rounds and he felt thirsty, as well as a bit fatigued. During all this time he had not seen a single trace of his mother's Poliwhirl. Its ability to stay inconspicuous impressed him. He spent 1 hour relaxing by his parents' side before returning to the water to resume his pokenapping efforts. This time he went a little further out to avoid attracting the same Magikarp and began his 8th round. He was surprisingly lucky enough to find 3 deep yellow and 2 yellow potential Magikarp. Mikhail honestly felt a bit dumbfounded. He had looked through more than 1,400 Magikarp during his first session and only managed to find a total of 5 Magikarp that fulfilled his requirements. But now, After having spent 1 hour relaxing by the side of his parents, he managed to find 5 Magikarp that did this during the first round of the second session. Could luck really rub off on someone, or was someone trying to mess with him? No matter which one it was, he felt thankful. This brought him closer to his goal, so he had no reason to complain. He even hoped that he kept being this lucky. Well, he didn't. He managed to find 1 Magikarp with yellow potential during the 9th round, but the 10th and 11th rounds turned out bare. He did find another deep yellow potential Magikarp during the 12th round, but he was thinking about stopping for the day. In the end, he decided to do another 2 attempts before stopping. He began the 13th round with 3 citrus berries as well before deciding to add 2 Leppa berries. His luck seemed to have returned because 3 minutes in he managed to find another jewel among the Magikarp. Species, Magikarp. Gender, male. Type, water. Potential, green. Stage, mid, iron stage. Genetic variation? Abilities? Talents? Affinities? This time he could not see the full status screen of the Magikarp, meaning it was stronger than him, but that was okay. He snatched the Magikarp into his space and inspected his new status. Unfortunately, its potential did not increase to light blue but deep green. It had quite a few light blue lines going through it, showing that he was bordering the light blue potential but was evidently missing the last push. He gave out another round of berries to those that were hungry and focused back outside. After he abducted this one, he seemed to have used up all his remaining luck, because for the rest of the 13th round and the whole 14th round he found no other Magikarp that fulfilled his requirement. Accepting the situation, Mikhail returned to his parents' side once more. He was overall supremely satisfied with his haul. He had spent about 4 hours, 42 citrus berries, 5 Leppa berries, as well as 520 plus oran berries, and checked more than 3,000 Magikarp to seize 13 Magikarp that fit his requirement, including 2 with light green and green potential respectively. This was before their potential was upgraded. All in all, it could be considered a huge success and his expenditure could be seen as negligible. He spent the rest of the day, after feeding the Natu, just spending time with his parents. Before he went to sleep that night, he came to a decision concerning the Natu and the ways he could use him. After making his choice, he fell asleep content with how the day went. Chapter 27, First Time in Space and Start a First Experiment. The first thing Mikhail did once he woke up was to check his space to see if Natu was awake. He decided yesterday to use Natu as his lookout. Well, at least that was the plan. He still had to ask Natu if he would do it. Besides, Mikhail was assuming that Natu could sense people because of his psychic type, but he did not know what his sensing range was. Once he saw that Natu was already awake, Mikhail swiftly took Natu out of his space. Natu looked around, confused by the sudden scenery change. Sorry, I should have warned you before taking you out. Natu, I have a few questions and a possible request for you. Mikhail said to Natu, who just conveyed to him to go on. Can you sense other people and Pokemon? If so, how big is your sensing range? Nah. Natu. Natu transmitted feelings of agreement as well as an uncertain vastness. So, you can sense others and your sensing range is big, but you're not sure how big or if it is big enough for me? Natu simply nodded. That's great. You have probably seen the size of our house while entering my room from the window. Could your senses cover the whole house? Tuesday, nah. Natu. Natu gave an affirmation radiating confidence. Awesome. Now here is the thing I want to ask of you. You have seen and been to my space. I want to enter there as well, but others aren't allowed to witness me suddenly appearing or disappearing, neither should they notice that I am gone. That's where you come in. Could you stay inside my room while I go into my space and use your senses to keep a lookout for me? As soon as you sense someone walking towards my door, you will alert me, then I will come out and put you back into the space. Natu consented but transmitted confusion as well. Are you asking how to alert me if I am inside the space? Natu bobbed its head at Mikhail's question. That's no problem. I can leave a small connection open and you just have to call out Natu thrice successively as a signal. Nata indicated his understanding and Mikhail looked at the clock in his room. I still have 90 minutes until the time I normally go downstairs approaches, so I will enter my space for that duration. My mother generally does not enter my room during this time, but it's better to be safe than sorry, so please keep an eye out. I will give you 2 oran and a lepa berry for breakfast. That way you can have your breakfast while keeping a lookout. Also, feel free to do what you want, but try to not break anything, and don't make a commotion or any suspicious noises. After receiving a confirmation from Natu, Mikhail took out the berries and gave them to Nata before disappearing. Mikhail, who finally managed to enter his space for the first time, after more than 19 months, exclaimed, "Woo! I finally made it in." I had started to think that I would have to wait for a few years before I would get the chance to enter my space. I'm lucky that Nata followed us home and that he is cooperative. Mikhail looked around his space. So this is how it looks like from a normal perspective. The air feels fresher, and the grass appears greener. Just kidding. Now that I am here, let's take a look at the house before going over to my precious specimens. Mikhail went over to his house and checked it inside out. It still had 150 square meters and was 2 stories tall. The increase in the size of the space had made no difference for the size of the house yet. The inside of the house was fully furnished, and he had no idea where all the furniture came from, but his space could replicate all kinds of materials, so he did not care about it too much. Anyways, the first floor had a fully equipped kitchen, a cozy living room with a reading corner, and a storeroom that contained the cabinets assigned to his subspaces. The second floor contained a bedroom, an office, and a small private library that was filled with books containing the knowledge he had already gone through. This was to give him the option of experiencing the feeling of perusing/reading books if he wanted to go over them again. Mikhail was hoping that the next upgrade to his space would add some labs with tools for pokeball smithing and berry processing to his house. He planned to use the apricorns he had planted to train his pokeball creation and wanted to turn the berries he stored into potions, lotions, salves, creams, drinks, and different forms of food. Those 2 were his priority right now. Other kinds of laboratories were secondary. Mikhail left his house after touring it once. While walking by his garden area toward the pond, he felt that it was a bit empty with only grass and decided to plant some trees batches. He planned to use only the apricorns for this, because he felt that the subspace flora was enough for his berry trees and other plant materials, for now. The subspaces were currently 350 square meters big, and this was more than enough for him to build up his stock and meet his current demand. If he felt the need for more, he would think about using the garden in his main space. Who knew, maybe he would plant some flowers in the future to beautify his garden. Anyways, he currently had 3 kinds of apricorns, the green, blue, and black ones. Mikhail decided to plant 3 clusters of 15 apricorn trees distant from one another, 1 cluster for each kind. The growth cycle of the apricorns was 2 weeks and each batch had 4 apricots, so he would collect 120 apricots from each type every month. He chose to realize his idea and instructed his space to plant them after choosing the locations of the clusters. After that was done, he noticed the trees in Nana's area. Before this he had not bothered to check them out. Now that he saw them with his eyes, he noticed that they were pine trees. There were many kinds of trees, like oak, elm, and birch, but he liked evergreen trees like the pine a bit more. With that random thought, he arrived at his destination. He went over his plans for his Magikarp experiments once more. He currently had 17 Magikarps inside his pond that he wanted to breed to obtain a steady supply of good quality specimens for his future experiments. Upon further deliberation, he decided to remove 5 of the Magikarp, 3 females and 2 males, from his breeding plans. These 5 Magikarp were unable to attain at least light green potential even with the upgrade by the system. 4 had deep yellow and 1 even had yellow potential. Mikhail did not want them to weaken the potential pool of his future specimens, which was why he took them out. He would use them for his first round of experiments instead. They would be good enough to test the waters until he obtained his first true batch of subjects, which would still take quite a while. Mikhail relocated them into his marine subspace, where they would live from now on. He did not have to worry about them eating any resources besides those he fed them, because the resources were protected by the subspace. As for the 12 Magikarp that qualified as breeding stock, they could continue to stay inside the pond. Except for one of the Magikarp, the others were not mature enough for breeding purposes, so he had to wait for 8 to 14 months depending on the Magikarp until they became mature enough. He was satisfied with their potential and wanted to see if he could add some more during future trips. The male-to-female ratio among the 12 Magikarp was 50% and their potential was as follows. 1 male Magikarp had deep green potential, bordering light blue. 1 female Magikarp had deep green potential at the peak. 3 Magikarp had green potential. Of those 2 were female and 1 was male. 2 Magikarp had light green potential, bordering green. Of those 1 was female and 1 was male. 5 Magikarp had light green potential. Of those 3 were male and 2 were female. Mikhail was currently not really ready to start his experiments. Besides the non-existence of proper test subjects, the 5 rejects aside, he was also missing materials of a multitude of types that he would need for his tests. He currently had only materials for 8 of the 18 types, and even there some had only one kind of material available. Still, he wanted to start anyway and see if he could use what he had on hand to get some findings. If it didn't work out, he would have only wasted some time and a few materials, but if it did work out, he would have a head start and he could use these findings to better his actual experiments. Either way, he could afford the losses, so he went with it. He separated the Magikarps in his marine subspace from each other to prevent them from interfering with each other. After that, he took 15 samples, if he had that many, of one material from each type he had. He left 5 of the samples as is, 5 of them were cut/broken into pieces, and the last 5 were ground up. Once that was done, he would release the 3 different sample forms of the material near each Magikarp to see if any of them reacted to the type of the material. He would repeat that process until all Magikarp had been presented with all available samples once. At least that was the plan until he noticed that he only had enough material samples for 6 types: rock, water, plant, air, fire, and poison. He did not possess enough stock of the bug and ground type material. So he proceeded with his tests without them. After he had gone through all 6 types, none of the Magikarp showed any special reaction towards any of them. The only exception was the water-type material, which was to be expected since Magikarp was a water-type Pokemon. This showed that none of the Magikarp had an affinity with any of the used material types, or at least the used material was not able to rouse their attention more than they should have. That either meant that they probably had no other affinity besides water, or it was to a type, for which he did not possess a material. Either way, the first experiment ended in a failure which disappointed Mikhail a bit, even if he had expected it, since it was quite rushed. He decided to gather enough materials for each type first before starting another experiment. Once Mikhail reached that decision, he fed all Magikarp and left his space. His abrupt appearance startled Natu a bit, and it released a dignified squawk. PFFFTTTTT. Sorry. I keep forgetting to warn you. Nah. Tuesday, Natu. Nada complained and seemed to say there better not be a repeat or else. Right, moving on. I finished what I wanted to do, so thank you for keeping a lookout. I will tell you when I need you to do this again. Are you ready to return to the space? Natu expressed his readiness and Mikhail took him back. Afterward, he went downstairs and had his breakfast with his parents. He spent the rest of Gruday leisurely with his parents, but in the evening he went earlier than normal to his room, saying that he was tired. He used that time to do the psychic exercise he had skipped that morning. Before Mikhail slept that night, he decided to use the next week that would start tomorrow to complete his rough mental map of the 3 kilometers radius around their property. He hoped he would find some useful materials in the meantime, or he would have to wait until he carefully combed through the area to find something useful. Mikhail fell asleep while thinking about his future plans. Chapter 28, CH5, 28, Exploration, Success, and Evolution. As soon as he woke up the next day, Mikhail remembered that his parents had promised to show him all their Pokemon once the weekend came around, but they hadn't. While he had already seen nearly all of them, he still wanted to see the rest of the Pokemon, so he went down to complain. "I am sorry," he meant politely inquire of his mother why they had not fulfilled their promise to him. His mother told him that Crobat and Pidgeot had not come last week as they had expected, so they decided to postpone it to this weekend instead because they believed that both would come over this time since they didn't do so the last time. Accepting her excuse, Mikhail decided to focus back on his plan to complete a rough map of the 3 kilometers radius of their property. He hoped to complete it during this week. Mikhail was not able to finish his map during the week. It took him 12 days to complete his rough map. This experience raised his respect for the cartographers who had to do this by themselves for much larger areas. He had stopped the last time after mapping 50% of the northeastern area, so he finished that during the first day. Unfortunately, he did not find anything he did not already have. He managed to finish the whole western part on the second day because that part was on the path to his parents' training area, so he already had some idea of what to expect. Mikhail had taken mental notes every time he had noticed something that stood out to him while accompanying his parents, so the time he had to spend was shortened. 3 noteworthy things happened during his exploration of the western part. The first was that he managed to check out his father's Seadra. The stream from the northwestern area flowed through the western part as well, and his father's Seadra had made its home there. While he was checking out the vicinity of the stream, Seadra came out to greet him after having recognized Mikhail. Mikhail directly used the opportunity to check its status, and he was not even surprised by the potential of his parents' Pokemon anymore. Species: Seadra. Gender: male. Type: water. Potential: green. Stage: genetic variation. Abilities. Talents. Affinities. He was becoming desensitized. From the 7 Pokemon species he in his checked-out list that had light green potential or higher as the best potential witnessed, 5 came from his parents. A man had to adapt, and that's what he did. Mikhail simply reaffirmed his decision to ignore the oddity that his parents' luck represented. The second noteworthy thing was a Kelpie berry that he got through Seadra. Name: Kelpie berry. Type: plant. Quality: lowest. Faults: none. Uses: contains nutrition, water, and plant energy. Can be eaten as food, causes slight feelings of closeness and lethargy. The effect was the same as the one from the Tomato berry, and its quality was raised to low. The third was a nice piece of amber he found because he noticed a sparkle on the ground between the trees. It turned out that the amber could be used as a supplement, but not as a plant-type material as one would expect, but as a bug-type supplement. Name: compromised amber, bug-type. Type: bug, mineraloid. Quality: lowest. Faults: none. Uses: bug-type blood came into contact with the amber during its formation process, enabling it to absorb and store bug-type energy from the environment. Can be used as a supplement for bug-type Pokemon. This piece of amber was a big find, not only because it could be used as a supplement but also because of what he could find between the lines. If staining the tree resin with bug-type blood could produce a compromised amber of the bug-type, then would it be possible for Mikhail to find, or better yet produce, amber of many different types depending on the Pokemon the blood came from? He woke up from his unrealistic dream pretty fast. While he may indeed be able to find other compromised amber types, no matter how unlikely it was, he would not be able to produce them himself unless he could accelerate the formation process massively. Amber took 2 to 10 million years to naturally form, at least in his previous world it did, and unless he would discover that it was different on Terra or he really found a way to speed up the process, he would have to shelve his idea. Nothing else of interest happened on the second day. Mikhail explored the southwestern part during the 3rd and 4th days. He, unfortunately, found nothing new in that area. There were berries and apricorns trees that he saw, but they were of the kind he already possessed. The southern part was relatively easy to go over, and he finished it on the 5th day. The road that led to the town center was located there, so there was nearly nothing to be found. Mikhail still checked both sides of the roads but found nothing useful. The 6th and 7th days were the weekend, so he paused his exploration to spend the whole day with his parents. His parents kept their word, and once Crobat and Pidgeot came to their home on the 6th day, his parents brought him to their garden. They called all those staying there over and released the rest from their Pokeballs. Mikhail had already checked out his mother's whole team before this, but apparently, his parents gave all their Pokemon nicknames and he heard some of them for the first time. Mikhail still went towards all of them one by one to greet and hug/touch them while checking their status. There was her starter Titania, a Nidorina with deep green potential. Emerald, a female Butterfree with light green potential. Sunny, a male Gloom with light yellow potential. Rivers, a male Poliwhirl with deep green potential, and lastly Star, a genderless Stary with deep yellow potential. His mother, Arya, seemed like a really lucky person when one looked at the potential of her Pokemon, right? He thought so as well until he finally managed to check his father's full roster. There was his starter Titan, a Nidorino with light blue potential. Cyan, a male Butterfree, with yellow potential. He had light yellow potential when Mikhail checked him before, but it seemed like they had managed to increase it. Sky, a female Pidgeot with deep green potential. Duke, a male Crobat with light blue potential. Azure, a male Seadra with green potential. Cell, a Magneton with light green potential, but it was already bordering green potential. Mikhail nearly burst out laughing when he heard its name, because of what would happen once it evolved to Magnezone, but he managed to control himself. Vibra, a female Rhydon with green potential, and Agni, a male Growlithe with deep green potential that was already bordering light blue. He was floored, utterly shocked, at just how lucky his father, Edward, turned out to be. Mikhail had repeatedly tried to accept it and move on, but he was still shocked every time, which showed that he had failed to do so after all. But could he be blamed? He didn't think so. Mikhail had experienced firsthand how hard it was to find Pokemon with good potential. While it was not too hard to find a Pokemon with any shade of yellow potential as long as one was willing to invest enough time, any Pokemon with light green potential or higher was hard to find. Then comes along the anomaly that was his father with his team and wrecks Mikhail's statistics. 2 light blues with one having an easy chance to upgrade to blue once it evolves. 2 deep greens with another one that could easily upgrade to light blue upon evolution. 2 greens with both having the chance for promotion upon evolution as well. 1 light green that's about to improve with the same upgrading chance as the others. The only odd one out in this case was the yellow potential, simply unbelievable. Mikhail just thanked his parents for showing him their full roster while coming to terms with the fact that his parents, mostly his father, were statistic wreckers. Mikhail and his parents spent the rest of the weekend at home simply relaxing. They watched TV when they wanted to, played if they felt like it, and simply lazed around otherwise. He surreptitiously did some stretching and bodyweight exercises, not wanting to break his parents' zen. Once Arc Day came around again, he resumed his mapping efforts. He spent the 8th and 9th days finishing the southeastern area but found nothing new except for a brown apricorn tree. He didn't even know there was a brown apricorn because there were none in the games, but he should have expected this. Mikhail had known that there were more Pokeball variations on Terra than in the games or anime, so it wouldn't be a stretch to find more types of apricorns as well. Name: brown apricorn. Type: plant. Quality: lowest. Faults: none. Uses: contains nutrition, some earth, and plant energy. Can be eaten as food and helps slightly with physical training. Can be used to produce various Pokeballs. He naturally added it to his material stock after it was upgraded to low quality by the space. The eastern part was where the other houses in their vicinity were, but Mikhail still used the 10th day to check the areas to make sure he didn't miss anything, but as he had expected he found nothing useful. The last area left unexplored was the northeastern part, and he used the 11th and 12th days to finish doing a once-over there as well. His luck was good in the sense that he witnessed an evolution during his exploration on the 11th day. He was watching a fight between 2 relatively strong Rattatas that were rather even, over a few berries, when one of them suddenly started to evolve in the middle of the fight. The other Rattata stopped immediately, which was rather unusual in his opinion. He thought the Rattata would use this opportunity to attack the other one during its evolution to prevent it from becoming stronger or finish it while it was defenseless, but it simply ran away after taking one of the berries. At first, He was confused before he decided to check his knowledge store on evolution again while observing the evolution of the Rattata to Raticate. What he found explained why the other Rattata ran away. There were two reasons why the Rattata did not interfere and another reason why it ran away. The first one was that the legendaries prohibited any interference during an evolution process, which actually targeted the Pokémon of the higher stages, because of the second reason. The second reason was that the evolution process used the energy inside the Pokémon's body as well as the energy in the environment to carry out the evolution. The crucial thing was that the energy from the environment not only provided the extra energy necessary to support the change the Pokémon went through but also erected a barrier that protected the evolving Pokémon from any damage or interference. The reason for the light show was the high amount of energy that was concentrated in the area at that moment. This was one of the natural laws of Terra and only Pokémon of a really high stage had a chance to break that natural protection, but they knew that doing this was equal to going against the natural law and order of Terra, which would be felt across the planet. This would mean the legendaries would find out and there would be dire consequences. So no one on Terra tried interfering during an evolution because it was futile for nearly anyone and those that could did not really dare / want to do it either out of respect or fear. As for the reason why it ran away only taking a single berry leaving the rest alone, instead of staying or taking everything, that should be obvious. Why bother staying when the Pokémon would most likely kick your ass once it finished evolving and taking every berry would only provoke the other party, which would cause it to either chase it or resent it. If it was chased down it would be in immediate danger, if it was resented it would be in future danger in case they came across each other coincidentally. So it just wasn't worth the risk. Anyway, once the evolution was finished and the light went out, Mikhail could see Eradicate where there previously stood a Rattata. He had to say it was incredible to witness an evolution firsthand. Once the Eradicate saw that it was alone and that only a single berry was missing, it seemed to shrug and simply started eating. Nothing else of importance happened that day. On the 12th day, he managed to find something he found really cool, the lance of a beedrill. Mikhail had no idea why there was a beedrill's lance in that place, but he assumed it broke off during a fight and was simply left there. Name: Beedrill's lance. Type: bug. Quality: lowest. Faults: none. Uses: it's a lance that broke off from a beedrill. Contains concentrated bug-type energy. Can be used as a supplement to help bug-type Pokémon. Obviously, its quality was increased by his space to low quality. Other than the lance he only found more of the same, so by the end of the 12th day, which was a dial day, he completed his superficial mapping of the southeastern area and his rough mental map was finally complete. He had coincidentally managed to complete the first part of his exploration project just before the start of the weekend. Mikhail went to bed that night satisfied with his accomplishment and happy to have experienced interesting things like an evolution during the process. Chapter 29, Maps and Telepathy. The next morning Mikhail woke up early like usual. He did his stretches and bodyweight training before focusing on his psychic training. Mikhail could feel that there was a paper-thin wall between him and the next class, so he could advance anytime. He stopped an hour later and thought about the things he could do at home since he was not going out exploring today or tomorrow. He recalled that he never went to his parents' office that was on the same floor as his room and decided to rectify that immediately. When he arrived in front of the door he tried to open it and was surprised to find it unlocked. Shrugging at his parents, should he call it carelessness or carefreeness, Mikhail entered the room. It looked pretty comfortable. There was a two-person couch with a coffee table, a study desk with an office chair, and 2 bean bags. Furthermore, there was a pretty big bookshelf that was nearly filled with books and documents. Mikhail ignored the ones that were out of his reach and focused on the lower rows that he could reach. He decided to first focus on a few maps of Kanto and a few complementary books he found amongst the reading materials. He took out 3 maps, one showing the whole of Kanto, one focusing on the part between Viridian City and Pewter City, to which his parents added Hope Town, and the last one focused on Hope Town. Besides the map, he also took the book Settlements and U to help him understand the classifications on the map and to get some general knowledge of Kanto's settlement situation. The first thing he noticed when he looked at the map of Kanto was that it was huge. He objectively knew that even the size of a single Terran continent that humanity settled on was 2 times the Earth's surface area, but only after seeing the size of Kanto and knowing that it was only a small part of the whole continent did he comprehend how big the continents and subsequently Terra really were. The Kanto region alone had a territory of 15.5 million square kilometers, which was much larger than any country on Earth except for Russia, and the difference between those two was not that big. The shape of the region did mostly resemble the one from the games, but the land outcrop around Pallet City, yes, not town but city, was further towards the center of the region. Other than that, they chose an island west of Pallet City as Cinnabar Island, and the one from the games was designated as an unsafe volcanic island. Because of the sheer size of Kanto and because this was reality, not a game, there were naturally more cities than the 10 from the games, and their distance to each other was way larger. Their position, on the other hand, was relatively the same, just not their size and distance. The map of Kanto as a whole he was currently studying showed only the Tier 7 and Tier 6 major cities, which included the ones from the games, but there were still 34 major cities recorded on the map. According to the scale of the map, each major city had a 10.000 square kilometers area, which was considerable. That was somewhat between the size of Tokyo, 8.000 sqkm, and New York, 12.000 sqkm. Mikhail saw that each major city had a strip of land/route connecting them to other cities and that only those were considered relatively safe areas. The strips/routes were all 100 kilometers wide, so the safe area was not small, it just looked small in comparison to the wilderness. Everything outside those strips/routes was considered wild area/wilderness, and this was inside the Kanto region. The area outside Kanto's borders was marked red and categorized as deadly. He also noticed that the Rhoda Kingdom was drawn north of Pewter City and it was marked as a subordinate territory of Kanto. Mikhail saw the tier categorization of the cities again and was curious how the settlements were divided, so he put the maps aside for now and focused on the book on settlements he chose. From there he found out quite a bit of information. There were 6 types of settlements that were recognized by all of humanity: villages, towns, small cities, major cities, and capital cities. The settlements were divided into parts according to their size. Towns had an inner and an outer area. Small cities had an inner, outer, and fringe area. Cities had a center, inner, outer, and fringe area. Major cities/capitals had a core, center, inner, outer, and fringe area. Now came the part that he was the most curious about. There were 7 settlement tiers. The assigned tier of a settlement depended on its size, strength, military and/or economic, and influence on its surrounding area. Tier 0 was possible for villages and towns. Tier 1 was possible for villages, towns, and small cities. Tier 2 was possible for villages, towns, small cities, and cities. Tier 3 was possible for small cities and cities. Tier 4 was possible for small cities, and major cities. Tier 5 was possible for cities and major cities. Tier 6 was possible only for major cities and Tier 7 only for capital cities. I finally know what Hope Town being a Tier 2 town means. Hope Town is better than I thought, being at the highest tier possible for a town. To rise to Tier 3 it would need to upgrade to / qualify as a small city. Were Mikhail's thoughts before he focused back on the book. Next up was the standard size of settlements and the distance between settlements. Villages were 4 plus sqkm big and had 10 plus km between them. Towns were 25 plus sqkm big and had 50 plus km between them. Small cities were 225 plus sqkm big and had 100 plus km between them. Cities were 400 plus sqkm big and had 250 plus km between them. Major cities were up to 10.000 plus sqkm big and had 500 plus km between them. Capital cities had the same standards as major cities. As for the population, Mikhail looked that up as well, and they considered the number of registered households. The big ones were 300.000 plus households for major cities and 1.000.000 plus households for capital cities. That was all Mikhail needed to know of that topic for now. If he ever decided to take over or build his own settlement, he would revisit the topic. After putting the book back from where he had taken it, Mikhail focused on the maps again, especially the one of Hope Town, and how surprising it was that he actually found Hope Hill on the map. Nodding to himself, Mikhail verified that he was accurate once more before directing his focus back to the map. While Mikhail was concentrating on the map of Hope Town, his mother entered the room. She had decided to see what Mikhail was doing because he had not come downstairs yet. He used to come down much earlier, so his mother went up to see if something happened but couldn't find him in his room. While she was moving towards the bathroom, because that's where she thought he was, Arya heard the sound of shifting paper coming from their office. Once she entered the room, she saw her son focusing on a map. She asked him, amused, "Mikhail, why did you enter this room, and why are you staring at the map so intently?" Mikhail, who nearly sprang up in surprise, turned to his mother while putting on the most innocent look he could muster. "Mommy, good morning. I was a bit bored. When I wanted to go downstairs, I saw the door. I decided to peek. I haven't been here before. I got curious. Look, I found treasure maps like in the stories," Mikhail said while pointing at the maps. Arya laughed a little before she started speaking. "Honey, those aren't treasure maps, but real maps. What they show is the location of places. Sadly, there are no crosses that show the location of buried treasures on these maps." Mikhail acted disappointed. "Not treasure maps. Oh woo. I even found the hill. I thought the treasure is buried there. Are they really not treasure maps?" His mother was trying not to laugh at his look. "I'm sorry, honey, but those are really not treasure maps. Since you singled out Hope Hill on the map, I can talk to your father and we can go there on a trip if you want to." Mikhail agreed to her suggestion because any new place was a new source for possibly useful materials. "Okay, thank you, Mommy." They went downstairs together and had their breakfast. Mikhail's parents talked with each other, and Arya told her husband about what happened upstairs. Edward had to laugh when he heard what his wife told him and instantly agreed once he heard about her idea of a trip to Hope Hill. They decided to go there tomorrow right after breakfast. Mikhail spent the next few hours with his parents before he told them he was tired and that he was going to take a nap. He went to his room and called out Natu after making sure his parents did not follow him. "Hello, Natu. I need your help again." Mikhail explained his plan to Natu. He wanted to do his psychic training and fully focus on it, so he wanted Natu to use his senses to keep an eye on the stairs leading to his floor and warn him once his parents went upstairs. The reason Mikhail did not tell Natu to directly use his senses on Mikhail's parents was that he suspected they, specifically his father, would notice something causing him to become alert, which Mikhail did not want. The reason he wanted to fully focus and could not stay alert himself was that he wanted to invest all his energy in his training, hoping to successfully advance as soon as possible. "Natu." "Nah." Natu agreed while expressing his hunger, not so subtly demanding a bribe in the form of berries. "No problem. I will give you 2 citrus and 2 lepa berries. If you still have more space in your belly after eating those, I can give you some more." Mikhail proceeded to take out the promised berries and focused on his telekinesis exercise afterward. During the time he had done his exploration, Mikhail had not forgotten about his psychic training. He had made sure to train for at least 2 hours per day and had managed to increase the number of stones he lifted during his telekinesis exercise to 19. While he had not increased his range of 10 meters or persistence of 10 minutes, just the increase of 9 stones was good enough progress for about 2 months of training. He was guessing that he would be able to break through as soon as he managed to do his exercise with 20 stones. Mikhail gave his best during his training, pushing himself to lift the 20th stone. While he already managed to lift 20 stones, he could not keep levitating them for 10 minutes. His current limit was 8 minutes, which meant he was 2 minutes short. So he kept exhausting his energy reserves using his telekinesis and then meditated to help with his recovery by actively absorbing energy. He repeated this process again and again. By the end of 2 hours, he had managed to increase his time to 9 minutes, which made him optimistic about his chances during his evening session. He, unfortunately, had to stop right now, because any more than 2 hours would make his parents wonder why his nap was taking so long, which was why he put his hopes on his evening training session. Mikhail thanked Natu and put him back into his space, where he gave him another round of berries, before going downstairs. The rest of the day went normally and he was full of anticipation towards his evening session, which his parents confused with excitement for their trip to Hope Hill tomorrow. When it was finally time for him to go to his room to sleep, Mikhail quickly said good night to his parents, who were simply laughing at his antics, before running upstairs. He took out Natu once more and told him that the deal was the same as before. Once he gave Natu his berries, Mikhail fully focused on his telekinesis exercise, trying to achieve those 10 minutes. He still kept exhausting his energy reserves and then restored them wholly, repeating the process again and again. It was 1 hour later while Mikhail was furrowing his brows, deeply focused on the exercise with sweat dripping down his cute face, always trying to extend the duration, that he finally managed to hold out for 10 minutes. As soon as he crossed the 10 minutes mark, he felt something akin to a dam breaking, ushering him forward. He had advanced to Tier 1 second-class psychic and unlocked his telepathy. Feeling extremely happy with his success, Mikhail decided to pull a little prank on Natu. He used his newly unlocked telepathy to send a sound to Natu. Mikhail could not manage more than that for now, but for his plan, he did not need more anyway. PSSST. Natu got startled and started looking for the source of the sound before looking at Mikhail suspiciously. Did something happen, Natu? You started to hurriedly look around. Did you notice something suspicious? Are my parents coming upstairs? While he was acting concerned, posing questions, Mikhail used his telepathy to send the sound once more. PSSST. But he either underestimated Natu's sensitivity or overestimated his control over his newly gotten ability, maybe both, because he got caught by Natu, who was glaring at Mikhail for pranking him. Him overestimating himself was bad because it showed that he was behaving carelessly. Being caught by Natu was one thing, but if he acted carelessly and got caught by other people or wild Pokemon, it could lead to consequences he wasn't ready for. The endorphin and adrenaline that were released because of his excitement towards his breakthrough had made him a bit reckless, but this was a lesson that showed that he was not immune to stupid ideas. He gave his immature body partial responsibility, the body affecting the mind, and all that, but in the end, he just needed to make sure he was able to control his ability before using them for pranks. Not having fun was not a good solution, he just had to make sure he was in control and knew the risks. Sorry. I just advanced a bit and unlocked telepathy, so I wanted to try it out. Who, if not my best buddy Natu, could have been the first individual with whom I should have shared my success? I just got a bit overzealous with the method. He. Mikhail apologized to Natu while buttering him up a bit to soften his attitude, which seemed to work as Natu simply expressed something along the line of "good for you, don't do it again or else. Thank you again for keeping a lookout while I was training. It is thanks to you that I was able to fully focus on my training and breakthroughs so swiftly." Natu puffed out his crest feathers proudly, expressing his full agreement. Well, crest feathers might be a bit inaccurate, with his body looking mostly like a head. Natu instantly glared at him as if he had heard Mikhail mocking his body. "Yes, you were a great help, which is why I am going to give you a heap of berries once you are in the space again. So I am going to put you away now. See you later." Mikhail placed him back into his space as he had said and went to his bed to sleep. They were going to Hope Hill tomorrow and he wanted to be well rested for their trip. Chapter 30, Resources Galore, and Voluntary Newcomer. Mikhail woke up early the next morning and instantly took out Natu after confirming that he was awake as well. He used his telepathy to communicate with Natu, training his ability this way. The area in which he could use his telepathy was obviously the same as the one he could sense things and use his telekinesis in, which was a 10 meters radius around himself. He understandably did not make any visible progress during the hour he spent using his telepathy on Natu, but diligence was the key to success. Progress would show itself as long as he kept training. After thanking Natu and giving him some berries for breakfast, Mikhail started doing his stretching and bodyweight exercises. 3 sets later he felt that it had become too easy and that he was completely accustomed to 5 repetitions now, so decided to increase the number of repetitions to 10 starting tomorrow. Once he was done with his exercises, Mikhail went downstairs, where he had breakfast with his parents. After breakfast, they got ready and drove towards Hope Hill, which was a 20-minute drive away. When Mikhail saw Hope Hill for the first time, he was impressed. From what he learned from his parents, Hope Hill was about 350 meters tall and covered an area of nearly 5 sq.km. It was perfect for relaxing hikes and had enough open areas for picnics and the like. They got down their car and his parents each took their bag of holdings, their Silk Company bags, where everything they would need was stored, and they wandered up the hill. His parents, who seemed to know the hill like their back pocket, started talking to each other. "We will walk to our spot first and set up our things. Afterward, we can decide what to do, or do you want to stroll around first and go to our spot later on?" Edward asked Arya. "No, you're right. It would be better if we went to our spot first. Once we settle our stuff there, those that want to walk around can do so, and those, like me, that simply want to relax can stay there and do whatever." Arya expressed her agreement. "All right, that's what we will do then." They walked for 15 minutes before they arrived at the spot his parents wanted to stay at. It turned out both his parents wanted to simply relax, for now, so they decided that Mikhail would be allowed to roam around to his heart's content. Obviously one of their Pokemon would be tailing him, but that was not a problem. While Mikhail would be wandering, his parents were planning to lie around. They told him to return in 4 hours at the latest for lunch. They would decide what to do afterward, after lunch. So it was with both Butterfrees tailing him that Mikhail left their picnic area and started his walk. He planned to look around for useful materials while checking all Pokemon he could. 2 minutes into his search, Mikhail had a brilliant idea. He immediately focused on his space and reached out to Natu. "Hey, Natu." The poor Pokemon was startled by the sudden sound and fell from the tree it was lounging on. It managed to stop itself and flew back to the branch before glaring upwards. It conveyed something along the lines of, "What the hell do you want?" "Sorry, my bad." Nada relaxed his glare after Mikhail apologized and expressed something like, "Get on with it." Mikhail noticed that Nada seemed to be becoming more and more expressive and seemed to start to understand his sentence nearly completely. He knew that psychic types achieved sentience relatively early, and Nada seemed to be on the verge of full sentience. Mikhail liked to think that the acceleration was thanks to the contact with him. "Anyway, I am currently on a trip with my parents and we went to Hope Hill. I am planning to release you on a tree near me so that you can approach me afterward. We are going to act as if we met for the first time. You will behave as if you feel drawn to me and follow me around. Then I will take you with me and introduce you to my parents, telling them that you approached me and that I want to take you home." Nada, who listened, nodded before he conveyed his confusion. "You want to know why we didn't do that while I was out exploring the area around my house?" Nada nodded again. "Easy. Meeting you near our house would have been suspicious because no natives are living in the area and my parents' Pokemon keep an eye on the surroundings, so you suddenly appearing while I am there would be weird, but they can't do that here. I believe that they would either think you traveled here on your own or that someone released you here. Meeting you on a trip to Hope Hill seems more like a coincidence than near our home. Besides, enough time has passed that I don't think my parents would recognize you as the Nada from the petting zoo. They would at most think I have an affinity with the Nada species." Nada showed his understanding and agreement. "Okay, get ready, I am going to take you out now." Mikhail released Nada from his space, depositing him on the branch of a tree 4 meters to his right. Natu immediately flew down and landed in front of Mikhail. They acted out their meeting script, and for anyone watching it looked as if they were meeting for the first time. A short while later, Nada flapped his wings and landed on Mikhail's head. A few moments later, Emerald flew over to ask if everything was all right. Mikhail told her that Nada found him interesting and that Nada had wanted to accompany him, to which he had agreed. Emerald accepted Mikhail's explanation and left after staring at Nada for a bit as well as instructing it to behave or else. Happy with the show they put on for his tale and the result, Mikhail resumed his stroll. He would occasionally talk with Nada while checking out Pokemon they came across and controlling anything that stood out to him. He had been walking around for nearly an hour now, but the things he checked all turned out to be duds. Neither had any Pokemon with noteworthy potential popped up yet, nor had he seen any new Pokemon species. so he was understandably a little bit disappointed. It wasn't that he found nothing useful, because he did see quite a few berry and apricorn trees, but he already had each variety he encountered, so they were not really useful even if Nana disagreed with him. The little bird would occasionally pluck a berry and eat it when it felt a bit peckish and they saw a berry. Anyway, he had been walking to the west/left since he left his parents' side and decided to change his direction. Mikhail started walking north/upwards. He planned to keep walking this way for another hour before changing directions once more, this time to the east/right. Yes, he had planned his route in the form of a square that would lead him back to his starting point, his parents. At least that was the plan. In case he deviated a bit from his target, he still could ask the Butterfree following him to lead him back. It seemed he had made the right decision with changing directions, because only 5 minutes later he found 3 useful materials at once: a white apricorn, a float stone, and a piece of raw normal gem stone. Name: white apricorn. Type: plant. Quality: lowest. Faults: none. Uses: contains nutrition and a mix of energies. Can be eaten as food and helps slightly with physical training. Can be used to produce various pokeballs. Name: float stone. Type: air/flying. Quality: lowest. Faults: none. Uses: it's a stone that has been influenced by the energy it stores. It covers those that stay in contact with it in air energy, seemingly reducing their weight. Absorbs and stores a bit of air-type energy. Can be used as a supplement to help air-type Pokemon. Name: raw normal gem. Type: normal/neutral. Quality: lowest. Faults: none. Uses: it's a piece of raw gemstone that can absorb and store neutral energy. Contains some compressed neutral type energy, increasing its purity. Can be used as a supplement to help normal type Pokemon. The area he found seemed to have a higher than normal concentration of neutral and air energy floating around, because not only did he found those items there, but there were also Pokemon of those types in that area. He had not been attacked thanks to the smell on him, as well as his escort that made itself known when they saw so many Pokemons gathered around. On a side note, the energy typing of the other materials and the area allowed him to conclude that the mix of energy mentioned in the use column of the white apricorn most likely consisted of neutral, air, and plant energy. Regardless, Mikhail left as soon as he took what he needed. He had not as much luck for the next 30 minutes. He kept checking the potential of the Pokemons he came across, but the best he found until now was a light yellow Pidgey and a yellow Oddish. He did not take the Pidgey because even upgraded it wouldn't attain light green potential, and the Oddish was ignored by him because he had no interest in it. It was not because he didn't dare to abduct it, really. The gloom he couldn't see the strength of in the 4 other Oddish at its side really had nothing to do with it. Anyway, he couldn't find anything useful since his last find 30 minutes ago, but just now he stumbled upon a raspberry tree. Name: raspberry. Type: plant. Quality: lowest. Faults: none. Uses: contains nutrition and plant energy. Can be eaten as food, causes the eater to relax. Mikhail's next find happened just before he decided to change his walking direction. He found a stone that gave of a gloomy vibe, so he naturally had to take a look. Name: eerie stone. Type: ghost. Quality: lowest. Faults: none. Uses: it's a stone that has been influenced by the energy it stores. Gives off a gloomy aura and may cause depressive feelings to surface if exposed to it for long durations. It can also cause nightmares. Absorbs and stores a bit of ghost-type energy. Can be used as a supplement to help ghost-type Pokemon. He kept the material obviously, but decided to not take it out until he had a use for it. His walk to the east was not as fruitful as the one northwards, but he still got some good things. First of all, he abducted his first non-Magikarp Pokemon. Nada did not count, which was a Caterpie. He found her leisurely eating an orange berry and checked her out. As soon as he saw her status screen, he kidnapped her, berry and all. Species: Caterpie. Gender: female. Type: bug. Potential: deep green. Stage: stageless. Genetic variation, none. Abilities, shield dust, run away. Talents, quick start. Affinities, bug/growth, psychic/psionic, budding. Jackpot. I hit the jackpot. I have proven that I am my parents' son. Ha 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 ha. Mikhail started dancing and laughing maniacally until he was hit on the back of his head by Nada, who was glaring at him for shaking him so much and making so much noise. Mikhail calmed down and simply smiled. Sorry for shaking you so much, Natu, but I just found someone that is really talented, so I was too happy. Natu, send a good for you, and Mikhail looked into his space to check up on Caterpie. Analyzing, Caterpie analyzed. Start improving potential, potential successfully improved. Start optimizing genes, genetic optimization failed. Unlocking extra abilities, unlocking extra ability failed. Unlocking talents failed. Detected existing talent, attempting to improve talent, talent successfully improved. Checking energy storage can support activity. Generating tailored habitat, habitat successfully generated. Add habitat to main space, similar habitat found, adjoining habitats, main space successfully expanded. Relocate Caterpie to habitat, relocation successful. Energy storage at 15%. Process finished. He checked her status and just couldn't control himself. He started laughing again. Species, Caterpie. Gender, female. Type, bug. Potential, light blue. Stage, stageless. Genetic variation, none. Abilities, shield dust, run away. Talents, quick start V2. Affinities, bug/growth, psychic/psionic, budding. This time he caught himself pretty fast, not giving Nata the chance to whack him again. Mikhail checked what the talent of Caterpie did, and it was awesome. Quick start V2 shortens the time it takes to learn new moves. This is great. She has light blue potential that is bordering blue, and she has an incredible talent. This Caterpie is simply a genius. Even among geniuses, it can be considered gifted, and now she's mine. Mwahaha. Once he was calm and done with checking out Caterpie's status, he focused on Caterpie herself, who had first finished eating her berry before looking around confused. He quickly released a heap of berries that contained some of all berry types he possessed. As soon as Caterpie saw the berries appearing, she looked around, then stared at the berries before shrugging and moving towards the berries. Seeing Caterpie seemingly accepting her new situation, Mikhail continued walking. The next thing he found while walking east was another apricorn species. Name, purple apricorn. Type, plant. Quality, lowest. Faults, none. Uses, contains nutrition, poison, and plant-type energies. Can be eaten as food and helps slightly with physical training. Can be used to produce various pokeballs. He saw some Weedle, Oddish, Gloom, and Ekans around the area the purple apricorn tree grew. Fortunately, there were no Beedrill. Other than those two, he found nothing else that was useful to him during his walk eastwards. After around 1 hour had passed, he changed his direction for the last time. This time to the south/downwards. Mikhail seemed to be especially lucky today because he managed to get another 2 things before he returned to their picnic area. The first one was another berry species. Name, Magos berry. Type, plant. Quality, lowest. Faults, none. Uses, contains nutrition and plant-type energy. Can be eaten as food. Can raise the eater's attractiveness slightly. The second one was a tiny mushroom. Name, tiny mushroom. Type, plant, bug. Quality, lowest. Faults, none. Uses, contains nutrition, bug, and plant-type energy. Can be eaten as food. Can be used as a supplement to help bug and grass-type Pokemon. Mikhail had no idea if that mushroom fell from a Paras and simply continued to grow afterward, or if some killed a Paras and simply ignored the mushroom, but it was useful to him, and that was all he cared about in the end. After those 2 he found nothing else, but he was content. Naturally, all materials were upgraded by his space to low quality. The trip had resulted in a huge haul for him. When Mikhail noticed that he should be nearing their picnic space, he warned Natu. Nata, we're nearly at the place where my parents are, so act cute and make sure my parents like you. Well, mostly me, will have to convince them to allow me to take you home. That way you can openly stay with me. Okay? Nata conveyed his readiness, and Mikhail, who could see his parents a bit further out, walked towards them. He made sure he was ready one last time before he greeted his parents. Chapter 31, North Cleared in Bonds. As soon as Mikhail entered the picnic area, his parents noticed him, so when he greeted them, they were looking at the Natu on his head. Mikhail, honey. Why is there a Natu on your head? You did notice the Pokemon on your head, right? Came the question from his mother. Yes, Mommy. I was walking around. Then Nata landed in front of me. Nata said he thinks I am interesting. I think he is great. Nata wanted to follow me. I said okay. He flew up and landed on my head. Then Emerald came and talked with Natu. After that, I continued walking. His parents listened to his explanation and threw a look towards their Butterfrees after Mikhail was done. Emerald nodded to confirm Mikhail's answer, and his parents looked at each other before his father started talking. So Nata came to you and said that he finds you interesting. Both of you talked and Nata said he wants to follow you. You agreed because you like Pokemon and think Natu is great. Afterward, you continued to walk around with Natu on your head. Did I get that right? Mikhail nodded. Nata said he likes me. I like him too. He wants to go home with me. He put on a hopeful face, activated his puppy eyes, and continued with an upward look. Can he please? Please? He can play with me. I like Natu. Please. Let's take Nata home. His parents looked at each other before debating whether to accept Mikhail's plea or not. This is the second time a Natu has taken an interest in our boy. Mikhail seems to have an affinity with Natus. Arya began and Edward continued. Yes, that seems to be the case, but I want to know how a Natu of all things turned up at Hope Hill. There were no Natas living here before, and I haven't heard of any Nata migration happening. So there are a few possible reasons, but 3 are the most likely. Edward turned towards Nata, who had been acting cute until now and had been quietly listening. Did you run away from the petting zoo? Nata simply acted confused when he heard the question. Conveying confusion and seemingly saying petting zoo, what's that? Mikhail's father nodded when he saw Nata's reaction. So, you are not from the petting zoo. I thought so as well, but I had to make sure. I believe we would have heard something if the petting zoo was missing a Pokemon. Mikhail, after hearing his father's conclusion, gave Natu a mental thumbs up before he listened to the continuation of the exchange. Did a trainer release you here, or any other human? Nata, who heard the question, shook his head. Okay. I believe Nata would have been a bit more cautious towards humans in that case, but it was one of the options that made the most sense. My next idea is the one I believe to be the most likely reason for Nata's presence here. Did you get separated from your family or flock while traveling/flying through here? Nata shook his head once more after Mikhail's father had finished speaking. Arya interjected after seeing Nata denying Edward's options. How did you get here then? Natu expressed that it was an accident. Accidentally? How can one accidentally turn up at some place? Did you get lost? Nata once again shook his head, conveying that he wasn't the cause. Not done by you? Wait a moment. No way. Did you startle another psychic and got randomly teleported away? Nata acted bashfully and shyly nodded. Mikhail's parents couldn't control themselves and started laughing after hearing the true reason. Mikhail was impressed by Nata's acting skills. Edward seemed to get curious and asked, was it an Abra? Nata simply nodded. Did you touch it while it was sleeping? Nata nodded once again. Edward and Arya relaxed a bit after finding out the reason for Nata's presence, concluding that they would not have to deal with others coming for Natu. Arya addressed Nata once more. Are you sure that you want to follow us home? If you do, you will have to listen to us, and you aren't allowed to create any ruckus. Besides, you will be Mikhail's Pokemon, not ours, so we won't train you. That will be Mikhail's job in the future. We will simply provide you a safe place to stay and enough food to eat. Getting stronger will depend on you and Mikhail. Knowing all of this, do you still want to come home with us? Is you interested in Mikhail enough to make such a decision? Nata pretended to consider before nodding his head and exclaiming, "Nah. Natu," conveying his acceptance and expressing something like no problem. Arya and Edward looked at each other, seemingly having a silent conversation, before nodding. Edward then said, "Okay, in that case you are allowed to stay with us." Mikhail felt elated hearing his parents agree to his request. He did what everyone, especially children, would have done in such a situation. He celebrated. Mikhail took Nata down from his head. He hugged Natu and started dancing while exclaiming, "Yes! Ha ha ha! Nata, you can come home with me. That's great. You can be my friend. My first Pokemon. Ha ha ha." Mikhail's parents were happy that their son was happy, and Arya did not forget to film this important moment. A bit later, Arya told them that it was time to eat their lunch, and they did exactly that. After their lunch, they went on a short stroll through the hill together, his parents telling a few stories while they were walking. After their walk, they returned to their resting place and relaxed there. They played some outdoor games before they returned home for dinner. His parents made a small provisional bed in Mikhail's room beside Mikhail's own bed with blankets and cushions for Nata to sleep in. They said they were going to buy a genuine bed for Nata later. Mikhail and Nata went to sleep after his parents had left. Mikhail was happy with how the day had gone and that he could keep Nata around without having to hide him. 2 weeks went by since that day. Mikhail had accomplished quite a few things in that time. During these 2 weeks, Mikhail and his loyal sidekick Nata had thoroughly combed through the northern part of Mikhail's mental map. He had found 3 new materials that he had not discovered before, and the Pokemon living in that area had gotten used to the little kid that kept coming back. He managed to interact with many Pokemon from most Pokemon species that were inhabiting the place except for the Spearow. It was not because he didn't want to, but because the Spearow seemed to prefer to stay away from him. He had no idea why that was the case, but he hoped that it would get better in the future, or that at least Spearow in other places would not react like that. Anyways, he had fed most Pokemon he came across at least once, and many Pokemon had no problem with him stroking them as long as he bribed them with berries. He had not come across any lone Pokemon with yellow potential, though he did find 2 accompanied by a group. One was a Rattata and the other was a Weedle. He did not want to provoke the group by making one of their members vanish before their eyes. No matter how much they had gotten used to him, that would have provoked an attack. Species: Rattata. Gender: male. Type: normal/neutral. Potential: yellow. Stage: low, iron stage. Genetic variation: none. Abilities: run away. Talents: none. Affinities: neutral. And species: Weedle. Gender: male. Type: bug, poison. Potential: yellow. Stage: stageless. Genetic variation: none. Abilities: shield dust. Talents: none. Affinities: bug/growth, poison. Other than those 2, he found a few Pokemon with light yellow potential but ignored them because of his high standards. That he could afford those high standards only thanks to the upgrade function of his space did not escape Mikhail, and he felt happy once again with his choice back then. Mikhail still noticed the occasional fight for survival, but he had already accepted that this was part of the natural cycle and had gotten used to it. He would sometimes watch the fights when he thought the matchup or the fight itself seemed interesting, but most of the time he simply ignored them. Like they said, out of sight, out of mind. The materials he found during his combing of the north area were a white stone that Nata noticed, a Pharaoh's beak that he found while checking an area where a big fight seemed to have happened some time ago, and an energy root that definitely did not cause him to stumble. Name: white stone. Type: rock. Quality: lowest. Faults: none. Uses, it's a piece of limestone that has been compressed until it became smooth. Contains some compressed rock-type energy, increasing its purity. Can be used as a supplement to help rock and ground-type Pokemon. Name, Fearo's Beak. Type, Flying/Air. Quality, low. Faults, none. Uses, it's the beak of a Fearow that has been thoroughly steeped in Fearo's energy. Contains a bit of air and neutral energy. Can be used as a supplement to help Flying/Air and neutral-type Pokemon. Name, Energy Root. Type, Grass/Flora. Quality, lowest. Faults, none. Uses, it's a root that contains a large amount of nutrition as well as energy but has an extremely bitter taste. Can be used as food, but may cause all Pokemon besides those liking bitter food to feel discontent because of its bitter taste. Can be used to relieve fatigue and accelerate the natural healing process. Except for the beak, the quality of the other two materials was raised to low quality and Mikhail stored them inside his space. But he had not spent these 2 weeks only combing through the north. No, Mikhail had also used that time to interact with Natu and Caterpie to bond with them. He used 90 minutes every day to enter his space twice while Natu kept a lookout. Once, in the morning for 45 minutes and once in the evening for 45 minutes. Mikhail would use that time to not only personally feed Caterpie but also to caress and play with her. He asked her to show him her current moves. Surprisingly, or should he say, as expected considering what her talent was, Caterpie knew quite a few moves. Tackle, String Shot, which could be considered normal, as well as Bug Bite, which was impressive for her young age. That was not all she could do, and not really Electroweb, which looked more like a string shot with the occasional spark, but this was already enough to massively impress Mikhail. Nevertheless, this was still not all Caterpie had to show. No, this gem somehow had managed to use her budding psionic affinity to start learning something those in her species line could only learn after becoming a Butterfree. She could do what amounted to a sad attempt at a confusion, but the fact that Caterpie managed even that was mind-blowing. After she had shown him her moves, he decided to focus on String Shot and Electroweb for now, because confusion would need a higher amount of psionic energy than she had access to. Mikhail would spend 15 minutes daily with Caterpie to work on mostly String Shot but sometimes Electroweb as well. Naturally, he did not forget Natu in all this. Mikhail would speak with Natu about many things, and involve him in his psychic training, be it telekinesis or telepathy. He also asked Natu to demonstrate the moves he knew and found out that Natu had 5. Leer, Peck, Nightshade, Stored Power, and surprisingly Gust. This showed that Pokemon on Terra were indeed not limited by the moves they could learn in the games. For Natu, they decided to focus on Stored Power and Gust for now. They also went on his exploration trips together, which Mikhail used to bond with Natu by involving Natu in his search. They did not start any real or mock fights yet, because they did not believe themselves to be ready and they had no need to do so. Let's not forget the tasty berries he kept feeding him and the occasional petting that Natu seemed to like. Mikhail would sometimes give them some of the supplements he had gathered. Caterpie got some silver powder from him, so that she could absorb the bug-type energy from it, and Natu got the Pidgeotto crest feather to do the same. Those were unfortunately the only bug and flying/air type materials that he had enough of a stock of. Caterpie managed to use 3 portions during this time and Natu used 2 crest feathers. Anyway, by the end of the 2 weeks, he had managed to literally bond with both, turning Natu and Caterpie into his first official Pokemon. He could finally see their status screen in the format that was reserved for his own Pokemon instead of the one for wild Pokemon. Chapter 32, Status Check and Another One. Mikhail was curious what he would learn upon seeing the full status screen of Natu and Caterpie. He decided to start with Caterpie's status. Name, none. Species, Caterpie. Gender, female. Age, 3 months. Type, bug. Potential, light blue, 99.5%. Genetic variation, none. Abilities, Shield Dust, Run Away. Talents, Quick Start V2. Affinities, Bug/Growth, Psychic/Psionic, Budding, Grass/Flora, Trace. Bond, Mikhail, weak. Quirks, likes to eat, curious. Parameters. Stage, stageless, 80%. Condition, healthy, content. Masteries, bug E, manipulation, novice. Techniques, tackle, novice, string shot, beginner, bug bite, novice, electroweb, initial, confusion, none. The screen Mikhail saw was a bit different from what he had expected. Let's start from the top. The name section is empty, which is normal. I don't know if I want to give my Pokemon a nickname or not because I will have so many of them. Maybe, for those with the highest potential and only if they want to? Caterpie fits that category. I'll think about it. What else is new? Age. Wow, I knew Caterpie was young, but to think she only recently stopped being a newborn. No wonder she was so easy to coax. Potential seems to have a new addition, brackets that show a percentage. Let's see, so once the percentage reaches 100% the potential increases. That's nice, especially seeing that Caterpie is only 0.5% away from blue potential. Until the affinity line, everything seems to be the same, but the affinity line here shows all affinities over a certain threshold that the Pokemon possess. All Pokemon possess a neutral affinity, so that is not shown unless it is a normal type Pokemon. The bond line shows Caterpie's bond with me and the brackets show the level of the bond. Weak shows that our bond was just established. This is also the one that the artificial bond the Pokeballs create is at. The strength and lifespan boost is minimal at this level. Then there is strong, which is the one that can be established at the silver stage by the Pokemon. This is the bond that allows trainers to really get stronger and live much longer. After strong comes solid/deep, which is one of the requirements for a mega evolution. The next section quirk shows things that stand out and currently depict Caterpie perfectly. After the bond section follows the parameter section. This one really surprised me. It currently only showed Caterpie's stage and a percentage. There were none of the parameters he expected. After a quick check, he learned that the reason for this was that stageless Pokemon reached the Iron stage through normal development. Good nourishment, experience, and supplements could accelerate the process, but work on the body and energy was not recommended. Nature itself seemed to say don't overwork and train them, they are just babies, let them mature/grow first. The bracket was only available during the stageless phase, and once it reached 100% the Pokemon would reach the low Iron stage. Next up was condition, which showed just that. Masteries seemed like passives but only showed important ones. Techniques showed active skills, like the moves from the games, combos, or self-made techniques. The bracket showed the mastery the Pokemon had over the technique. Mastery was divided into novice, beginner, proficient, advanced, mastered, and transcended, but the status showed initial when the Pokemon managed something resembling the objective and none when the first step is taken but the result sucks. Mikhail went over Caterpie's status once more after understanding the new information. Nodding to himself satisfied with Caterpie's status, he focuses on Natu's status next. Name, none. Species, Natu. Gender, male. Age, 1+ year, 43 months. Type, psychic, flying/air. Potential, light green, 47.3%. Genetic variation, none. Abilities, keen eye, synchronize, early bird. Talents, moderately increased energy sensitivity. Affinities, psychic/psionic, flying/air, ghost/spectral, trace. Bond, Mikhail, weak. Quirks, curious. Parameters. Stage, Iron stage, low. Vitality, H. Strength, G. Endurance, H. Agility, G. Energy capacity, G. Energy density, H. Resistance, grass/flora, minor, psionic, minor, fighting, major. Condition, healthy, content. Masteries, air element manipulation, novice, psionic E, manipulation, beginner. Techniques, Leer, novice, Pack, Novice, Nightshade, Novice, Stored Power, Beginner, Gust, Beginner. Mikhail saw that this time the parameters section was like he had expected it to be. Let's focus on the new information, from the top to the bottom. Natu is relatively young, but I knew that. He is not even halfway to green potential and has a trace of a ghost affinity. Now to the part that was missing for Caterpie, the parameters. Vitality, strength, endurance, agility, energy capacity, energy density, and resistance were the parameters that were added. I already knew that all parameter values are ranked from I to SSS. I looked up how the grades are decided, if the values always start at I or if different Pokemon have different starting points, and what happens when one advances to the next stage. Turns out that the BS makes itself known once again. The grades for the first 4 stages are divided into 4 categories. From I to G is low grade, F to D is mid grade, C to A is high grade, and S to SSS is limit break. As for the starting parameter, it is influenced by the BS the Pokemon species possesses. Also, every time a Pokemon advances to the next stage, its parameter value goes back to its starting value if no negative or positive modifier has been added during the advancement. I knew the advancement requirements for the first 4 stages. An upgrade during these stages requires a minimum average of B value, but this is only the minimum requirement. Here the previously mentioned negative and positive modifiers appear. If the value of a parameter is B during the advancement, then the starting value of the following stage is lowered by 1. If the value of a parameter is lower than B during the advancement, then the starting value of the following stage is reduced by 1 for every lower value, C equals -2, D equals -3, etc. In case the value of a parameter during the advancement is A, then the starting value of the following stage stays the same. If the value of a parameter during the advancement is S, then the starting value of the following stage is increased by 1. For SS, the starting value of the following stage is increased by 1.5, and for SSS, the starting value of the following stage is increased by 2. For example, if my Pokemon starts with a G in Strength during the Iron stage and advances to Bronze with a B in Strength, then the starting value at the Bronze stage is H. Now, if this same Pokemon advances from Bronze to Silver with B in Strength again, then its Strength starting value for the Silver stage is H once more despite of the starting value it had at the Bronze stage. That's the mechanism for advancement, but the parameter average has another important aspect, at least for me. If the average score during the advancement is S, the potential gauge is raised by 40% regardless of its stage. If the average score is SS, then the boost is 80%, and for SSS the boost in potential is 160%. So Pokemon can increase their potential through sheer hard work, postponing the theoretical stage limit. As long as their starting point is not too low and their luck not too bad, they can get pretty strong this way. Naturally, the use of supplements can increase the potential as well, especially during an evolution. Mikhail was deep in thought, going over everything that he learned just now and looking over the status of his Pokemon once again with this knowledge in mind. Depending on how hard it is and how long it takes to reach a parameter average of SSS, I could boost the potential of my Caterpie to Aurora, which is normally only available to legendaries and their descendants, without the aid of supplements or further boost from my space when its capabilities increase. This is really beneficial because, besides the fact that supplements are only useful until certain stages depending on their quality, repeated use diminishes the effectiveness of a supplement. Having the option to upgrade their potential even without outside help is great, and I can't wait to see what I can achieve using both. I can already see my future monster of a Butterfree with deep Aurora potential. Wait a minute, I know the perfect name for Caterpie should I decide to give her a name. Mothra, Queen of Monsters, or in this case Bug types. Caterpie is only missing 0.5% to reach blue potential, so she should manage to do so in a few days at the latest with the help of the silver powder. As for Nata, that was going to take a while longer. Tomorrow starts the new week and I will start combing through the northwestern area. I should go to sleep, I have much to do, and will need to be well rested. Mikhail spent the next 3 days combing through the northwestern area, and in the middle of his exploration on the 3rd day, it finally happened. Caterpie, who had been absorbing the energy from the silver powder, managed to upgrade her potential from light blue to blue. During this time her stage had progressed by 10% and she was only another 10% away from reaching the low iron stage. Mikhail had told Caterpie to not evolve and postpone it even if she could. Evolution happened only while Pokemon were conscious. Pokemon could delay their evolution without any outside help, but they had to allocate a bit of their energy and focus on it, so they could not go all out during fights without risking an accidental evolution. He wanted to wait until she had increased the mastery of her moves a bit and to use the evolution to boost her potential to Deep Blue. For that, he needed a bug-type material of a higher quality. He had already covered 15% of the area. Unfortunately, he had found nothing useful during the last 2 days, but he hoped that Caterpie's advancement brought him some luck, helping him discover something new. Mikhail was presently checking one side of the stream, hoping to find some water-type material or anything really. Natu was sitting on his head, helping him look for things from there. It appeared his luck had really improved because just 10 minutes later Natu saw something shiny in the stream. Mikhail tried to see if he could reach it using his telekinesis. Thankfully it was inside his range. He pulled it up enough to separate it from the ground and checked it. It turned out to be marble. Name: Azure Marble. Type: Water. Quality: Lowest. Faults: None. Uses: it's a piece of marble that has been smoothed by flowing water. Contains some compressed water-type energy, increasing its purity. Can be used as a supplement to help water-type Pokemon. He put it into his space, where its quality was boosted, without raising it from the stream. Good job noticing it, Natu. It's turned out to be something useful. Natu preened. Nah. Tuesday. He conveyed that it was obvious. Mikhail chuckled before he continued his search. He spent another 2 hours searching before he decided to stop for the day and return home. He kept checking the Pokemon he encountered on his way home. Just as he was about to reach the area of their property, he surprisingly found a Pokemon with good potential. It was another Caterpie. Species: Caterpie. Gender: male. Type: bug. Potential: deep yellow. Stage: stageless. Genetic variation: none. Abilities: shield dust. Talents: none. Affinities: bug. The Caterpie happened to crawl from one tree to another when he saw it. Mikhail told Natu to discreetly look if their tail was focusing on them at the moment. When he received a negative answer, Mikhail immediately pulled the Caterpie into his space. The space upgraded his potential and he was deposited in the first Caterpie's habitat because they were of the same species and the area was deemed large enough for both of them. Mikhail observed how the male Caterpie reacted to his abduction, abrupt location change, and had to chuckle. It was looking around and he could positively see his confusion. The female Caterpie had noticed the newcomer and went over to check him out. When she reached the male, Mikhail put a few berries near them and allowed her to do an early introduction to his new situation while he finished his walk back home. Chapter 33, Pokemon Training and Second Area Cleared. During the next 5 days, he did not find anything new during his search. Besides combing through the area, Mikhail did not forget to train himself as well as Natu and to give the Pokemon their supplements. Natu had gone through 4 crest feathers in total until now, 2 of which were absorbed after his first status check. This meant Natu took on average 4 days to absorb a single feather, which was much less than it took him before, and he seemed to be getting faster. Unfortunately, each successive feather seemed to increase his potential by 0.3% less than the one before. The third feather increased Natu's potential from 47.3% to 51.3% and the fourth one from 51.3% to 55%. It was both better and worse for his female Caterpie simply because her high potential seemed to allow her to consume the supplement much faster, but materials of the low quality seemed to be overall less effective on her. Caterpie managed to finish absorbing her silver powder in 2 days, meaning she had absorbed 4 portions since he checked her status, bringing the total amount of consumed portions to 7. The fourth one had increased her potential by 2%. The fifth by 1.8%. The sixth by 1.6%, and the seventh by 1.4%. The degree of the lessening in the effectiveness of the supplement was smaller than the one of the feathers, showing that the silver powder he got from his parents' Butterfreeze was better despite both being low-quality materials. This should be because they were stronger than the Pidgeotto the feather came from. The reason Mikhail believed that supplements of certain qualities lose their effectiveness when consumed by Pokemon with higher potential was that the increase in potential caused by the silver powder was different for both Caterpie. While the female Caterpie only had an increase of 2% after her fourth portion, the male one had an increase of 7% after his first, meaning it was nearly thrice as effective on the male. On the other hand, it took him a whole 5 days to consume a single portion. Mikhail attributed this to the difference in their potential. It was easier to increase green potential than it was to increase blue potential, and it was easier for someone with blue potential to absorb the supplement than someone with green potential. He had to wait for the Caterpie to reach the low iron stage before he could train their bodies, but he still went over their techniques with them. Since he had no bond with the male Caterpie yet and couldn't check his full status, Mikhail simply asked him to demonstrate the moves he knew, which were tackle and string shot. Mikhail told both Caterpie to focus on their string shot for now. The female Caterpie had reduced the time it took to aim and fire the move to 2 seconds thanks to her previous training. How often she hit her target was a topic for another time. The male Caterpie needed 5 seconds to do the same. His short-term goal for them was to reduce the time it took them to prepare the move to 1 second, before focusing on other aspects of the move like length, hardness, stickiness, elasticity, sharpness, and so on. Training like this together with nutritious food and the supplements they consume should hasten their progress to the low iron stage. At least it did so according to the status he saw of the female Caterpie. She had progressed to stageless, 94%, during these 5 days. As for Natu, he was training both his parameters as well as moves. Since Mikhail felt that training his moves would help increase his energy capacity and density, he focused on the other parameters while training them. Natu would have to rotate between flying for as long as he could, flying as fast as he could, hopping/running for as long as he could, and hopping/running as fast as he could. This was to train his vitality, endurance, and agility. For his strength training, he had to lift weights. After Nada got used to this, Mikhail planned to make him fly and hop/run around while carrying weights, training all physical parameters at once. To make sure that Nada did not injure himself because it became too much, Mikhail accessed the knowledge of Pokemon groomers to look up massage techniques and use them to help Nada relax his muscles, reducing the stress of his body. Mikhail used the knowledge he had from the potioneer occupation to make lotions that were useful for Natu according to the groomer knowledge. Fortunately, the starting knowledge he had on both professions was enough to help his Natu, or he would have increased his access rank first, which would have taken some time. He used some of the materials he had to make a lotion that he used during the massages he gave Natu. Fearo's Beak and Float Stone for their air energy. Azure Kelp for its water energy to help to spread and to soothe all the energy contained in the lotion. Citrus Dash, Lepa and Lumberries were added to rejuvenate the body and restore his energy. Thanks to its ingredients, the lotion helped increase Natu's potential. The berries Natu ate as food made sure he received enough nutrition and that he had enough energy for his training. While according to his status screen neither Natu's parameter nor his potential had improved yet, Mikhail did not think that it would take much longer to do so, especially his potential. Until now, Mikhail had given Natu 8 massages and they had helped increase his potential by around 15%. While the effectiveness of the lotion was decreasing as well, the rate was lower than directly absorbing the unprocessed material, and it took less time as well. Nada's potential had currently reached light green, 70%, and he believed that he could upgrade it within 10 days if they kept their pace. Mikhail made Natu alternate his focus between 2 of his moves, Gust and Stored Power, when training his techniques. For Gust, he had Natu try to reduce the time needed to perform the move in 2 different breaths that he aimed for, one with a narrow range that focused the move into a small area and another with a wider range to target the whole area in front of him. The goal for Stored Power was to reduce the time needed to perform the move, and in the future when he had stat-boosting moves, increase the amount of energy stored and released by the move. 2 more days passed before he finally found something new. It was getting harder to find things he did not already have while being limited by where he could go, but he already knew that there would be limitations like this when he decided to start at such a young age. He did not regret his decision one bit, and to be truthful, he had more independence than he had expected to have. Who knew what he would be allowed to do after he finished his second maturity when he was 8? Anyway, the material he had found was something that should not exist anywhere near the area. Mikhail was mentally rambling because he could not believe he had found something like this. Name: Dragon Lily. Type: Dragon. Quality: lowest. Faults: none. Uses: it's a lily that has absorbed a drop of dragon blood and mutated. Generally grows in areas where dragon-type Pokemon live or used to live. Absorbs draconic energy from its surroundings when available, otherwise absorbs energy and slowly converts it to draconic energy. Contains a small amount of dragon-type energy. Can be used as a supplement to help dragon-type Pokemon. Wow! Just wow! How the heck did something like this turn up around here? The only Pokemon around here that somewhat qualifies as a dragon would be his father Seadra, and Mikhail doubted he could cause a lily to mutate into this unless he evolves to Kingdra, and even then it would be uncertain. Had some pretty strong wounded dragon type flown over the area, causing some of its blood to fall on a field of lilies? Seeing that there was only a single dragon lily among the field of lilies, all other lilies that the blood dropped on probably died, and only this one managed to survive, mutating in the process. To think he managed to gain his first dragon-type material like this felt unreal. Even if it was just a low-quality material that stored small amounts of dragon-type energy, which he questioned the pureness and concentration of, something like this was supposed to be rare. Was it his luck making itself known, or was he benefiting from his parents' luck somehow? Mikhail had reached a point where he thought his father's luck could be responsible for anything. He put the dragon lily into his space and observed how its quality was increased from lowest to low. Afterward, he continued his search, eager to discover another hidden gem that he would not have found if he didn't comb through everywhere. Unfortunately, he did not find another useful material even after he had checked the whole northwestern area, which took him another 5 days. He had luckily managed to find a Pidgey with green potential during the 3rd day, and tried to poke nap it, but it had the gall to resist. From its status, the Pidgey was at the mid-iron stage and seemed to approach the high-iron stage because it managed to resist my poke-napping efforts. It used its energy to shake off his stopping him from abducting it, then it had the nerve to fly away from the area, escaping his grasp. He may be a bit salty right now, but he liked Pidgeot, and that was a prime candidate that he let slip from his hands. Anyway, except for the bird that flew away, he found no other Pokemon that he wanted to invite into his exclusive club. While his exploration ended a bit lackluster, his Pokemon displayed the opposite. His female Caterpie reached the low-iron stage on the 4th day, which allowed him to finally see her parameters. Species: Caterpie. Gender: female. Type: bug. Potential: blue, 10.4%. Parameters: stage: iron stage, low. Vitality: H. Strength: H. Endurance: H. Agility: H. Energy capacity: I. Energy density: I. Resistance: grass, minor. Fighting, minor. Ground, minor. Weaknesses: fire, minor. Air, minor. Rock, minor. Condition: healthy. Content: masteries: neutral energy manipulation, initial. Bug E manipulation, novice. Techniques: tackle, novice. String shot, proficient. Bug bite, novice. Electroweb, initial. Confusion, none. I hid most of the upper part because except for the potential everything stayed the same. The parameters are visible now, and they're as low as I expected them to be, at least not all of them are eyes. I managed to find a weakness section under the resistance category and made that visible. The resistances and weaknesses are the same as those in the game. Minor is 2 times or half as effective, and major is 4 times or 1/4 as effective. As for her moves, I made her focus on string shot and it upgraded to proficient. Caterpie managed to reduce the time it takes her to execute the move to 1.5 seconds, which is probably the reason for the upgrade. Mikhail was happy with what he saw that day, and now that he had combed through the northwestern area as well, he decided to temporarily stop the combing of the other parts. The Pokemon in the north and northwestern area had gotten accustomed to his presence. He believed that he could persuade/bribe some Pokemon to listen to him and perform some mock fights. He wanted to use Natu and his female Caterpie during a few mock battles as well as some of the wild Pokemon. This way the two would gain some form of fighting experience, and he would feel what it is like to preside over a Pokemon battle, as well as gain experience with many different Pokemon. The plan was to go over the do's and do nots during a fight for a few days before starting, but he would have to see how long it took for him to feel ready. Not only that, he was thinking about starting a second Magikarp experiment, now that he had a few more materials, and believed that doing those two things together with his own training as well as the time he had to reserve for his family left him with no time for any further exploration at the moment. He would think about resuming his combing efforts in a few weeks at the earliest. Chapter 34 Sparring Preparations. The morning after Mikhail had decided to temporarily stop his exploration, he went to a clear area of their garden with Nada once they were done with breakfast. "Nada, we're not going out today. We will practice fighting." Nada flew down from his head and landed in front of him. Mikhail sat down and started explaining once he thought they were alone. His parents' Pokemon did not keep a constant eye on him while he stayed on their property, so they were semi-private. Nada simply nodded to express his understanding. Mikhail lowered his volume before he continued to talk. "We are going over everything I want you to do during a fight. Our strategies are limited by the moves you currently know, however there are still things we can do with what you have. Let's begin with the start of a fight." While he was doing his explanation, he took two small pebbles that he placed on the ground between them and indicated that the one on the right depicts an opponent and the one on the left depicts Natu. This will be most likely only effective against non-airborne opponents, but unless I tell you otherwise, I want you to use our wide-range gust and create a breeze that stirs up the sand, dust, grass, twigs, and so on to obscure the view as well as distract the opponent at the start of every fight. The aim of this opening move is a distraction, so you don't have to perform a full-powered gust for now. Execution speed is the key, so until you can perform a full-power gust in a second or less, a low-powered but fast one is enough. When you master gust or a more suitable move, we can think about adjusting the opening move. Until then, this is how we will do it. After you have done that, or in case that you can't, you will have to start moving. A moving object/individual is harder to hit, so unless I tell you otherwise, your second action is to start moving around. It doesn't have to be at your fastest speed. A relatively fast speed that keeps you from staying at a location for too long while not costing too much energy is enough. Mikhail demonstrated what he meant by lightly blowing air at the faux pebble while shifting around the Nada pebble. "Did you understand everything so far?" Nada nodded at his question, indicating his understanding. "Good, then let's continue. While you start moving, I will give you one of three main instructions: front seat, back seat, and passenger. These are going to be the fighting styles you will use until I tell you to change to another one. When I say front seat, I want you to move towards the opponent. While moving towards the enemy, I want you to use Leer on him before using Peck once you reach him. You should have enough time to execute both, but if you don't, then ignore Leer and only use Peck. If you feel that you have the opportunity to use either Leer or Peck more than once, you may do so. If I need to amend something, I will give an instruction, otherwise you will have to retreat and start moving around again in case the foe counters. You will keep moving around until you or I see an opportunity to attack. If that is the case, then you have to approach the foe again and repeat the attack chain. So front seat means to approach, attack, retreat, dodge, and repeat until told otherwise. Mikhail lifted the Nada pebble while he was talking and moved it towards the other pebble when talking about approaching, hit the other pebble when he said to attack the foe, as well as moving the pebble away and around when he mentioned retreat and dodge. He demonstrated the pattern a few times after he told Nada that he should repeat it until told otherwise before he stopped. "Did you understand what I meant with the front seat command?" Mikhail asked to make sure Nada was following his explanation. Nada seriously nodded, hearing Mikhail's no-nonsense tone. "That's good. We're going to run through all instructions either way, but you understanding my explanation is going to make it easier for us. Next is the backseat command. The backseat command has 4 patterns: backseat open, backseat empty, backseat free, and backseat full. For all 4 patterns, you have to move away from your opponent after performing the opening move to open up the distance between your foe and yourself. The difference between them starts here. Backseat open means you should perform gust while moving around trying to maintain the distance and to dodge any attacks from the foe. Repeatedly execute gust while moving until told otherwise. Backseat empty means you should perform nightshade while moving around trying to maintain the distance and to dodge any attacks from the foe. Repeat executing nightshade while moving until told otherwise as well. For backseat free, you should perform stored power while doing the same, and for backseat full, you can choose to swap between all moves if you want to. In cases where 2 moves are okay, I will combine 2 patterns, for example backseat open and empty, meaning you can choose between gust and nightshade. You should not forget to try to evade any attacks and to keep your distance. Mikhail shifted the Nada pebble further away from the faux pebble while he kept moving it around. When he talked about gust he blew air at the faux pebble. Once he came to the part about nightshade he seemed a bit confused, because he was not sure how to illustrate nightshade before he decided to simply slap the faux pebble with his free hand, signifying the move hitting the foe. Nada snickered when he saw his confused look and subsequent solution to his predicament. Mikhail glared at Nada before he simply continued with his explanation and repeated the slap for stored power, causing Nada to snicker again. Mikhail briefly thought about using his telekinesis to hurl the pebble at Nada but decided against it at the end. He did not use his telekinesis during his explanation in case his mother or one of the Pokemon decided to check up on them, so he wouldn't use it now to hit Nada no matter how tempting it was. It was one thing to speak softly in complete sentences because he wouldn't be heard from a distance, and another to levitate pebbles and throw them at others. Haha, really funny. Did you understand me, or was laughing too much of a distraction, Birdhead? Now it was Nada that was glaring at Mikhail, who simply chuckled seeing his glare. Nada grudgingly tolerating Mikhail's retort before expressing that he understood. Nah. Tuesday. Alright, then I will continue with the 3rd command. Passenger means you should allow the opponent to approach you and use the time he is moving towards you to attack him. Until he reaches you, use long-range attacks, and when he reaches you, start using short-range attacks. While you are attacking, you can't forget to move around to dodge as many attacks from the foe as possible. We will mostly use this strategy when I think that the opponent is way faster than you and is a close-range fighter that definitely will be able to catch up to you. So you will have to dodge whatever you can, negate any attacks if possible, and endure the rest while dishing out as much damage as you can. Nada had an unimpressed look on his face when he heard what the 3rd command entailed, especially at the part where he had to take the rest of the attacks. Mikhail, who saw Nada's look, could only shrug. That's all we can do with the moves you have right now. After you learn more moves, especially teleport, we can adjust and change the strategy, but for now, this is our modus operandi. I will naturally give direct and assisting directions if I see the need to do live adjustments, but otherwise, this is how we will conduct most of our fights. Nada nodded, accepting Mikhail's argument since he knew that it was true. Mikhail, who saw Nada agreeing with him, smiled. Once we you have more experience, you can sometimes try to fight more autonomously, and I will only interfere if it becomes necessary. We will go over the fights afterward and see what was well done and what could have been better. This way we can prepare for cases where I can't take command and you have to fight on your own. Natu approved. Nah. Tuesday Natu. Nah. He expressed that he thought it was a good idea as well. Mikhail planned to focus on Nada during the next 2 weeks before including Caterpie because he did not deem her ready yet, even though she had as many moves as Natu. Mikhail wanted her to raise her parameters first and train her moves some more. They spent the next 5 days repeatedly performing fight drills where Mikhail would issue the commands and Nada would follow them. Mikhail would sometimes throw in other instructions to prevent Nada from being unable to react to sudden commands and preventing him from blindly executing the patterns. They also did their normal training routine to not neglect Nada's parameter training and to better his move usage. Mikhail naturally could not neglect the Caterpies because of this, so he allotted some time for them as well. Thanks to all the training, combined with the supplements and the massage with his specially prepared lotion, Nada's potential upgraded to green on the 5th day. When he checked Nada's status screen, He saw that some of his parameters as well as the mastery of some of his moves had increased due to their training. Species, Natu. Gender, male. Type, psychic, flying/air. Potential, green, 0.1%. Parameters. Stage, iron stage, low. Vitality, H. Strength, G. Endurance, H-G. Agility, G-F. Energy capacity, G. Energy density, H. Resistance, grass/flora, minor, psychic/psionic, minor, fighting, major. Weaknesses, electricity, minor, ice, minor, rock, minor, ghost, minor, dark, minor. Condition, healthy, content. Masteries, air element manipulation, novice, psionic E, manipulation, beginner. Techniques, Leer, novice, peck, novice, dash, beginner, nightshade, novice, stored power, beginner, gust, beginner, dash, proficient. Mikhail was happy about Nada's progress and he felt that they were as ready as they could be. Not only did Nada's potential increase to green but his progress with his moves and the increase in his parameters were enough for Mikhail to have confidence in Natu. He was planning to have their first mock battle tomorrow. Nata executed his commands as well as he could without testing them during a fight and he saw no reason to delay it any longer now. On a side note, the effectiveness of the Pidgeotto crest feather was reduced so much that it was not worth the effort as long as he had a substitute, which he fortunately did. He could use the Fearo's beak and the float stone but he was already using them for the lotion so he was debating if he should use them. Was the increase in potential worth the decrease in effectiveness that was going to affect the lotion as well? He did not really think so. In the worst case, he would use white apricorns or one of those two until he found a substitute. The next day Mikhail went to the northern area to find a suitable Pokemon that he could fight. He had to find someone that was neither too weak nor too strong. Someone that recently advanced to the low, iron stage would be the best. He would prefer it if their first opponent was a Rattata but anyone that fit his requirements would do. Mikhail had found and asked 4 Pokemon that fit until now but none of them had agreed. It seemed that being used to him was not enough to participate in a mock battle where they could get injured or caught. It looked like they were not sure if Mikhail would really heal them after the fight and not catch them while they were weakened. Not to mention if he would really give them the promised reward. After asking another 2 Pokemon and receiving rejections, the third finally agreed. Mikhail was happy because it was a young Rattata that was at the low, iron stage, meaning it should have recently advanced. He would think about recruiting Rattata after the fight if it agreed because it had yellow potential. Its potential was not high enough for him to think that he definitely wanted that Rattata but he would take it if it accepted his offer. Chapter 35, Mock Fight and Lessons begin. Natu and Rattata stood opposite each other, waiting for the starting signal. Mikhail picked up a stone from the ground and addressed them both. I am going to throw this into the air, its landing on the ground is the start signal. Are both of you ready? Both Pokemon nodded and Mikhail threw the stone upwards somewhere between the two. As soon as the stone fell to the ground, both Pokemon burst into motion. Rattata began running towards Nada trying to get into close range. On the other side, Nada began with his opening move stirring up the dust and dirt around the place to obscure Rattata's vision and distract it. Rattata was forced to slow down and squint its eyes to avoid tripping, running against something, or getting something into its eyes. Mikhail, who saw that Nada's opening move went without a hitch, decided to use the backseat command. What he saw from Rattata's initial burst told him that Nada should be able to more or less maintain the distance between them once he opened it up. Backseat open. Nada, who heard Mikhail's instruction, directly started widening the gap between his foe and himself. Once he felt that he had retreated enough, he started a full-power gust. While Natu was initiating his gust, the dust cloud he had caused settled and Rattata had gotten back its unobstructed vision once more. Rattata resumed its run towards Natu, who was already performing his gust. Because of its momentum, it had no chance to evade the attack. It was hit by the move, and not only was it damaged by the move, but it could no longer run forward. Rattata was doing its best to maintain a grip on the ground to avoid getting blown backward. Once Nata witnessed his attack successfully hitting the opponent and that the Rattata was trying to not get blown away, he squeezed as much power as it could into his gust. Just as Nata could no longer maintain his gust and had to stop flapping his wings, the Rattata lost its grip and tumbled backward. Nata, happy with his success, adjusted his position and aim a bit before initiating another gust, hitting his foe while it was down, causing the Rattata to roll around the ground some more before it was lifted off the ground by the current caused by his gust. The current finally blew it towards a tree that stood behind it, and it slammed into the tree. Bang! Mikhail, who heard the volume of the collision, knew that Rattata would be unable to recover fast enough to dodge the next attack and gave Natu a new command. Natu, front seat. Nata flew towards the downed Rattata as fast as he could and used Leer at his fallen foe that was currently trying to stand up and shake off its dizziness. After his successful Leer, he flew above the Rattata and performed Peck aimed at Rattata's head. The poor Pokemon was hit on the head before it could shake off the dizziness and damage from its earlier intimate moment with the tree and collapsed. It was knocked out. Nata saw that his adversary could no longer fight and stopped preparing the second peck he had initiated. Mikhail, who saw the Rattata slumping over, made whooping sounds before he rushed over to Natu and hugged him while congratulating him. "Good job, Natu. You won and you performed perfectly. You beat the Rattata without allowing it to reach you and without taking any damage. This was great for our first battle and hopefully just the first of many more, but no matter how great this victory was, we can't let it get to our heads. We are still weak and our opponent was a bit weaker than us. There will be a day when we will be one of the strong, but we have to stay humble. Understood?" Nata nodded his head, indicating he understood, but that did not stop him from feeling happy with his first win. After showering the happy Nata with praises and giving a small warning, Mikhail focused on their downed opponent. Mikhail saw that the Rattata was still out and went over to check up on it. He saw that it was not seriously injured and only had small nicks here and there, either from the gust or from the tumble on the floor, as well as a bruise at its back from the collision with the tree. Otherwise, it was okay when you ignored the fact that it was knocked out. He had prepared a few salves, and he wouldn't call them potions but mixed berry juices that would help the Rattata recover to peak condition in a few moments. He took out one of the salves and one of the liquids and started applying the salve on the nicks and the bruise on Rattata's body. After he was sure that all injuries were covered, he carefully fed the fluid to the downed Pokemon. The Rattata started coming to after drinking the liquid and instantly became alert. Feeling itself recovering and seeing that it had not been captured, it relaxed slightly before focusing on Mikhail and Natu. Mikhail, who had silently observed Rattata from the side after noticing it regaining consciousness, addressed it after seeing it focused on them. "I have helped you recover as I said I would, and in a minute or two at the latest you should be fully healed. Now, before I give you the berries I promised you as a reward, I have a question for you." Rattata nodded when it heard the first part but gained a vigilant look as soon as Mikhail said the second part. Mikhail, who saw Rattata's reaction, tried to pacify the Pokemon. "Relax, you will get your reward either way. That is something you have earned yourself, and I am a man of my word." The Rattata relaxed its vigilance slightly after Mikhail said that, but Nata started to snicker when Mikhail called himself a man. He chose to ignore Nata's snickering and continued. "My question is simple. I want to ask you if you would like to join me. You would get more than enough to eat, a place to sleep, and we would help you get stronger. What do you think? Would you be willing to join us?" Rattata seemed to ponder when it heard his offer. If it was really considering his offer, or if it was speculating if Mikhail would go back on his word in case it refused him, he didn't know, but in the end, it shook its head in denial. "Arata. Rada." After expressing its rejection, Rattata asked for its berries, moving its paws towards its mouth. Seeing and hearing its request, Mikhail took out the berries he had promised the Rattata for its participation. 4 orange berries, 3 citrus berries, and 1 lepa berry. He did not plan to force the issue because of 2 reasons. 1. There currently were a few Pokemon that he had previously asked to participate, watching them, and he did not want to make a bad impression. He would have an easier time finding a willing opponent the next time if they saw him standing by his words. 2. The potential of the Rattata was yellow, which was not good enough to really arouse his greed. If it had light green potential he would have maybe hesitated, but yellow isn't enough to even consider bending his word, which he didn't plan to do anyway, ever. For real. Okay, I can only accept your choice. Here is your reward. It was nice to collaborate with you, and I hope we can repeat this another time against my caterpie. That is if you want to, of course. Have a good day. After saying his piece, Mikhail observed how the Rattata planned to transport so many berries at once, and if it was going to ask for his help. It couldn't transport all of them at once, and if it tried to transfer a few before returning for the rest, it couldn't guarantee that its berries won't get robbed by others while it was away. To his amusement, Rattata solved the problem in a way he had not considered. It called over 2 of their spectators, another 2 Rattata. The first Rattata seemed to know the others because they were communicating with each other. They had apparently come to an agreement because the 2 Rattata ate an orange berry each before they helped the first Rattata carry 2 berries each. Each of the 2 took one of the remaining orange berries and a citrus berry, while the first Rattata took the leftover citrus berry and the lepa berry before walking away. Mikhail laughed a little at the Rattata's clever solution. The smart way it had solved its problem showed him to not underestimate others. He nearly regretted not insisting a bit more on it joining him, but only nearly. Mikhail addressed the Pokemon, then it followed the happenings. I will return the day after tomorrow for another mock fight, and I hope that some of you agree to participate if I ask you to do so. He waved them goodbye before turning to Natu. Let's go home. They returned home, where they briefly went over the fight again. Afterward, they relaxed until dinner, spending some time with Mikhail's mother. After dinner, Mikhail's parents brought over some exercise books to the coffee table. Mikhail, we think that it is time for you to start learning how to read and write, began his father before his mother continued. We will start with the alphabet. We will first go through the whole alphabet once, and after that, we will add an example to every letter. After that, you will learn how to write each letter legible in lowercase as well as in capital letters. The exercise books have some pages reserved for each letter, so you have enough space to practice. Every time you start writing a new letter, you will have to vocalize the letter so that we know that you understand what each letter sounds like. Besides that, if you need some more paper, just ask us and we will give you some. His mother paused here and his father resumed talking. Did you keep up with what we said until now? Edward asked Mikhail, who nodded at his father's inquiry. Nada snickered when he heard the question, thinking how the tables had turned. Mikhail's father began talking again after receiving an assurance. Good, now listen closely. I will go over the alphabet once. A, B, C, D, X, Y, Z. There are quite a few, right? Now I will go over the alphabet once again, but I will add an example to each letter. A like in Arcanine. B like in Butterfree. C like in Caterpie. K like in Krabby. L like in Lapras. R like in Rhydon. S like in Stereo. X like in Xatu. Y like in Yanma. Z like in Zubat. Mikhail had a smile while he was listening to his father. It is funny how they had to add Pokemon from Gen 2 to complete the list. Simply because there are no Pokemon starting with some of the letters in Gen 1. There were no Gen 1 Pokemon starting with Q, for example. So they used Kalava. Well, there is no differentiation between the generations here because this is not a game. They divide them according to the population distribution, so Beldum is seen as a Hoenn Pokemon because the biggest known population is here. Finding Hoenn or Johto Pokemon in Kanto is not unbelievable simply because they are part of the same continent. Arya, seeing her son smiling while listening to her husband, was feeling content. She was happy that she could experience these moments. After Edward was done, she addressed her son. Now that your daddy has gone through the alphabet again, we will go through it together, okay? I will say a line and you will repeat after me, all right? Mikhail nodded at his mother, who promptly began. A like in Arcanine. Arya would say. A like in Arcanine. Mikhail would repeat. They went through the whole alphabet thrice before his parents seemed to be satisfied. Now that we have gone through the alphabet, you will start your writing exercises. You only have to write the letter today. This exercise book has a few pages that alternate between capital A and lowercase a. We don't want to force you to write too much if you don't want to, but it would make us happy if you managed to fill a page for each. We will do the first line together and then you can do the rest on your own. His father said to him, "When you want to stop because you think you have written enough or don't feel like it anymore, come to us and we will look over it to make sure everything is fine." "All right, honey?" his mother added once he was done. "Yes, Mommy. I will," Mikhail answered his mother. Afterward, they began his writing exercise. Even though Mikhail already knew all of this, he still did the writing exercises as his parents wanted him to. He simply took it as a chance to beautify his handwriting and to train his dexterity. He filled a page for each formula and gave the exercise book to his parents so they could look over it. They praised him and they did a group hug. His mother showered his cheeks with kisses. Mikhail was happy with the affectionate atmosphere in his family. The rest of the time before Mikhail went to bed, they played memory and his parents read to him some stories from one of the children's books they had. "Good night, son." "Good night, darling." "Sweet dreams," came from his parents before they left his room. Mikhail felt that everything was great and that even the writing lessons were not too bad with the right motivation. With these positive thoughts, he fell asleep. Chapter 36, Sapience and Space Upgrade. It had been a week since Mikhail had his first mock fight and started his lessons with his parents. Since then they had participated in 3 more fights. They had held them every 2 days and his opponents were a caterpie, a pidgey, and the same ratata from their first fight. The fight with the caterpie went nearly identical to their first one and Nada won it without any problems. The mock fight against the pidgey was way more difficult. Due to Pidgey's ability, their opening move as it currently was, could not distract it, and Nada couldn't use a gust that was fast and strong enough for his opening move yet, so they were unable to hamper it while it was in the air. Because of this, Mikhail told Nada to forego the opening move and they started with the passenger command instead. Nada managed to land a gust before Pidgey reached him, but after that, the fight turned more into a boxing match than a Pokemon fight. Nada tried to hit Pidgey with his peck while Pidgey did the same with tackle. Both tried to dodge as well as they could, but neither allowed their foe to retreat in case the other tried to use a long-range attack. The training they did to raise Nada's parameters showed its fruits during this slugfest. The Pidgey tired out faster than Natu and Mikhail instructed Nada to retreat and use Gust if he saw a chance to do so. After a successful peck, Nada utilized Pidgey flinching backward to retreat a bit and hit it with a Gust. While they won the fight, it was a hard-earned victory and it showed that they needed to expand Nada's move pool. Not only did they have to add new moves, but they had to train his old ones some more because Nada took too long to perform them and they had to fall back to Gust too often when they needed a long-range attack. The revanche fight with Rattata ended with Nada winning once more, but it was not as easy as their last fight. The Rattata seemed to have trained for this and had managed to learn quick attack, which allowed it to catch up to Natu a few times. It succeeded in landing a few hits, but Nada managed to open up the distance every time, and at the end, the Rattata fell to Nada's Gust. What was great was that just yesterday Nada seemed to have achieved full sapience. Nada was nearly there before, but it seemed these 2 weeks gave him the last boost he needed. Mikhail did not know if it was because of their strategy and training sessions, their mock fights, or the lessons that Mikhail had to go through that he witnessed, but whatever it was, Nada went from communicating with emotions and impressions to words. The first word Nada said to Mikhail with his telepathy was idiot. Just as Mikhail was about to smack him, Nada added thank you and Mikhail decided to postpone Nada's smackdown. He answered with you're welcome, birdhead. They told his parents the good news, but his parents were not as surprised as he predicted them to be. Seeing the look on Mikhail's face, his father said, "We had expected Nada to reach this point sometime soon because of how much he had progressed since he had come to our house. He was practically able to understand everything we said lately, and only him being able to express himself in his own words instead of feelings was missing." They turned to Natu and congratulated him. "Congratulations, Natu. You managed to achieve that last small but significant step, and we are happy for you." Aside from the mock fights and Nada's sapience, there were his daily writing lessons. Mikhail decided to use 2 days as the period it took him to succeed in writing pleasant-looking letters, and each writing session took about 2 hours. He had currently finished with the letter D and would start with E the next time. All this writing practice had helped him to increase the steadiness of his hands, which would be useful for many of the production occupations he was planning to learn later on. He was currently eating his breakfast, and the orange berry he was currently eating was really delicious. Did my parents buy low-quality orange berries instead of the lowest quality berries? That did not sound how I intended it to sound like. When I use it like this, it gives the impression that the berries are bad, which they aren't. Let's see. Mikhail used his observability on the berry. Name, orange berry. Type, plant. Quality, lowest. Faults, none. Uses, contains nutrition and plant energy. Can be eaten as food and helps slightly with physical recovery. Well, it looks like it was not a low-quality berry after all. Damn, now that I had that thought with the quality being misunderstood as bad, I cannot get rid of it. Let's see if I can change the names a bit. I hope that's possible. I mean, I can fold and unfold my screen, and in the end, it is just a cosmetic change. The meaning stays the same, just the wording changes. Mikhail tried to see if he could change the wording of the lines or not. Great, it seems it is possible. So what should I change it into? Let's see, instead of quality, I am going to use class. I should change the grades as well. Lowest and low make me give off a bad impression to me now. I will use letters to categorize the materials instead. Lowest to F, low to E, mid to D, and so on. Now, let me see how the new status screen looks. Mikhail observed the orange berry once more. Name, orange berry. Type, plant. Class, F. Faults, none. Uses, contains nutrition and plant energy. Can be eaten as food and helps slightly with physical recovery. That's much better. Should I change uses to description while I am already at it? Nah, that's okay for now. Mikhail felt satisfied with the result of the change. The days went by while Mikhail continued with the mock fights and his writing lesson. He naturally did not forget his own training, be it physical or psychic, during this time. Neither did he forget the caterpie inside his space. He continued to invest some time in them as well, even if his main focus was elsewhere for now. It happened during his telekinesis exercise on the 6th day. Mikhail had already increased the number of stones he could levitate to 20 before, and he managed to increase the range of his telekinesis to 20 meters thanks to his efforts as well. His current objective was to increase his time to 20 minutes too. His best time, for now, was 19 minutes and 20 seconds, and he was really close to his goal. Mikhail knew that this milestone would not help him advance to first-class Tier 1 Psychic because he had felt no inkling of any kind concerning this, but he thought his combat capacity would be equal, mid, or high, Iron Stage Pokemon, and hoped that it would expand the size of his space. Normally, he would train for 90 to 120 minutes, but today he kept going. He tried to reach the 20 minutes until he was exhausted, after which he would try to recover as fast as he could. Finally, nearly 3 hours later, he succeeded. He did not hear any breaking or storm sounds after his success, but he did see how his space grew, confirming that his strength had taken a step forward. To find out how strong he really was would require him to challenge either a mid or high Iron Stage Pokemon, and he did not feel ready yet. Either way, it helped increase the size of his space, so that was great. When his space stopped growing, it had gone from 2000 SQM to 10.000 SQM in size, and this was only his area without adding the habitats of the Pokemon. If he added the 900 SQM from Natu, 1600 SQM from Magikarp, and the 600 SQM from Caterpie to the total, then the final size was 13.100 SQM. This was not bad, and Natu was not far from upgrading his strength as well, so it would increase once more as soon as that happened. Aside from the increase in size, the production rate for non-floral materials increased from 3 to 4. That was not all. The most important change that happened was to the house. Its area increased from 150 SQM to 200 SQM. It looked a bit classier and went from 2 stories to 3 stories. The first two stories were still the same, just bigger, but the third story was another story. There was only a single room on the new third floor, a working space. A working space to make pokeballs, to be specific. The room had 2 working tables as well as all the tools necessary for the production of handmade pokeballs. A drying station for apricorns, a sawing station, an area with brushes and pens of all sizes, an area with all kinds of containers, one for storage, and many other things he needed to produce pokeballs. After he saw the new working space, he could barely stop himself from directly trying to make his first pokeball. He had already spent quite some time on his telekinesis, and it was time for his father to come home. Mikhail shelved the idea until sometime after dinner and went downstairs. Shortly after, his father came home and they had dinner. After dinner, Mikhail did his writing exercise and spent some time relaxing with his parents. When it was time for him to sleep, he told Nada to keep an eye out for his parents and entered his space. He looked around the first 2 floors to see if anything had changed, but saw that aside from the size of the rooms, everything stayed the same. After confirming the situation of floors 1 and 2, Mikhail went up to the 3rd floor. His eyes started to sparkle as soon as he saw all the tools and working stations. He immediately started going over every single tool and station to see what exactly was available and to see where everything was. He tested everything to check if there were any problems. It wasn't that he didn't trust his space to provide adequate equipment, he just wanted to make sure. Safety first, like they say. Once he had been to all stations, seen what was available and where everything was positioned, Mikhail decided to check up on the knowledge he had for pokeball making. He knew that all occupations had a starting knowledge pack that he had access to and that he needed to unlock the rest of the knowledge through his efforts. Let's see. There is the Sea of Knowledge. There is the occupation area, and here is the section for pokeball production. Now let me go over the knowledge I already have access to. That's not as much as I expected. Well, it is a large amount of information, but most of it is basic and general knowledge that I will need as a foundation, which is why I don't feel too disappointed despite only having the instructions for an equivalent to the standard pokeball. If I had tried to learn all that basic and general knowledge on my own, it would have taken me 3 to 4 years to remember everything, and that's if I spend 10 to 12 hours daily on it. Assuming I had access to all that knowledge. So this saved me quite some time, because while I haven't internalized the knowledge, I have it inside my head and I don't have to be afraid of forgetting anything. Mikhail nodded to himself. He continued talking to himself, like every self-respecting mad scientist, and since he was a fake one for now, he decided to respect the classic. Let's go over every material I will need for the production of the equivalent to the standard pokeball. That's a mouthful. I am going to call it common ball from now on. So first are the apricorns. To make a common ball, one needs either white or gray apricorns. It would be better if one used both. The class required of the apricorns is E. F-class apricorns cannot be made into pokeballs of any kind. The higher the class of the apricorn, the higher the class of the produced pokeball. This is important because Pokemon of higher stages can only be captured by pokeballs of higher classes. Otherwise, they simply break out of the ball even if it manages to absorb them. Most of the time they can't even do that. For example, Stage 5 Pokemon would need at least a C-class Pokeballs or better. This is naturally only for new captures, so capturing a weak Pokemon and training it didn't mean the old Pokeball won't work anymore when it reached Stage 5. Mikhail nodded happily at this point. While I don't have gray apricorns, I do have white apricorns and they are E-class, so that's no problem as well. He continued going over what else was needed for the production of Pokeballs. Chapter 37, Preparing for them balls. I have my apricorn. Now to be able to turn them into Pokeballs they have to be dried first. For this, the apricorn has to be cleanly cut in half and then hollowed out. The pulp of the apricorn has to be kept because it is needed during a later process. I have containers just for this purpose. After hollowing the apricorn, it has to be dried at a constant temperature and humidity. The drying station in my working space is perfectly suitable for this. After it has dried, it has to be smoothed. Next up comes the blood. Modern pokeballs use technology to create the space inside the ball and all its functions, but handcrafted pokeballs achieve the effect through the materials used during its production and formation/patterns and symbols painted with a mixture of blood and other substances into its inner walls as well as its surface. I don't know why those patterns and symbols do what they do, yet. Those are the work/product of another occupation. I only know that ball crafters use them for their effects and that they don't seem to care about why it works, just that it does. As long as they create and maintain the space as well as its other functions, most pokeball crafters ignore the why. They only know that they have to be able to apply them cleanly and precisely without any mistakes. The rest is not important for them. Mikhail became contemplative after he went over this. Seems interesting. It appears to be something like the runecasters/artificers from Western fantasy and the formation/array masters from Eastern fantasy stories. I will have to look up that occupation sometime, but for now, I have other things to focus on. Mikhail nods to himself. Where was I? Right, the blood. The source of the blood differs depending on what type of ball you are trying to create. Whether the desired class of the ball is possible depends on the stage of the blood source and the class of the substance used for the mixture. The lowest class a successful ball should have is identical to that of the apricorn used for its production. So, if the apricorn used is E-class, then the resulting pokeball should not be worse than E-class. Producing F-class pokeballs is considered as much a failure as being unable to produce a pokeball at all. For E-class pokeballs, iron stage blood is the minimum requirement, but bronze stage blood would be better. For D-class pokeballs, bronze stage blood is the minimum and silver stage blood would be better. C and B-class balls seem to follow that trend as well, but I do not know if it is the same for A-class and higher. For the common ball, the blood of a pure normal-type Pokemon is ideal. Dual normal-type Pokemon blood is no problem as well, and pure water-type or pure grass-type Pokemon blood can be, reluctantly, used as well, but in that case the failure rate and difficulty increase. Mikhail paused here for a bit. Well, shit. It seems I have to get myself some ratatas if I want to practice my ball crafting without making it even harder for myself than it already is. This time I will use some Magikarp blood. Some of the sideline ones are at the iron stage, so their blood should do. Now moving on. The mixture also contains materials. Let's see what I need to produce a common ball. If I use pure normal type blood, then adding a single portion of a normal type material together with lepaberry juice is enough. For dual normal type blood 2 or more portions are needed, and for pure grass or water type blood 4 or more portions are needed. It would be better if varied materials were used instead of a single one. Mikhail nodded at this. Makes sense to me. Okay, that was for the mixture that I needed for the inner walls, and also for the outer surface. The patterns and symbols at the outer surface are what allows the handmade balls to open and close as well as to shrink and expand. Afterward, it needs to be treated, and the apricorn pulp that was kept aside for this. You take the pulp and mix it with oran and lepaberry juice as well as one normal type substance. After mixing them, you slowly heat the mixture and use it to glaze the outside of the dried apricorn. This is done to assist the absorption of energy by the pokeball to maintain its functions. The pokeball has to be left to dry again after the treatment. Mikhail looked thoughtful after going through all steps. It actually sounds pretty easy if you simply go over the steps like this, when in actuality it isn't. If you are not careful, you can fail at every single step. It takes a great amount of practice and precision to successfully produce a pokeball, and the common ball is the simplest of them. I am not afraid of wasting time or materials due to failure, but there are warnings inside my knowledge that some of the balls can have dangerous reactions in case of failure. Luckily, the common ball simply does not work in case of failure instead of exploding or something like that. Mikhail contemplated his next step. It is not possible to try to craft a common ball today, because the drying of the white apricorn takes between 30 to 36 hours, and without the dried apricorn I cannot start. What I can do is preparing all components for the crafting process. The first step is to perform an even cut right at the middle of the apricorn. Mikhail went to a cabinet that had access to the stored berries and apricorn and took out 20 white apricorns that he levitated behind him while walking towards the sawing station. He put them on the table, took out measuring instruments, and started marking all of them in the middle. After he was done with that, he levitated the instrument back to their spot. Keeping the working space neat was important after all. He started the saw blade, took one of the apricorns, and began moving the apricorn, aiming the marked line at the rotating blade. He fully focused on this task. Keeping his hand steady, Mikhail rotated the apricorn completely once while making sure the saw only touched the marked line. He checked to see if the segment was even and to make sure there were no cracks along the cut. Once he saw that he had done a good job, he sighed in relief. That took more concentration than I expected, but it's a good start. It would be awesome if I managed to cut all 20 apricorns like this, but 15 would be considered a job well done already. He put the two halves on a tray for successful cuts and took the next apricorn. Mikhail did not manage to succeed with all 20 apricorns. Hell, he did not even manage to succeed with 15. He ended up with 9 successful cuts, and it took him more than an hour to finish with all apricorns. His first failure was because he couldn't keep his hand steady any longer, so he started taking short breaks between cuts to relax his hands and mind. Of the 11 failures, 2 were because his hands twitched and completely ruined the cut. 4 turned out uneven, and 5 of them had small cracks along the cut, which probably happened due to him trembling a bit at some point or something like that. The failures were put on a separate tray as well. Mikhail did not plan to throw them away. No, he was going to use them as fodder. There was no reason to waste them when they were still perfectly edible. Since he felt that 9 wasn't enough, he decided to keep going until he had 12 successful pieces. Another 2 apricorns were wasted, but he achieved his goal. Mikhail put away the tray with his failures and focused on the tray with his successes. He took a specialized scooping spoon in one hand, one half of an apricorn in the other, and started to carefully hollow it out. Since the shell wasn't allowed to be damaged, he did it slowly. It took him nearly 40 minutes to finish with them all, and he only needed to replace an apricorn with a new one a single time. One of the halves got damaged and he had to replace the whole thing, so he had to cut another apricorn to use as a replacement. The pulp he removed was put in a container that was kept ready for this purpose. A high-pressure water cleaner was used to clean the scoop, and he put it back to its spot. Mikhail also cleaned the saw blade before he focused back on the tray with the now hollow apricorns. Afterward, he levitated the tray to the drying station where it was put into a specialized heater. He adjusted the temperature and humidity inside the heater to the necessary setting. Now the only thing left to do with the apricorns was to wait for them to dry. He returned to the container with the pulp to begin preparing the mixture he was going to glaze the dried apricorn with. I need orange berry and lepa berry juice as well as a normal type material to create the mixture. I should start with the berries. Mikhail took out 12 orange berries as well as 12 lepa berries and squeezed out their juice into a container. The leftovers from the berries were added to the fodder tray. After that, he took out 4 portions of raw normal gemstone and ground it up. He took the apricorn pulp and mashed it before he mixed the berry juice as well as the normal gemstone powder into it. The resulting mixture was deposited into a new container, while the old ones were cleaned and returned to their places. The heating step would have to wait until the apricorns were ready to be glazed, so he took the container with the mixture and placed it into a storage area where it would stay fresh. I have the pulp mixture ready, so only the blood mixture is left. I currently don't have any pure or dual normal type blood, so I will have to use Magikarp blood instead. According to the knowledge, I will have to use 4 portions of normal type material to offset this, and it would be better if the portions came from different materials. Mikhail became pensive at this. I don't have so many different kinds of normal type materials, I have only one, and using so many portions to offset the usage of water type Pokemon blood seems to be a waste. I still have to wait for more than a day for the apricorns to dry. I am sure I can either politely invite a Rattata into my space or find another way to get my hands on enough Rattata blood during this time. I could try to exchange the remains of a Rattata from one of the fights that keep happening. Naturally, that is only possible if the winner doesn't want to eat it. Alternatively, I could wait until the winner left and take the carcass for free. This alternative is not only cheaper but also safer because I won't have to approach a Pokemon that just fought to the death. He nodded to himself, satisfied with his new plan. That's what I will do. Rattata blood will result in a better mixture and I won't have to waste my materials. There is nothing left I can do right now and I have already spent more than 3 hours doing all this. It is high time for me to sleep. He made sure once more that everything was clean and tidy before he left his space, thanked Nada for keeping a lookout, and went to sleep. Chapter 38, Blood Merchant and Second Experiment. The next morning right after his breakfast Mikhail made his way to the northern area to collect the blood he lacked for his ball crafting. He required about 150 milliliters of blood per common ball, which meant that he needed 1,800 ml/1.8 L of blood for his 12 apricorns. This meant his previous thoughts were a bit idealistic because even if he drained a rattata of its whole blood, he would only gain about 300 to 350 milliliters. It would take him 6 rattatas to accomplish his goal if he did it like that, but if he decided to exchange the blood from living rattatas he would need much more. Mikhail guessed that he could only take 30 milliliters of blood per Pokemon without harming them. A 10% blood loss should be safe, and in this case, he would need to trade with 60 rattata to accomplish his goal. In the end, he elected to do both. He couldn't be sure that he would find enough rattata carcasses that he could take or trade for, so he decided to exchange as much blood as he could while keeping an eye out for them. It would be better if he managed to gather more than the required amount, to keep some for the next batch as well. So began Mikhail's career as the blood merchant. Just kidding, or was he? He spent the next 3 hours exchanging blood for berries and trading as many rattata bodies as he could. In the end, he had traded with 52 rattatas and gained 2,075 milliliters of blood from them. He had started with 30 milliliters as he had planned to, and after 3 trades he noticed that the rattatas felt nothing from losing 30 milliliters, so he increased the volume to 35 milliliters. Another 3 trades later he noted the same for 35 milliliters and increased the trade volume to 40 milliliters. He did not increase the blood amount even after he saw that the rattata were still fine, because he felt that he was near the limit of what they could take. He gave all rattata 2 orange berries to eat directly to help with the blood loss, as well as 1 citrus, lepa, and lump berries respectively for later. The tool, needle, he used to draw the blood came from his space and came with his working space. Aside from the blood he managed to get his hands on 5 rattata carcasses that he stored for later. 3 of those, he simply waited for the killer to leave, and for the other 2, he traded with the killer. The cases where he traded for the corpses were when the killer was a caterpie. To prevent his tail from seeing him vanishing a corpse, he used his telekinesis to take them from a distance. Mikhail now had enough blood for not only this batch of apricorns but also another batch of the same size, so he went home. Once he was home, he greeted his mother and went to his room, where he asked Nada to be his lookout before he entered his space. He wanted to prepare the blood mixture he was going to need tomorrow. He squeezed 12 lepa berries for their juices and mixed them with 12 portions of ground normal gemstone. Afterward, he added 1,800 milliliters rattata blood and blended the mixture once more. He put away the finished product and cleaned his working area. Now everything is ready for my first ever ball crafting session. As soon as the apricorns finish drying out tomorrow at noon I can begin. He thought about what he could do until then. It has been some time since my first Magikarp experiment and I have gathered some more materials since then. I could try to see if one of the Magikarp reacts to any of them. Having made up his mind, he took 10 samples of all new materials. He left 5 of the samples as is, and 5 were ground up, having decided that these 2 forms were enough. After he was done with his preparation, Mikhail went downstairs and settled on the entrance of his house, because he wanted to watch his space while doing his experiment. He separated the Magikarp inside his marine subspace. Once that was done, he released the 2 different sample forms near each Magikarp to see if any of them reacted. He repeated that process until all Magikarp had been presented with all available samples once. To his utter surprise, one of the Magikarp reacted to one of the materials. It was a female with deep yellow potential. The chances of him finding a Magikarp that possessed a noticeable affinity to an additional element among the 5 Magikarp he had sidelined was extremely unlikely, but it still happened. The fact that the material that triggered her reaction was the Dragon Lily, a dragon-type material, put the probability to another dimension. Unbelievable, right? Mikhail had done this experiment without any expectations, simply because he did not believe that he would gain any results without a respectable specimen size. Lady Luck seemed to have disagreed with his conclusion, but in this case, being mistaken did not make him feel disappointed at all. It was like he won the lottery with only the second ticket he bought. He couldn't control himself and started his duckling dance. There was no one around to witness it anyway. He had no idea that his female cater pie was resting on one of the trees near his house and had witnessed the whole thing. Once he calmed down sufficiently, Mikhail began thinking about what this discovery meant for his short-term future. Now that this Magikarp turned out to be useful, I can't keep her inside my subspace anymore. At least not if I want her to gain sapience, since everything staying inside the subspace is prevented from gaining sapience. Her okayish potential can be rectified through sufficient supplements and training. Once he reached that decision, he promptly transferred her from his subspace back to his main space. He was amused by the collective reaction that followed. They all seemed surprised by her sudden appearance, and she seemed surprised to once again see so many other Magikarps. Now it's time to decide what I am going to do with the other 4 Magikarp. There are still a few elements I have not tested yet, but I don't know when I will find a material of that element. So I either wait for an undetermined amount of time or I use them for another experiment. Since I have found one specimen that fulfilled the requirement for my experiment, I can use the others as a comparative value. I will choose 4 elements and feed supplements of those types to the 4 Magikarps. Then I will observe what kind of influence they have when taken by Pokémon without a corresponding affinity and compare the results with the Magikarp that has a Dragon-type affinity. Absorption speed, and degree of change, as well as all other consequences, will be observed, documented, and compared. Mikhail began pondering on which 4 types to choose for his experiment. The 4 types I could test that I am the most interested in are Fire, Poison, Grass, and Ghost, but I don't believe that anything good will happen if one tries to use a Ghost-type material without a corresponding affinity. The aim of my experiment is not to simply kill or torture the specimen, so I will substitute Ghost with Air. Wait a minute, if I want to do a comparison, it would be better if I fed one of the 4 Magikarp with the Dragon Lily as well to see how a Magikarp without an affinity reacts to it. How did I overlook something so obvious? So the 4 types are going to be Fire, Poison, Plant, and Dragon. As for why Poison is okay but Ghost isn't, the answer is simple. I believe I can handle the possible consequences of using Poison, but I have no such confidence about the Ghost type. Mikhail went back inside to prepare the first dose of the supplements he was going to use for his experiment. He decided to use his working space for this because he did not want to use the kitchen outside of cooking. Simply grounding/mashing the material and mixing it with an Oran and Lepa berry should be enough. I can use the remains from the squeezed berries for this, at least for the 4 side specimens. Let's see. For the Fire type, I will use the Crimson Flower. He took 5 of the ground crimson flowers he used during the experiment and put them inside a bowl. Then he took 5 Oran as well as 5 Lepa berries from the container that held the squeezed berries and added them to the bowl too. Afterward, he mashed all of it before he divided the mix into 5 portions that he placed on a tray. Next is Poison, and for that, I am going to use the Purple Lily. Mikhail duplicated the previous process and placed the resulting 5 portions on the tray as well. He did the same with the Vibrant Petunia that he chose for the Grass type. The portions with the Dragon Lily that were going to be fed to a Magikarp without the related affinity were prepared like that as well. Now I am going to put the tray into the heater so that they can dry for about 30 minutes. Once they are dry, I will feed 1 portion to a Magikarp every day. If it turns out that the energy is too potent for them, I will use F-class material instead of the E-class ones I am using right now. Otherwise, I will make more of the same. He nodded, satisfied with himself. This leaves the portion for the Magikarp with Dragon-type affinity. That's quite a mouthful, so I'll call it Magidraco for now. Anyway, for Magidraco I am going to use fresh berries instead of squeezed ones and put them together with the Dragon Lily into the mixer. A dragon shake, so to say. Once all supplements were ready, Mikhail sent one of the dried bits respectively to 1 Magikarp. The one with yellow potential got the poison chip. After he saw that they had all eaten their chip, he took one of the bottles with Dragon Shake and went down to the lake. He used his control over his space to create a current that brought Magidraco towards him. She was helped surface for a bit, leaving her upper body outside the water near enough for him to reach her. He used his telepathy to transfer feelings of assurance and calmness towards her to prevent her from further panicking. Her involuntary swim having frightened her a bit. "Everything is all right. You're not going to get hurt. I only want to feed you something." He showed her the bottle and she perked up, seeing something to eat. Once he saw that she was calm and that he could feed her, Mikhail tipped the bottle towards Magidraco's mouth while using his telekinesis to make sure nothing got wasted. "There, we're done. You can go back now." While he knew that she could not really understand what he was saying, he was sure she got the gist of it. Mikhail saw her swimming away and left his space. He spent the rest of the day at home, spending time with his parents. Naturally, he did not forget to keep an eye on the Magikarp while he was keeping his parents company. All Magikarp showed no visible reaction, be it positive or negative, towards the supplement except for one. Both the fact that the others showed no reaction for now and that the Magikarp that was fed with the poison chip got poisoned was not unexpected. Mikhail gave the poison one a Pecha berry after observing him for a while. He planned to use up the leftover 4 portions and keep giving him Pecha berries after some time to see if he would get used to the doses. While he did not expect the Magikarp to successfully get used to them, one could never know. In case the dose was still too much after 5 days, he would make the next batch of poison chips with F-class purple lilies instead of E-class ones. He just needed to plant a batch just in case it was needed, which he promptly did. They would finish growing before his current supply was used up. Compared to the 4 E-class materials that his space could currently produce per week, its production capacity for the same material at F-class was 10 per week. He went to bed that night excited to start ball crafting because Pokeballs would allow him to form artificial bonds with Pokemons that he did not want to invest the time it normally takes to form a real bond. This way he could still see their full status screen from the get-go. Chapter 39, First Time Ball Crafting. The next morning Mikhail spent the time after breakfast until around 1 p.m. in the living room with his mother. Well, it was more like she did her chores while he played around and did writing exercises. At least they were in the same room, right? Once the drawing duration was up, he retreated to his room, where he once again asked Nana to be his lookout. Before he entered his space, he gave Nana some berries to eat. After he entered his space, he went to his working room and checked the apricorns to make sure they were ready to be used. The drying process seems to have gone without a hitch. No tears or cracks formed due to the drying, and the texture of the apricorns is suitable as well. He used his telekinesis to levitate the tray towards the table with multiple brushes, while he went over to the cabinet that contained the mixtures. He brought the blood mixtures over to the table as well and sat down while glancing at everything at the table. I think I am going to call the blood mixture blood ink from now on because it simply sounds better. Next comes the most important step, to use the blood ink to paint the patterns and symbols on the inner and outer side of the apricorn shell. Now that I am sitting here, I feel kind of dumb for not practicing the strokes on paper before. While it wouldn't have been the same, because doing it on flat paper and doing it on a curved surface is not the same, it still would have been helpful. The width of the lines has to be precise and the thickness of the lines is not uniform. Some parts have to be thin, some have to be thick, and so on. Not only that, even the distances between lines, patterns, and symbols as well as their positions are important. In short, the error margin is small and the failure rate high. At least I can still remove the blood from the shell and retry it if the blood ink has not dried yet in case I notice something wrong. If the blood has dried, removing it without leaving any stains becomes much harder, but it is still possible. But once I apply the glaze to the outside of the shell, any chance of reusing the apricorn flies out of the window because it becomes impossible to remove the blood ink. In that case, if it turns out I did something wrong, then the whole apricorn becomes useless. Mikhail showed a resolute face that would make whoever saw him acting like this think he was deciding the fate of the world instead of making some decisions regarding ball crafting. I will add some drawing sessions to my schedule. Twice or thrice a week should be good enough. Now that I have already reached this step, I won't back down. The worst that can happen is that I waste some materials. I just have to be more careful while applying the blood ink. Here, slow and steady wins the race. If I notice a mistake somewhere along the line, the ink in some places would have probably already dried because of my slow pace, but I can still try to remove it to reuse the apricot. The same applies if I spot a mistake during my check after I finish applying the ink. I will naturally check the patterns and symbols every time I am done with drawing them, not only to see if they were done correctly but also to check if their position and distance to each other are precise. Better repeatedly find mistakes and having to redo them, if the ink removal is successful, than to apply the glaze and having to throw them away after the common ball does not work because of said mistakes. Mikhail put enough of the blood ink for one try into a small bowl, then he took the upper part of the shell into his left hand and one of the thin brushes into his right hand. He scrutinized the shell for a bit before he dipped the tip of the brush into the blood ink. After he got rid of the surplus of ink, he started drawing the first symbol on the top of the inner wall of the upper shell. The symbol represented Dialga, and he was grateful that it looked like those shadows that only showed the form but no details. Thankfully, one only needed to be careful and precise to do this, and no drawing talent was necessary. After drawing the symbol, one had to write time with the unknown alphabet to the left of it in a light curve. Afterward came some symbols that were hard to describe and words like synchronize, attract, store, maintain, support, and recall, as well the unknown characters for N, E, and U. Well, everything looks fine to me. He checked over everything once more before he put the upper shell down and took the lower part of the shell into his hand. He started drawing the symbols for the lower part. On the bottom came a symbol that represented Palkia, and the word space was written to its left. After that came some more symbols and words like stable, bond, energy, blood, minimize, and release, as well the unknown characters for T, R, A, and L. These characters had to be positioned so that they would seamlessly fit with the characters of the upper part. This was not only the case for them but also some of the other lines and symbols. Especially for the symbol opposite of the word neutral that represented Regigigas. Apparently, at least one legendary Pokemon of the type the ball used would be added as a symbol. Once he was done with the lower shell, he carefully looked over both parts once more but couldn't find anything that seemed wrong. He waited for another 15 minutes to let the ink dry some more. He used that time to go over everything a few more times. Finding nothing wrong, he started drawing the necessary symbols, lines, and words on the outer surface. There were only two symbols on the outer surface, one on the right side near the cut and one on the left side near the cut. Every shell part had half of the symbol, and combined they completed them. The words upper, lower, inner, outer, connect, shrink, enlarge, contact, and capture were the most important ones. The words were connected by lines and circled the two symbols. The symbol on the right was responsible for connecting and keeping the two shell parts together, while the left part was responsible for owner registration as well as Pokemon recall and release. Mikhail looked over everything twice more after he had drawn everything. He could not spot any obvious errors and decided to try his luck. Who knows, maybe I will have some beginner's luck and succeed on my first try. Either way, I want to do the whole process of crafting a Pokeball at least once before I start going all critical on the crafting process. There is no way to know when I will manage to do the whole process again, because it could take me some time to be satisfied with the inking step. He left the two shell part in special holders to let them dry without touching anything that could smear the ink, while he took the container with the pulp mixture to the heating station. There he slowly heated the mixture up until it became a viscous liquid. This took about 40 minutes because he had to keep stirring it and he couldn't increase the heat too much. Once he was done with the heating, he went back to the drying shells. He examined if they had sufficiently dried or if he had to wait some more. The reason why he had not used the heater to dry the blood ink was that natural drying had a higher success rate than accelerated drying. It turned out the ink had completely dried, so he could apply the glaze. Mikhail took the brush for this occasion and dipped it into his viscous liquid. Once he had done so, he evenly applied the liquid on the outer surface of both shells. Afterward, he left them on two holders, which only came into touch with the inner wall, so that the glaze could dry. It took another hour for it to dry, which he used to check up on his Caterpies. The last step was to align both parts correctly. There were 3 possible outcomes for this. The first outcome, the 2 parts did not stay connected, which meant that he had made a mistake at the outer surface. The second possible outcome was that the 2 parts stayed connected but the ball could not be used, which meant he had made a mistake at the inner surface. The third possible outcome was that he succeeded. Mikhail obviously hoped for the third outcome to happen. He took both shell halves and carefully aligned them to each other. He released one of his hands from the ball and turned the hand that was holding the ball to see if the 2 parts would stay connected. Unfortunately, that did not happen as the part he was not gripping fell off, signaling his failure. Mikhail sighed for a bit but did not seem too surprised. Well, what can I say? If it was easy, everyone would be doing it. It seems I will have to perfectly follow all the guidelines and steps regardless of how much they prolong the crafting process until I reach a certain familiarity with the process. Doing everything with the same brush may be possible, but it seems to be too advanced for me. It looks like I will have to use various kinds of brushes during the drawing process. I think I will train my brushwork for a while before my next attempt. This whole thing took about 4 hours and I don't want to expend that much time before I think I made some progress. He cleaned up everything and threw away his failed product while having a slightly sad expression. He decided to shelf his ball crafting plans until he made some progress with his drawing and brushwork and focus back on his previous mock fighting plans. Before he had unlocked his ball crafting working space, Mikhail had planned to focus his training on his female caterpie. He planned to prepare and train her for about a week as he did with Nada before starting with the mock fights. He could follow the progress of his second experiment while doing that, so the 2 did not interfere with each other. Having come to a decision, Mikhail left his space. He had been here for more than 4 hours and it was time to show his face to his mother. The training had to start tomorrow either way because it was too late to begin today. He spent the rest of the day by the side of his parents having some quality family time, which meant playing and watching TV together. When it was time for him to sleep, he decided to check up on the female caterpie's status to prepare for tomorrow. He wanted to see the progress she had made. Species, caterpie. Gender, female. Type, bug. Potential, blue, 18.6%. Parameters. Stage, iron stage, low. Vitality, H-G. Strength, H. Endurance, H. Agility, H-G. Energy capacity, I. Energy density, I. Resistance, grass, minor, fighting, minor, ground, minor. Weaknesses, fire, minor, air, minor, rock, minor. Condition, healthy, content. Masteries, bug E, manipulation, novice. Techniques, tackle, novice, string shot, proficient, bug bite, novice, dash, beginner, electroweb, initial, dash, novice, confusion, dash, initial. She made some progress in her parameters, which is good. Especially the increase in agility. She also made progress with her moves. String shot and electroweb are going to be the pillars of our fighting style for now, but the improvement in bug bite is good as well. This way she has something useful for close combat. I'll go over what she has to do with her tomorrow. Time for me to sleep. I have a full schedule and I need all the rest I can get. With that thought, Mikhail drifted off to sleep. Chapter 40, Choosing a Name and Battle Preparations. The first thing Mikhail did after waking up the next day was to speak with his female caterpie. He told her that he planned to go through a preparation week with her before they would start holding mock fights, just as he did with Nada before. He knew that Nada chatted with her because he had seen them talking quite often when Nada entered his space, which he still did semi-regularly. After all, the environment there was better than the one outside. Since he was intending to focus on her training for the next week, he was not planning to do it inside his space, because that would mean that he would disappear for many hours every day, and something like that was simply comparable to tickling Murphy. The probability of something going wrong was too high. Because of this, he was going to repeat with her what he did with Natu. Mikhail was going to go towards the northern area near their house and let her out somewhere near him. Since he had been approaching all the Pokemon he could, with Caterpie and Rattata being the frequent candidates, it would not look suspicious if he approached her as well. The rest was simple, at least he thought so. He was going to talk to her and then take her home. When his parents asked why he wanted her, he would say that they had met multiple times while he was exploring, after which they started to like each other, so he asked if she wanted to go with him and she had agreed. That's the plan. Are you okay with it? Mikhail asked the female Caterpie after he was done with his explanation. Caterpie seemed pretty happy with what she had heard and rapidly nodded, which looked really cute, especially her big glistening eyes that were shining because of her excitement. Great! Either my parents are going to ask their Butterfrees to talk to you or they will do it themselves. In that case, you only have to tell them that we met a few times and that I fed you some berries. You will use that as the reason for your interest in coming with me, food, and liking my gentle behavior. That should convince them and prevent any further digging. Caterpie nodded once more, and Mikhail, satisfied with her response, proceeded with his plan. After breakfast, he left their house towards the northern area. Once there, he released Caterpie as soon as he saw a good opportunity to do so. He then walked towards her and started a conversation. Caterpie, after this bid is over, you can finally live with me in my house in an open manner and I won't have to hide you. Caterpie nodded happily while she agreed with him. Pie. Caterpie. He chuckled a bit, seeing her reaction, and continued. Caterpie, how do you feel about me giving you a name? I already talked with Nato about this topic, but he refused my offer, saying that he was not interested for now. A name would help distinguish you from all other Caterpie and show that you are special. How about it? Do you agree or do you want to think about it? He asked her while pointing at Nadu, who was sitting on his head. Caterpie seemed to ponder about it for a bit before she agreed. Mikhail himself was thinking about Caterpie's startling intelligence. While she was not sapient, yet she was much more intelligent than any Caterpie should be during her age or strength. There are 3 reasons I can think of that could explain her advanced intelligence. First is her psionic affinity. No matter how small it is, it could explain why she progressed faster than others of her species. The second one is the bond between us. Either the bond itself or my psychic energy could be influencing her. The third one could be her high potential. This is the one I am the most uncertain of, but personally, I think that one of the reasons alone is not enough to justify such a huge difference. Bug types generally attain sapience between the high, silver and mid, gold stage. Caterpie and Metapod normally reach that point when they are at the high, silver stage, while Butterfree does so at the low, silver stage. Despite this, she shows such intelligence already. From her behavior, I can guess that she will probably attain full sapience in a few months at the latest, and her strength will most likely be either at the high, iron stage or low, bronze stage at that time. It is most likely all the above reasons that lead to such a drastic shift. Alright, since you agreed, I will cite some names and you will tell me what you think. Ready? Pie! Caterpie expressed her readiness. Okay, then I'll begin. How about Liberty? She shook her head. Jade? She shook her head once more. Belle, Lily, Mitsu? They all got rejected as well. What about Mothra? Peeth the eye. The newly dubbed Mothra was rapidly nodding her head. Mothra it is. Well, now that we have chosen your name, it's time to go home. He bent down and took Mothra into his arms, hugging her. Afterward, he walked back home. Mikhail saw how one of the 2 Butterfree that kept an eye on him this time around flew ahead, most likely to warn his parents about Mothra, while the other Butterfree simply kept following him from a distance. My lovely little boy. I was going to give you a surprise after you returned, but it looks like you wanted to surprise me as well. Mikhail, honey, can you please tell me why you brought a Caterpie home? His mother was already waiting for him at the entrance when he reached their home and addressed him before he could speak. Hello, Mommy. This is Mothra. I met her a few times when I was exploring. I kept feeding her and petting her. I met her today again and asked her to come with me. And she agreed. We even found a name for her before coming home. Isn't she awesome? Mikhail explained while holding up Mothra. Yes, she is beautiful, but my sweet boy, shouldn't you ask us for permission first before bringing anyone home? The last time we reprimand you, or say anything about it, but you shouldn't promise others that they can stay with us without asking for our permission first. What happens if we don't allow you to keep them at home but you already promised them that they could? That would turn you into a liar. Arya answered him with a stern tone while stroking Mothra a bit. Mikhail, hearing his mother's reprimand in tone, looked down before he replied to her. I understand and I am sorry. I should have asked you first. But Mommy, sniff, does that mean Mothra can't stay with us? Mikhail looked up with a disappointed face, his eyes enlarged and slightly wet. Caterpie cleverly cooperated with him and looked sadly towards his mother as well, when she heard his question. Arya could not withstand their double mental assault, and gave in, but she still issued another warning. Sigh. No, she can stay. But from now on you have to ask for permission first before you go around promising others anything, okay? Thank you, Mommy. I promise I will ask first next time. Mikhail, who heard his mother's answer, put Mothra down, rushed to his mother, and hugged her while repeatedly saying thank you. Caterpie joined their hug by climbing up Mikhail's legs. Arya chuckled when she heard him. You already seem to be sure that there is going to be a next time. Just don't forget your promise, okay? I won't, Mikhail assured her, before asking. Mommy, you said you had a surprise for me. What is it? Arya, who remembered that she had not told him anything yet, answered him. 2 friends, your father and I met during our journey, are going to visit us this weekend. They are Pokemon trainers as well, and they are married just like us. They have a daughter that is only 1 year older than you, so you can play with her when they visit. Mikhail focused on the first part of his mother's sentence. They are trainers too. Will they bring their Pokemon? Can I see them when they come? Arya softly laughed at his enthusiasm. Yes, they will most likely bring some of their Pokemon with them. I don't know if they would be willing to show you their Pokemon. You will have to ask them yourself. I am sure their daughter would be willing to help you persuade her parents if you ask nice enough. Mikhail's eyes gleamed for a bit before he raised a question. What are their names? His mother chuckled a bit before she replied to his question. The father and mother are called Thorn and Lily respectively. The name of their daughter is Rose. Mikhail had to laugh a bit as well when he heard their names and said, That's funny. To which his mother replied, Yes, it is, my smart boy. She talked to him some more before she went back inside after telling him that his father was probably going to talk to him about Caterpie as well. After his mother left, Mikhail went to the same place he had trained Natu. Once there, he focused on Mothra. Mothra, we're going to have to stay a bit low-key today, so we won't do any active practice, but I will tell you what I want you to do during a fight, okay? Mothra nodded to his question and Mikhail continued. I already said this to Natu and the same applies to you as well. Our strategies are limited by the moves you currently know, however there are still things we can do with what you have. You are not the most mobile Pokemon, and while I do have an idea how to solve that, this fact stays true, so your battle plan is going to be quite different from Natu's. Until you manage a proper confusion, your best damaging move is Bug Bite, but that does not mean that it is the focus of our strategy. The focuses of our strategy are String Shot and Electroweb, because the plan is to immobilize the opponent, and once he is unable to resist, taking him out. Electroweb is to paralyze the foe as well as hinder his movements and inflict some damage. String Shot has multiple uses. It can be used to help you dodge attacks as well as increase your mobility by pulling yourself towards something your string is stuck to, like a tree or a boulder, and by swinging around. This is much faster than your regular speed, but you still have to dodge the normal way if you have no other choice. Besides that, it can be used to trap your foe, hinder its movements, slow it down, and to tie it up. For that to happen, we have to focus on 4 of the aspects of your String Shot: its durability, elasticity, stickiness, and capacity. The durability is to ensure the string does not tear while in use. The elasticity is necessary if you want to pull yourself towards something or to swing around. The stickiness will hinder the movements of the foe as well as trap it in place. The capacity is very important because it determines how often you can use your move. So, in short, use string shot to dodge and move around fast. Use string shot and electroweb to immobilize the foe, and lastly use electroweb and mostly bug bite to damage and beat the foe. Did you get all that? Do you need me to repeat it? Mothra, who had been seriously listening to everything Mikhail had said, expressed her understanding. Pi. Cater. Pi. Mikhail understood that she said something along the line of no problem, leave it to me. He was once more marveling at her high intelligence, having expected to have to explain it a few times before she understood it. That's amazing. We are naturally going to go over each maneuver and each scenario that I can imagine, and what you have to do in those cases, but those are going to be your main tools. We are going to polish those moves while going over their use. You're going to be awesome, Mothra. The strongest Caterpie ever. Caterpie looked fired up to the limit and enthusiastically nodded to his words. Meanwhile, Mikhail focused on Nadu, who had been quietly listening on the side. Don't think you get to slack off during that time. I want you to focus on your physical training exercises while I am training Mothra. Sigh. All right. Nadu reluctantly agreed, a bit sad that he did not get to laze around while they were training. After that, Mikhail stood up, took Mothra, and went inside their house. He spent the time until his father came home in the living room, doing his writing exercise and playing with his Pokemon and mother. Once his father came home and his mother told him about the situation with Caterpie, Mikhail had to endure another short lecture from his father about getting permission first. After he was done with his lecture, he congratulated him for his new partner and they ate dinner. During the rest of the day, they watched a movie and his parents told him some of the things they experienced with their flower-themed friends that were going to visit in 3 days. Mikhail went to bed that night with Caterpie right next to him. That's the end of this tale for now. Thank you for watching, and I'll see you in part 3. Peace.